Good morning and welcome to the New York City Council preliminary budget hearing on governmental operations, state and federal legislation. At this time, can everybody please silence your cell phone? If you wish to testify, please go to the back of the room to fill out a testimony slip. At this time and going forward, no one is to approach the dais. I repeat, no one is to approach the dais. Chair, we are ready to begin.
I was in weddings a lot when I was a kid. Good morning. I will discontinue discussing J3's vacation plans and shift to the hearing. My name's Lincoln Ressler. I have the good fortune of being the chair of the City Council's Governmental Operations, State and Federal Legislation Committee. It's always a mouthful. Today, we will hear testimony from the Department of Citywide Administrative Services, the Office of Administrative Trials and Hearings, the Law Department, the Board of Elections, and of course the public, regarding the fiscal year 2026 preliminary plan. These agencies are tasked with some of our city's most fundamental functions, a role that is always important, roles that are always important, but have become even more critical as New York City faces unprecedented threats and extraordinary upheaval out of Washington. With the looming impact of federal funding cuts and policies that just quite simply contradict our values, we must be prepared to keep our city running and protect the health and safety of New Yorkers. The agencies we're hearing from today keep our lights on, manage our city's vehicle fleet, advise and defend us from lawsuits, conduct elections, facilitate hiring, and so much more. Your work is invaluable. My fellow committee members and I, thank you, David, are tasked with the role of ensuring these core functions are being executed effectively, to ensure that New Yorkers are being provided with the services they depend on. Our budget is, of course, a moral document, and as we prepare ourselves for the next 4 years, this budget will determine how we intend to navigate the challenges ahead. We look forward to hearing more details about the 4 agencies' budgets today and whether funding is being used effectively and efficiently. I'd like to make sure that we thank our committee staff for their hard work preparing for this hearing. I cannot say enough nice things about the Finance Unit Head, Julia Haramis, who has overseen 3 hearings this week and somehow manages to answer every single one of our questions and provide the most thorough support. So thank you very much to Julia. Senior Legislative Counsel, who always supports us on this committee, Jayshree Ganapathy, and our Legislative Policy Analyst, Erica Cohen. Thank you both. Thank Adrian for being with us today. My expert communications director, Neeb Mooney, and last but certainly not least, my chief of staff, Molly Haley, who is fully the brains behind our operation. In addition, I'd like to recognize Councilmember Carr of Brooklyn and thank him for joining us today. Now I'd like to welcome Commissioner Molina and Deputy Commissioner Middleton from DCAS to testify before the committee. The Department of Citywide Administrative Services fiscal year 2026 preliminary budget totals $1.93 billion, including $239.3 million in personnel services funding to support 2,415 full-time positions and $1.39 billion for other than personnel services expenses. DCAS's budget is divided into 10 program areas, and the bulk of the agency's overall budget, 56%, is allocated to the Energy Conservation Program area. In the preliminary plan, DCAS's fiscal 2026 preliminary budget is $160.5 million less than its fiscal 25 adopted budget. This decrease is mainly driven by $56.4 million in city fund savings from the citywide re-estimate of asylum seeker response costs included in the preliminary plan. The plan adds support for new needs in fiscal 25 that includes fire safety directors, the non-public school security guard reimbursement program, and contracted security guards for DCAS-managed buildings. In fiscal year 26, an additional $329.6 million in city funding was added for asylum seeker response-related expenses. At today's hearing, we look forward to discussing DCAS's operations, new needs, and other adjustments in the preliminary plan. The agency's plans for the decarbonization of our city's fleet and buildings, hiring and recruitment policies, the management of city-owned and leased spaces, and more. DCAS's employees are often unseen, but they carry out critical functions that keep our city running. In particular, I appreciate the work that DCAS does to keep our facilities in good repair. It's commendable that the DCAS team continues to complete in-house repairs in under 3 days. And as the representative for the 33rd District, which is home to the second large concentration of public sector buildings in New York City, I appreciate your team's ongoing efforts to mitigate construction impacts and work with us to improve conditions around DCAS buildings. I greatly appreciate the work you're doing to modernize our civil service exam system, reduce the size of the city fleet, and enhance city vehicle safety. When it comes to our buildings and transportation, which remain the 2 largest sources of carbon emissions in New York City, I am deeply concerned that we are no longer on track to meet our goals to reduce emissions by 40% by 2025. The private sector will begin facing fines later this year for lack of compliance with Local Law 97 mandates, and it is imperative that city government lead by example. Climate change is an existential crisis that is now being routinely denied at the federal level, and we must work together to identify ways to fast-track critical retrofit projects to show how city governments can continue pushing for climate progress. Additionally, I look forward to hearing more about the advancements that are being made on fleet electrification, another critical avenue for reducing our local emissions. I am also deeply concerned about the vacancies across city government and hope to understand how this budget addresses the need for hiring halls and expanded recruitment for all city agencies. Commissioner Molina and team, we appreciate you being with us today. We look forward to your testimony. And with that, I'd like to ask our committee counsel to administer the oath and swear in the testifying representatives.
Good morning. Can you please raise your right hands? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony today and respond honestly to council member questions?
I do.
I do.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
May I start? Oh. Good morning, Chair Ressler and members of the Committee on Governmental Operations. I'm Louis Molina, Commissioner of the Department of Citywide Services, commonly known as DCAS. And I'm pleased to be here to discuss proposed DCAS budget for fiscal year 2026. Since joining DCAS last July, I've become keenly aware of the many ways our agency plays a critical role in delivering the resources and support all agencies need to succeed. Each decision we make, each dollar we allocate, is a reflection of our mission to make city government work for all New Yorkers. With that objective in mind, before looking forward, I'd like to start by briefly looking a bit back and provide a few updates about the critical work we've accomplished at DCAS since our agency testified before your committee last year. Making sure our streets and buildings are among the greenest in the nation has been at the forefront of much of our work, and over the past year, we've made great strides to improve our city's fleet operations. In October of 2024, we announced that the city's entire heavy-duty fleet, one of the largest in the country, has fully transitioned to using renewable diesel before the end of the year. We further announced that our city's ferries will now run on renewable diesel as well. This makes a significant advancement for our city's environmental footprint, eliminating approximately 162 million metric tons of carbon emissions annually. Encompassing the transition to renewable diesel, our onboarding of electric vehicles and hybrid prioritization, from sanitation trucks to emergency response vehicles and everything in between, the city's fleet is now greener than at any time in the past 100 years. But it's not just our streets becoming greener, so too is our infrastructure. This past December, we celebrated the completion of New York City's largest collection of solar arrays, a groundbreaking project that underscored our long-term commitment to clean energy. Over 100 public school buildings have been equipped with solar arrays, and our latest portfolio added nearly 17 megawatts of solar energy to the city's power portfolio. With this latest installation, we have nearly tripled the municipal solar capacity since the pandemic. What's more, over half of these projects, 55% of them, are in disadvantaged communities, building greener energy equity in our neighborhoods and ensuring that the benefits of clean energy reach those who need it most. Beyond energy, as you know well, one of our biggest tasks is to maintain the city as an employer of choice for New Yorkers. In fact, we play a critical role in supporting agencies' efforts to recruit and retain employees and foster an accessible civil service system with minimum barriers to entry. Our retention rate at 90% is similar to other large public sector employers. Data shows that our civil servants are staying in municipal work more than 3 times longer than their private sector counterparts. This is tremendous progress coming out of the pandemic and a true testament to the success of our work. To advance this effort, we've streamlined hiring processes, expanded opportunities, especially through our minimum qualification review. Our minimum qualification review initiative is a major effort to modernize civil service requirements and ensure that experience, skills, and talent matter most. By removing outdated requirements that limit access, we're opening doors for New Yorkers. We're actively reassessing qualifications to better align with the modern job market, ensuring that hiring standards reflect real-world skills and competencies rather than unnecessary bureaucratic hurdles. Looking ahead, we're exploring and implementing strategies that build upon our success. Following the widely successful implementation of renewable diesel for heavy-duty vehicle fleet this year, we will be working with other city vessel programs, including NYC Ferry NYPD Harbors Unit, the Department of Environment Protection sludge boats, and FDNY fireboats to explore the use of renewable diesel. By replacing conventional diesel and through our continuous work to transition from gas to electrical cars, of which we expect to have 6,000 by the year's end, we are eliminating harmful emissions from our air, paving the way for a cleaner, healthier New York City for all who call it home. This is just one step in our broader efforts to decarbonize the city's fleet and more towards a zero-emissions future. While we are already ahead of schedule on this goal, it remains front and center as we look ahead this year. Similarly, we are working to build upon our sustainable infrastructure. We plan to install another 7 megawatts of solar on city property over the next year, with 50% located in environmentally justice communities. According to our latest report, city government has reduced greenhouse gas emissions by 26% since fiscal year 2006. This effort has outpaced the private sector, showing the city is leading by example as we work towards our mandate to reduce emissions in city government operations 50% by 2030. By continuing to scale up clean energy and other energy efficiency initiatives, we are making meaningful progress toward reducing emissions, cutting costs, and building a more sustainable future for all New Yorkers. Beyond the governmental impact, our solar installations on schools have been an educational tool, providing city students with the first-hand look at solar technology and renewable energy solutions, hopefully inspiring the next generation of leaders. We also recognize that education is the foundation of opportunity, not just for students, but for all New Yorkers looking to build successful careers. Whether it's creating pathways to public service, expanding career readiness programs, or supporting lifelong learning, we are making critical investments to ensure that education remains accessible, equitable, and tied to real-world opportunities. One of the ways we're delivering on this commitment is through the expansion of the DCAS Automotive Internship Program, a major initiative to connect young New Yorkers with hands-on training in automotive technology and fleet management. Last year, we announced that DCAS will more than double the number of participating high schools students, providing them with paid internships in city fleet garages and exposure to one of the largest municipal fleets in the nation. We've also worked hard to expand our Civil Service Pathways Fellowship, one of the premier opportunities in the city to bring real-life work experience to students in partnership with the City University of New York. We have significantly enhanced the Civil Service Pathways Fellowship program. This expansion not only provides recent graduates with valuable career opportunities, but also infuses our municipal workforce with fresh perspectives and diverse talents. Looking internally, we are just as committed to supporting the continued learning and advancement of our city's workforce. That's why we launched the first ever high school equivalency and college credit program for municipal employees in partnership with Metropolitan College of New York. Through this program, municipal employees can earn a high school equivalency diploma while simultaneously earning college credits, giving them the ability to pursue higher education with fewer barriers. This initiative isn't just about education, it's about economic mobility. A high school diploma is a stepping stone to better wages, new career opportunities, and long-term stability for our municipal workforce, and we're proud to lead this effort at DCAS. As we work to not just meet but exceed our benchmarks, it's necessary to establish a clear understanding of our budget and our limitations. As a primary service provider for city agencies, much of our budget is dedicated to supporting the critical functions of their daily operations. In fiscal year 26, our budget is $1.9 billion inclusive of all funding sources, with $236.3 million covering payroll and other personnel service costs, and $1.7 billion covering other than personal service costs. $966 million, or 51% of our budget, will be used to support citywide utility payments for heating, lighting, and power. These are fixed costs based on forecasted energy usage and utility rates. The good news is that DCAS is working every day, both internally and with our sister agencies, through multiple programs to reduce energy use. I'm proud to say that this work has generated more than $141 million in annual energy savings since 2014. Beyond providing utilities to our sister agencies, we're also tasked with identifying physical spaces for city agencies and other public entities to meet their operational needs. When a need arises and city-owned spaces is not available or feasible, our real estate team identifies and negotiates leases on behalf of the city. Of our overall budget, $163 million is dedicated to these costs associated with multi-tenanted leased sites. In fiscal year 24, DCAS procured a total of $125 million worth of contracts towards city-certified MWBEs for contracts under Local Law 1. $62.5 million went to MWBEs, representing a 33.3% utilization rate. In addition to these efforts, we have also invested in extensive maintenance, repair, and energy efficiency work across our portfolio of city-managed buildings. To support these efforts, our fiscal year 26 budget includes $152.8 million to support cleaning, maintenance, and repair work across DCAS-managed buildings, and $110 million to achieve the city's climate goals as outlined in Executive Order 89 of Local Law 97. In addition to these programs, every year DCAS generates a significant amount of revenue on the city's behalf. In fiscal year 26, our annual revenue target is $63.7 million, primarily due to three areas: $44.7 million in private rentals of city-owned properties, DCAS's largest source of recurring revenue, $9 million for the sale of surplus vehicles and other city-owned equipment, and $4.8 million from applicant filing fees for civil service exams. The final piece of our budget is our capital plan, or the funds allocated towards upgrading and renovating our infrastructure. This preliminary budget reflects an updated 5-year plan of $8.8 billion from fiscal year 25 to fiscal year 29, including $5.5 billion for projects managed by DCAS. This plan includes maintenance and enhancements to DCAS facilities, the renovation of leased spaces, and continuing our energy conservation and fleet electrification work. The preliminary budget for DCAS managed projects in fiscal year 26 is $1.2 billion and includes $724.5 million of energy conservation and green energy projects, $382.9 million to support our capital construction program for city-owned offices and court buildings, $17.8 million for information technology system upgrades to improve our human capital front-end systems, internal agency application support, and the modernization of our civil service exam system infrastructure. And lastly, $39 million for fleet electrification work. In closing, I want to thank the council for its partnership and for providing me with the opportunity to testify. I look forward to working with each of you to improve our operation and advance our mission. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you very much, Commissioner, for your thoughtful and thorough testimony. I meant to mention this in my opening, but I have a great deal of respect for the DCAS staff and have had the privilege of working with many people over the years at DCAS, including yourself in various roles, to solve problems for New Yorkers. And I was just informed that Executive Deputy Commissioner Beatrice Thuo is leaving DCAS, and I just wanted to say thank you for your service. It's been a pleasure working with you, learning from you, and your contributions to the city over many years here and at HBD, you know, are just a model of civil service. And so thank you for all your work, truly. With that, I am going to offer Councilmember Carr the chance to begin, and then I'll jump in after.
Thank you so much, Chair, Commissioner. Always good to see you.
Good morning.
Good morning. I wanted to focus in a little bit at the start about the reimbursement program for non-public schools security guards. The council recently passed legislation that was enacted to expand eligibility for that program, and that'll begin with the start of the coming fiscal year. And so my question to you is, do you feel like you have a handle on the likely increase in eligible applications that are going to come the agency's way, and do you feel like the appropriation in the preliminary budget is sufficient to cover that need in total?
Yeah, I'm confident that we'll be able to handle it. And D.C. Middleton, can you just walk through some of the details of that for the council member?
Yes, thank you, council member. Like the commissioner said, we're gearing up and getting ready. We've opened the application period. Applications opened up on March 1st. Currently, the allocation for fiscal year 26 has not yet been added, but we are in conversations with OMB, and we expect them to add that funding.
Okay, and you'll be speaking to OMB in real time if the application volume is unexpectedly high, and when does the application window close?
May 15th.
May 15th, so roundabout time for executive budget and for us to have that as information before us. So would you be able to get the committee and the council the full number of applications and the full appropriation required to meet it once that information is available?
Yes, definitely.
I appreciate that. My next questions is about, some of the properties that we have on Staten Island that's in the DCAS inventory. None of them are rented to tenants who have been there for a long time. A number of them are municipal lots for parking. Can you give us any kind of sense of whether there's any plan changes or vision for those sites, or is there a commitment to, maintaining the current uses as is?
Yeah, so I think there's a commitment depending on if there's going to be a change in those uses to figure out if that change makes sense for the city and also the community as well, that those lots may be in. We have been doing a review within real estate to look at what lots may be viable to possibly put up for lease auction, and evaluating those properties with our new Executive Deputy Commissioner Overton, who oversees asset and property management. But we're in close communication with community leaders throughout the city regarding any sort of real estate opportunities that may exist for communities, nonprofits, and others.
And when do you expect that internal review to conclude?
Yeah, so we just recently had a meeting a couple of weeks ago, and we're happy to sort of work with you if there are any specific lots within your district that you think you have some ideas on. Obviously there may be a ULURP process that may be involved with that, and we'd work closely with you to sort of figure that out.
I appreciate that. And then I guess my last area of questioning is about, the posting of civil service exam lists. I think in past hearings, we've been focusing on, whether we could do more hiring. Obviously, there's a great need across different agencies in order to do that. And so could you tell us, how, whether or not you have sufficient staff and operational support in order to process these exams and post those lists in a quick amount of time? Because the sooner they're out there, the sooner the agencies can begin hiring off them. And then I guess my final question is, the agency in the beginning of the administration did a number of hiring halls around the city. I think one was in partnership with my office. And do you think that there is enough in the preliminary budget for hiring halls in the coming fiscal year that could be done on Staten Island and Brooklyn and other places?
No, thanks for your question. So I think, like the mayor has said, I think we have to go to where the people are to tell them about the opportunities that exist in the city. And at the beginning of hiring halls, DCAS was spearheading that work. The work of hiring halls has transitioned to City Hall, NYC Talent, and the Small Business Services. The good thing I'll say about that is that it has expanded not only for city job opportunities with the city, but also career opportunities with the private and the nonprofit sector also attend those hiring halls. We at DCAS have enough funding for our Office of Citywide Recruitment to support those efforts. We attend many of these hiring halls and do a lot of tabling. We also, if space permits as well as time, conduct Civil Service 101 presentations to those that are looking for career opportunities within the city. And just yesterday, in supporting NYC Department of the Aging, we had a hiring hall in Brooklyn that was geared towards seniors in our communities. So I think hiring halls are one part of a very important strategy to make candidates, and especially New Yorkers, aware of what job opportunities are available, and we fully support them.
Okay, and with respect to the publishing of civil service exams?
Thank you for reminding me that.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, so in the last fiscal year, we did have really good headway in the turnaround of the publishing of exam lists. But I think it's important to know that many of those exams were qualified incumbent exams, and those are exams, but they're very different from education and experience exams and multiple question exams. So there's a shorter window to turn around those exams, and that drew our turnaround time date very, very low. We are at about 160 days right now, which is still under our 197-day target. So we look to get these exam lists out as quickly as possible. But we do provide preliminary lists so that our agencies have a sense of some of the candidates that are going to be coming their way once the list is certified, so they can begin to do some sort of recruitment efforts to shorten the window of time frame when they want to bring candidates on.
I appreciate that, Commissioner. Thank you for answering my questions.
Yeah.
Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Carr. Always good to see you. I would like to start with sustainability, but we have DCAS is an exceptional agency. You guys do so much important work, so we've got a lot of different areas that we'll cover today, but sustainability is very much, and I would just like to acknowledge my colleague and friend, Councilmember Gutierrez, who's with us online. Climate change, of course, is an existential threat, and the city should be leading the way in helping to combat it, especially as we're mandating compliance on the private sector. Local Law 97 mandates that the city reduce greenhouse gas emissions by approximately 40% for large buildings. In late 2023, DCAS testified that the city was no longer on track to meet the goal of 40% reduction in city greenhouse gas emissions by 2025. Now, you had testified that you were on track to meet that goal by 2027. Today, you testify we're only 26% of the way toward achieving that goal. So we've got a long way to go. My understanding is that in FY24, we only reduced the greenhouse gas emissions by 26,626 metric tons, 66% of the original target of 40,000 metric tons. And over the past 3 fiscal years, the city has cumulatively 23,000 tons behind our goal of reduced greenhouse gas emissions. The goal for FY25 is, again, 40,000 tons of greenhouse gas emissions. Are we on track to meet the 40,000 greenhouse gas emission reduction goal for FY25?
So I'll just talk about why we missed the target a little bit. So, we do expect, and I just want to reaffirm to you as chair and the rest of the council members, that we're going to hit the 40% by fiscal year 2027. For me, when I came on DCAS, this has been an all-hands-on-deck effort to keep pushing the needle down on our emissions. We did face some headwinds prior to that, most of which was out of our control, including a number of delays that were connected to COVID. The state's grid did get dirtier due to the closure of Indian Point Energy Center. And then we had equipment and lead time supply chain issues for procurement timelines. And there were obviously budgetary pressures as well that we have to just recognize. But we are committed to meeting that goal by fiscal year 2027. As you stated, we are 26% from where we were on our baseline in fiscal year 06. We have reduced overall energy uses in our building operations, which I think is also important, by 14% compared to the 5-year average of fiscal year 06 to 10. So we are driving down energy consumption in our buildings. We're doing everything we can to electrify our building systems. We're pursuing large comprehensive retrofit projects with significant GHG reduction. We've been doing a lot of decarbonization of our city's fleet, and we're investing in clean energy generation at city-owned buildings. So we do have a plan. We're on target to hit that plan. So that's why I'm confident we'll hit it by 40% by fiscal year 27, and our larger goal of 50% by 2030.
So I appreciate that response. The goal is to reduce 40,000 this year, 40,000 greenhouse gas metric tons this year. We've got about 110,000 to go to reach that goal by FY27. If I have those numbers right, please correct me. Please walk me through, are we on track to meet the 40,000 goal for this current fiscal year? And what's the pathway to reduce the further 110,000 greenhouse gas metric tons by FY27?
So to walk you through a more technical version of how we meet that goal, I'll hand it over to our Deputy Commissioner of Energy Management.
Good morning.
Oh, you need to be sworn in. I apologize.
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and respond honestly to council member questions today?
I do.
Thank you.
Could we do all the deputy commissioners at
Yeah.
once? Could we just do all? Could we do all your deputy commissioners at once so we don't have to do it a bunch of times?
Can you please raise your right hands?
Yeah. Would you mind standing? I apologize. I think that's what we're supposed to do. I apologize.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and respond honestly to council member questions today? I do. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Just figure we don't need to do it for every single topic we go through. Go ahead.
Okay. So your first question was whether we will meet our 50,000 metric tons for fiscal year 25.
40,000 metric
Sorry,
ton goal for
40,000.
FY25. That's right.
That's right. And we are on target to meet that goal for 25.
Good. And walk me through the pathway to 27 for the 110,000 that we have outstanding, because I think the commissioner testified that we're 26% of the way to our goal. We got a ways to go. Could you walk me through?
Yeah, and that number, the 26%, is based on fiscal year 2023. We still have, a few years to go. Our pipeline, we have a lot of projects in our pipeline. And those projects are intact. We're going, they're moving as fast as possible, and they are on track to be completed on time. And
Do you want to talk me through at a high level, what are the big picture projects that are going to have the most significant impact in achieving our goal?
Yes, we have a lot of projects in the pipeline. We shared them with you last time. I'll go over them again here. There are large projects in your district as well.
I'd love to hear it.
Just give me a second.
I'll give you a second. Before I pepper you with more questions.
Yes. Here we go. Okay, I'll start with the projects in your district. There is a gravity belt thickener that involves thermal energy storage installation at the Newtown Creek wastewater treatment plant that will reduce GHG emissions by 18,000 metric tons. Another one in your district is the Brooklyn Criminal Court. That one it's a partial electrification upgrade and includes installation of an advanced energy management system and solar as well. And there's another one, the Brooklyn Appellate Court.
Say that again, the Brooklyn which court?
The Appellate Court.
Appellate
Court, which will include installation of heat pump, water heaters, air source heat pump system with energy recovery and other miscellaneous HVAC upgrades.
Great. We love the in-district projects. Happy to hear that you're on track broadly, and I'll dig in on a couple of these capital plan changes. But I did just want to ask at a high level, my understanding was that the most consequential thing that we're doing is Chippy. Is that right?
Correct.
So, I'll do a slight preamble. DCAS purchases 3.9 billion kilowatt hours of electricity annually for city buildings. 48.7% of our energy use is, of course, electricity. As we work to meet our sustainability goals, we'll be relying even more on electricity, and a major part of our plan to lower electricity costs is reliant on the Champlain Hudson Power Express, Chippy, which is scheduled to be coming online in May of 2026. Indeed, the City of New York is expected to be the anchor purchaser of this renewable energy flowing into New York City. I've been a supporter of Chippy. My mom grew up in Quebec, in Montreal. I know that not everybody up there is as enthusiastic as I am, but I think it's a very worthwhile project and a good thing for the City of New York. How much does DCAS expect Chippy to lower electricity costs? Or have you been able to model that?
So the Chippy actually is going to be a REC purchase, so it is going to be an increase in cost.
Okay.
But the benefits, of course, are beyond the financial. You know.
And I've been asked, you're not the first person I've asked this question at preliminary budget hearings. I think you're the third, but I haven't gotten a good answer yet, so we'll see if today's the day. Have you begun discussing with colleagues internally the impacts of the potential Canadian tariffs on the city's electricity bills and what the potential costs will be for us?
Yes, as you know, the situation is very fluid at this point, right? And even the state issued a report saying the same thing. There's a lot of unknowns. And, the big part of it is that it's not even certain that electricity sales will be part of the tariff. But if it does, it's not affecting the construction of Chippy. It is still on track to be completed by the spring of 2026.
Right. And as I said, I think it's a good thing that we're doing, that we are the anchor purchaser for Chippy and that we've supported this. And I think the City of New York's leadership from the previous administration in advancing this has been instrumental in it happening. But as you noted, it will lead to an increase in costs. And if there's a potential 25% tariff that's imposed on this electricity, which is a very real threat, it could be a major challenge for our electricity budget at DCAS. Is that right?
It does increase the cost, but at the same time, we were doing all these other things that help reduce the cost, including demand response, right, and energy efficiency project, which are, with the goal to reduce energy consumption. So,
can I ask, have you been talking to OMB, to State Legislative Affairs, Governor's Office, Federal Affairs about the impact that these tariffs could have on this project and electricity costs for the city? Are we sounding an alarm bell that this could be severely problematic for the city's finances?
Our understanding, it's not going to be significantly affecting the pricing. The report came out actually 2 days ago from the state saying the same.
Okay.
But we continue the discussion with OMB, and as you know, as we get clarity on what the tariff looks like, of course, you know, we're going to continue the discussion and see the impact there.
Great. That's helpful. I appreciate the answers. The capital plan, which you began to cite a few projects in District 33, which we're, of course, excited about, included a number of adjustments in the 5-year plan for energy efficiency and sustainability projects. Notably, we saw a $175 million reduction in a lump sum payment to the SCA, $23 million reduction in solar panel systems, $56 million reduction for energy efficiency funding under 1NYC, $15 million reduction for the DOE direct install lighting program, $23 million reduction for citywide resiliency measures. Could you, at a high level, help explain why these adjustments were made and what impact they will have on our emission reduction goals? If we were to fight to restore these funds, and last year we had a lot of success pushing from the City Council to restore some of the mayor's proposed cuts to the sustainability capital projects, what impact would that have on achieving our goals?
Hi, Councilmember. Just to clarify, the reductions you're seeing are likely reallocations. So typically, once we submit our request to OMB, the amount of unallocated funds is reduced, and then it's reallocated to an actual project. Okay. So there were a number of new projects actually added for DEM in this plan, and we can submit that to you offline if needed.
We would love that. We'd love to chance to review the new projects that you're looking at, and we can share with you what we're seeing on the reductions and would be helpful to better understand if those funds were reallocated or pushed to out years or what exactly is going on there. And then I think that the best way to do this is maybe to follow up in writing, but I appreciated that you just mentioned a few projects. Last year, you gave us a list of the 10 largest projects in terms of emission reduction impacts. And I would love if you'd be able to provide that same update on our top 10 projects and the timeline for kind of completion on those projects so that we can just better understand how we're doing on each of those projects. I might just highlight a few today. The Wards Island Water Resources Recovery Facility digester tank reconstruction, I believe, was the largest impact. Is that still the case, and what's our timeline for completion there?
It's still on track, yes. It's
Okay.
still going.
And let me ask just about a couple that we couldn't find. Last year you mentioned the Manhattan garages. I assume that was Disney. We couldn't find that in the Manhattan garages was what was listed as an important project. Does that ring a bell for you?
57th Street Garage is a project that we are implementing. I'm not sure about the Manhattan, but I can get back to you on it.
Okay, we'll get back. We'll share what you gave us last year in writing.
Okay.
There were a few that we could not find in the updated capital project listing, so we just wanted to understand the Cannonsville Reservoir, the Queens County Family Court, Catskill Delaware Interconnect, to cite a few that we just we're looking for more information. But that's great. I covered Chippy. One more question on sustainability, and then we can shift gears. I have been saying to my staff for some time that, I am profoundly concerned about the shifting federal landscape of offshore wind and the impact that that's going to have for the city of New York on our ability, and the state of New York on our ability to achieve our climate reduction, our climate goals. I think we need to begin shifting for at least the next few years, considering it doesn't appear that offshore wind is going to move forward in any way, thinking about new approaches to expand renewable energy. It feels like we're potentially at a moment for more focus on geothermal. We have a large 1,000-unit tower going up in the Greenpoint waterfront that's powered with geothermal energy. Could you share with us what projects DCAS is working on with geothermal, and do you think there's an opportunity for us to expand both our city's carbon, the city of New York as the government's carbon greenhouse gas reduction goals through more reliance on geothermal and beyond?
Yeah, we're always looking for new technologies, right, to accelerate our project and the reduction of GHG emissions. We are starting to look into geothermal, but I don't think it's a technology it's going to be, I shouldn't say much about it because we're in the process of evaluating if it's something we should look into and implement. But we had one geothermal, actually no, it was more of a thermal energy storage. That's not what you're asking. But I can get back to you on
Yeah.
If there is any opportunity anywhere to implement.
I just, you are in such an important position as a purchaser, right? And to be able to help shape the market, and on behalf of the city of New York, we have a clean energy hub that's getting built in Vinegar Hill that Con Ed is working on that was supposed to bring in enough offshore wind energy to power half of Brooklyn. And so we're not talking, I love the solar panel projects and everything, but we're not talking about a few solar panels on a roof that represent this much energy. We're talking about half of Brooklyn. Like, this is the transformational stuff that actually allows us to meet our climate goals. And that stuff, as far as I can tell, it's all dead in the water. Oh, I guess it's a good fit of dead in the water since it's offshore wind. There you go. I guess DCAS humor. GovOps humor is probably more appropriate. I really think that we need to just be focusing on what other renewable energy sources we can realistically benefit from in the immediate future, and I really do hope that we can do more to evaluate opportunities around geothermal, and if there are ways that the council can be helpful or supportive in those efforts, please let us know.
Point well taken. Thank you.
Thank you. I would love to shift to hiring. And I was just supposed to ask for you to say your name and title for the record.
Sana Barakat, City Chief Decarbonization Officer and Deputy Commissioner of Energy Management at DCAS.
I think you have the best title in city government, right? Okay, we have been joined by Council Members Vernikoff, Council Member Hanif online, and former GovOps Chair Gail Brewer in person. All right, we will shift gears to hiring, unless you have questions. You good? We'll shift gears to hiring if that's okay. Of course, this is one of DCAS's most important functions, serving as the hiring and recruitment manager for all city agencies. Our city cannot operate without hardworking civil servants, and we're dependent on DCAS to ensure that we are fully staffed and able to meet expectations of New Yorkers. But there are currently 15,000 vacancies in city government, a vacancy rate of about 5%. Prior to the pandemic, the city vacancy rate was under 2%. When Mayor Adams took office, the vacancy rate was 8%, so you might think that there's an improvement. But that's only because the mayor has permanently cut 10,000 positions from the budgeted headcount. Adding those positions back in, and the vacancy rate jumps back to 8%. If this sounds familiar, it's because I raise this at every hearing. We don't seem to be making progress. Are you concerned about the persistent levels of vacancies in city government? Is there a larger strategy on how we're going to effectively combat this?
So thank you for your question. I'll just begin before our Deputy Commissioner for Human Capital jumps in. But we have been more agile to respond to the needs of our agencies. So as you know, we have a target of about 185 civil service exams a year. And when agencies forecast that they may have hiring issues that they project into the future, we can always add exams to those schedules. In addition to that, our Office of Citywide Recruitment helps to support recruitment efforts not only at agencies, but also to support the ongoing efforts of the hiring halls as well. We are evolving with the changing landscape of today's job market, a different sort of generation of worker that wants more portability within their career, and we've been adapting to those changes. With that, for more technical, I'll have passed it over to Deputy Commissioner of Human Capital, Katrina Porter.
Good morning. So Councilmember Ressler, examinations continue to be the cornerstone of our recruitment efforts to support city agencies. We are currently in the process of developing our examination schedule for fiscal year 26, where we're engaging agencies to understand their recruitment needs so that we can support them in the future.
Can I just ask on that? I was really impressed in the PMMR to see the number of applications for civil service exams increase so much. I think it was 71,000 in the first 4 months of this year compared to about 40,000 last year. So, 80-something% increase. Very impressive. What do you attribute that to?
So we opened application periods for one of our large-scale exams, firefighter, which mostly contributed to the increase in applications.
Do you know the numbers? What number of that was firefighter?
We received upwards of 40,000 applications for firefighter.
Okay, so that is the whole increase.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I interrupted you. If you wanted to continue, or I can keep peppering you with questions.
Yes, I was going to mention that we also support agencies by encouraging them to participate in our pathway programs, which are exempt from, the current 2-for-1 hiring procedure, our civil service pathway fellowship program. Application and matching for that program is currently underway. We expect to onboard about 91 new fellows as a part of that program in April. And so just looking for, creative ways to support agency hiring where feasible.
As with Councilmember De La Rosa, we had a hearing on this not too long ago that highlighted some of these issues and our concerns, but I'd like to just dig into them again a little bit here. The PMMR showed the number of days it takes DCAS to get from exam administration to issuing results increased to 163 days, up from 115 days in the previous year. So that's, close to a 30-something% increase we're talking about. And that's only to results, not when it applies. That's not for when someone's actually getting a job offer, right? So 163 days, we're talking about 5 months just to get your results on an exam. Oof. At our hearing in November, we discussed it's taking 14 to 15 months from when an applicant takes an exam to when they're actually getting hired. We heard from DEP that everyone that recently got called on an engineering list declined the opportunity. Has DCAS done analysis of how often this is happening? We think in part because of the delays and just how slow and painful the process is. We're losing folks. Are you looking at this? Can you offer any insight into what may be occurring?
So what I can say is for titles that are hard to recruit where agencies may have a hiring need, we are able to provide them with passers lists well before the exam is officially established so that they can engage these candidates in the process and to keep them excited about the work that the agency, and the agency's mission and vision, right? But there's no way for us to understand why folks are not, showing up for the interview process, what we call a fail to report. But there are notices that the agencies have to provide these candidates to, inform them of the ability to restore themselves to the list. And, we provide agencies with training on the civil service list call process so that they are aware of what they need to do.
Do you track how long OMB takes to approve agencies, to give approval to agencies for positions from when they make an offer to when they actually, from when the agency makes an offer to when they actually get hired?
No, DCAS does not track that process. That's
Would you
at the agency
consider
level.
tracking in the MMR kind of end-to-end recruitment to hiring so that we have a better vision of the whole, because that's the goal, right? Your goal here, and I know you have a tough job, especially when OMB stonewalls you every step of the way, but the goal is to get people into jobs. Isn't that the outcome that we should really be tracking?
So what I can say is we are looking for ways to use our NICAP system to better track the time to hire, but that the process between when an agency requests OMB approval to when they receive that really happens at the agency level. I'll take it back and we'll figure out if we can, better coordinate with agencies to understand that process.
I just think we would all be better served. You guys, we have you under a microscope for the portion that you're responsible for, but we don't hold the agencies or OMB, we don't have that same window into their timeframes and have them, and are unable to hold them accountable in a similar fashion. You're measured in the PMMR and the MMR and the DMMR all the time of how many exams you're issuing, how long it's taking to get those exams processed, right? And the rest of the process is far more opaque. Is that, do you think that characterization is fair?
I think we're making strides in standardizing hiring processes across the city through our HR transformation process, where we're looking at our forms and how we engage employees at orientation to build a more standardized process. You know, we've been at this for about a year. We've made tremendous strides, and we will continue to do so.
And that sounds helpful. I still think we need the data to be able to measure ourselves and to hold ourselves accountable. You know, we had OMB testify before us 2 weeks ago that they give responses to agencies in 2 weeks from when an agency sends a PAR over and they get 2 weeks for approval. Have you ever had a response from OMB in 2 weeks for an agency PAR?
Not that I'm aware of, but DCAS proper would be able to speak better to
Yeah,
that.
I didn't think so. But I appreciate your honesty. I'd like to shift to hiring halls, which I just have to say, I thought was one of the really wonderful, cool things that DCAS had been doing, and loved you all taking the lead on it, and thought that they were really successful. Why has DCAS moved away from city government-focused hiring halls?
So DCAS, we're here to support the overall hiring for hall effort being led by SBS. So our role is to encourage city agencies to participate in the hiring events by providing them with information about when and where these events will be happening. DCAS, Office of Citywide Recruitment, they're also in attendance at these events to provide information about civil service jobs.
Are you able to compare the results from how we were doing on the city government-focused hiring halls that had been a big focus of, I think, year 2 of the Adams administration versus these more private sector-oriented hiring halls where the city is just one of many?
So what we can track is the engagement at our tables when we are, when we are attending the hiring halls. We track the traffic that, the folks that we engage at our tables, we do track that number, but overall, that information is being handled by SBS.
Okay. And at our hearings, we've heard, and in our conversations with city agencies, we've heard from housing and human services agencies about that they want health agencies, that they want hiring halls. They want the model back that you all had successfully pioneered. Have you heard those requests? Have you received any of those requests from city agency partners?
We're in constant contact with city agencies. We host, title-specific hiring events often, and we're always more than willing to support agencies in that way. So we can definitely maybe ask the question.
Yeah.
See if we can
when
support
we
them.
had our budget hearing last year, and remind me, how long have you been in this position? It's about that long?
For almost 2 years now.
2 years, okay. So my recollection was that there was cuts to the team, there was cuts from funding to the team that was responsible for overseeing and implementing the hiring halls. Am I remembering that correctly, that there was cuts about a year ago?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
The hiring hall was an all-hands-on-deck event at DCAS, so all DCAS employees kind of pitched in, so there wasn't really a set team.
Well, I have some more questions on federal government stuff. I'll just close on the hiring hall piece to say, I really think this was one of the more innovative things that happened in the Adams administration, and it was working. And people really appreciated it, and city government jobs are great jobs, and we connect people to stable careers, especially people of color, moderate income backgrounds, to really good, steady, stable careers. And we've stopped that recruitment. And I realize there's some efforts afoot, but it's nothing like what had been happening, and it's just a hugely missed opportunity. So I hope that you all consider bringing them back and that you get the resources to do so, because I think you were doing a great job. And when the hiring hall came to District 33, I was not asked to co-sponsor it. The mayor asked all the other elected officials to co-sponsor it, but I still was happy that it was happening in my community, even if they didn't want my name on it.
Councilmember, if I could just add, I think, from my perspective, I think what we have seen really is an expansion of that effort to connect New Yorkers to jobs, not only jobs that are available in the city, but jobs that may be available in nonprofits, jobs that may be available in the private sector. I've attended a number of these more expansive hiring halls with my SBS commissioner colleague, and there's a lot of engagement. We've also expanded on those that may be eligible for city purposes or a 55A program that may have disabilities, and we're making those accommodations as well. Appreciate your feedback and always how we can support to enhance those efforts done by NYC Talent and SBS. And we also, our human capital team meets monthly with the agency personnel officers.
Right.
And whenever they engage with us to tell us they have an issue specifically about a particular title where they're having a tough time recruiting, we will be there and prepared to help them have specific hiring halls
Yeah.
for those titles.
But Commissioner, the challenge we have is that when we do these hiring halls that are mostly private sector oriented, nonprofit oriented, they can hire people in a week. We just talked about a process with the civil service exam where it's taken an average of 14 to 15 months to get somebody hired. Or if we have agencies that don't need to be hiring off a list, best case scenario is still 3 to 6 months before somebody's actually starting a job. If you get an offer, you don't have work, and you get an offer that you can start in 2 weeks or you can start in 6 months, you got to put food on the table, right?
No, I
There's no
get it. I
choice
mean,
at all.
it's a
And our
competitive
job
market.
as DCAS and GovOps, we're focused on how do we make sure that the vacancy rate in city government is down? How do we make sure that every city agency is properly staffed? I want SBS and the talent folks to do their job too, but I don't want to compete. And I want you all to continue to be laser focused on making sure that city agencies have the resources and the staffing that they need to thrive. And I just think that we get lost in the shuffle in these new approach to hiring halls. I've heard from city agencies they don't find it nearly as effective as the previous hiring hall model that they were really enthusiastic about. I've had conversations with Henry Garrido going back 5 years on wanting to see hiring halls just like this. I think there's a lot of enthusiasm from labor, from labor unions across New York City, from city government, and from city agencies. And it's just, I think there's OMB put resource constraints on DCAS that made this impossible. I said that, you didn't say that. But I wish that you all had the resources, and we should continue to push for the resources for you all to be able to be the robust recruitment arm that the city desperately needs.
I appreciate your support.
Thank you. I'm going to just, on federal government issues, we've obviously seen a massive shrinking of the federal government. These, Deputy Commissioner Porter, may be for you too, I don't know, just in case you don't get too comfortable. We've seen a massive shrinkage in the federal government over the last 3 months, and it seems like things are getting worse every day. What are we doing to target federal workers to help fill vacancies in city government? And then I just have a couple specific questions. Have you examined whether job qualification requirements adequately consider federal service so that we're making it as easy as possible for formal federal employees to qualify for city positions? And relatedly, I'm really interested in understanding if we've reviewed federal government pension plans to determine if there are changes that we could or should be making at NYSERS and to our other pensions to credit federal service to encourage people to leave, who have left federal government to join city service.
Okay, so thank you for your question. I'll just take the last part. As it relates to NYSERS and federal pension plans, I'll leave that to NYSERS. We haven't specifically looked at that issue. I can tell you we've done significant work in our minimum qualification review where we have leaned and equified what I'll say is work experience, and certainly for certain federal jobs, there could be significant work experience that is equal on par to maybe some academic training that would make that person qualified and competitive for that.
I know that's been a priority of yours, and I think that's a great thing that you've come in and tried to say work experience, lower some of the academic requirements, make sure that people who have real-world experience that can help and contribute to city government are eligible for the positions. That I love, but I'm just specifically on the federal government experience piece. Have we looked at those, at that in particular to understand if we need to make adjustments to make sure that we're incentivizing as much as possible for former federal government workers to join city service?
So I think that the MQR review encompasses that because federal workers have significant work experience in a number of technical areas. What we've also done is we've worked with agencies where if they had former city employees that took opportunity with the federal government, we're working with those agencies. Can this person be reinstated? What is the process to rehire this person back in their agency that now has significantly more talent than when they left because of their experience with the feds? So it's on a case-by-case basis, depending on the title we're talking about and the status of that individual. But we engage with agencies who are trying to bring back former city employees that were federal workers as well.
Anything you'd like to add here? Could you speak to the pension issues at all? Are there ways in which we could or should be modifying our pension policies to better incentivize former federal workers from joining city government?
Yeah, so that question would be best addressed by NYSERS. I wouldn't be able to address that.
Do you know if this is something, have you all been in conversation with NYSERS on this topic as of yet?
We have not.
No.
Okay, is that something that you'd be?
I'm happy to engage with my partners in NYSERS to think it through and talk about it. I think that might be better left to maybe like a state legislative issue because it affects pensions and pension tiers, but happy to do the thought work with them to see if there's a value there.
Well, any of those changes would, in all likelihood, come through a home rule through our committee as well. So we'd be happy to be involved or helpful and supportive in
I
any
know
conversation.
we have done a lot on just trying to help employees, both at the state level and the city level, understand the way portability of their pensions work, right? So at the state and city level, that is much easier. But happy to get into this, to think through what we can do on the federal side.
Okay. I have more questions that I think are for Deputy Commissioner Porter's world, but I will pause in case Councilmember Brewer would like to jump in.
Thank you very much. One question I have is just commercial space. Not all of it's yours, but how much commercial space, I'm talking storefronts.
Okay.
There's certainly a lot of them around here, the old Models, et cetera. How much do you have? How are you going to be renting it, et cetera? Because it does seem vacant. And I get complaints generally about vacancy in terms of commercial space. But then when a city has it, it's even more complicated. So I want to get an update on how much commercial space you have and how much is unrented.
Yeah, so we just recently had an auction of 3 storefronts that went successfully well as we transitioned to an online auction website in order to conduct those auctions. That auction just completed for those 3 sites in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn, and we're in negotiations now with the one who won that. As it relates to the storefronts that I think you're talking about, the former Municipal Credit Union branch, as well as the restaurant, the Corte Cafe that was next to it.
And the one at 280 Broadway, too, yeah.
Well, to the Corte Cafe and former MCU Bank branch, I've had meetings with my real estate team to sort of prepare those storefronts for auction. We're evaluating how we can maybe do things a little bit better from our moving to an online auction platform to make sure that we put ourselves in a position to get the most square footage possible, dollar value for those sites as well. I can follow up with you on the Model site. That's a little bit different because it's managed by an outside entity who oversees that building, but we can follow up with you on that. And I know you do see a lot of storefronts as you're walking in and around this sort of municipal sector. We don't have control over all those storefronts.
No, I know,
but
but
where we do, we are making efforts to get those lease auctions up.
could you get a list to the chair of those that you are trying to lease or that those that you are empty, that you are in the process?
Happily, we can send you that.
Okay, because it doesn't add to the streetscape, it adds to challenges. And then, of course, my other question is, this is a 30-year question. I do love the city store, but could it be somewhere more visible? And could it be open on the weekends?
Yes.
This is 30-year story.
No, I hear it. I love the city store as well as I've learn more about it. So
I live there.
we're doing a website refresh that's going to be launching very soon. In addition to that, we've done improvements on our back end to sort of increase our online traffic to City Store. I'm also working with our Executive Deputy Commissioner that oversees the City Store to think about is there ways that we can draw in traffic. Soon we will have a new City Store manager that comes from the retail sector, and looking forward to that person bringing some new and refreshed ideas. To the evaluation of relocating the City Store, we've thought about that. We're not kind of there yet, thinking about where that might go, but happy to engage with you and your team
It
on.
could just take a little portion of the Model space, because then every tourist would purchase on the weekends. You're closed on the weekends.
We'll take your
All right, and then you need
recommendation,
longer
Advisor.
scarves. You only have the square scarf, you need the longer scarf.
Got it. Okay, I'll add that to our
This is
inventory
30 years of the same conversation. The other question I have is just about food. You know it so well.
Yes.
So my question is, you purchased for Rikers, you purchased for HRA, and you purchased for DFTA. And my question is, what are you doing, Carmine knows this, what are you doing to have more local purchasing? What's the, dollar figure, et cetera?
So I'll share with you that we have partnered with organizations, including the New York State Department of Agriculture, Cornell Cooperative Extension, and Grown NYC to locate and promote locally grown and produced products. Furthermore, we are collaborating with agencies to enhance menu planning and incorporate more New York State products, which is something I know it's important to you, Council Member. Whenever possible, DCAS does Food Biz require the inclusion of New York State products based on the successful procurement of these items in previous contracts. For example, apples and onions are mandated as New York State products due to their consistent availability in past procurements. Local sourcing mandates apply to several categories, including processed fresh and frozen fruits, halal and kosher meals, fresh fruits and vegetables, meats, and poultry, as well as baking products.
Okay, so what you're saying is that you're making big efforts to try to do more. I think
Absolutely.
That's what you're saying.
Absolutely.
All right, so we can have,
We've talked about food before, and
I know, I've been talking the same thing,
Yeah.
me, forever, but I appreciate that you're aware of the concern, and then we can keep working on it.
yep.
And then just finally, I know that the question of the closure of all of the H&H sites, those were your processes, right, in terms of the places where migrants were living. Are they completely done? Do you still have other places that need to be closed that are under your purview, or is that not your purview at all now?
Yeah, so the operations and decommissioning of past or present migrant sites is not under our, we don't control that. So I would refer you to the Office of Asylum Seekers, New York City Emergency Management, where they have a footprint in H&H.
Okay, because you didn't have the Randall's Island, Creedmoor, or Floyd Bennett. None of those were yours?
Oh,
Well, we didn't operate them.
Okay.
We did
but the funding-wise,
the funding, yeah.
you
yeah,
were
but I think
responsible for the
councilmember-
contracts.
Yeah, but I think the councilmember's question was about the operations of those.
Yeah, no, I think I misspoke. I do want to know about the funding of. So they're all closed, they're all gone, et cetera. Is that correct?
I'll let DC Middleton give you some further clarification.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember. In terms of the sites that are closed, so Floyd Bennett closed in January. Randall's also closed.
Right.
Our budget in fiscal year '26 does reflect funding for the remaining open sites that we pay the bills for, and that's mainly for Creedmoor and the licensed sites, the Row Hotel
The hotel.
and Bruckner.
And Bruckner.
Bruckner, yeah.
Okay.
That's the new site in the Bronx.
Right, no, I know, I'm aware of it.
Right.
And, all right, and so do you have the cost? Creedmoor is because people are there, and the new site, people are there.
Correct.
So all the ones that are vacant, you're no longer paying for.
Right, we're closing out remaining bills, but there's no budget in fiscal year '26 for those
All right.
sites.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much for raising that, Councilmember Brewer. A few more hiring questions. I was concerned by some of the trends we saw in the PMMR in terms of citywide hiring. We saw a 4% reduction in the number of black new hires, a 3% reduction in the number of Asian new hires, and the percentage of women who were new hires dropped just to 41%. At a time when the federal government is rolling back efforts to increase diversity, or even to mention the word diversity, and threatening DEI practices all across the nation, this should be a top priority for New York City. What do you attribute to these changes, and what's DCAS doing to increase diversity in new hires?
So I'll take the one on the gender. So given our big exams in our uniform agencies, those tend to trend more towards males. So that's
fair.
where you could have seen that
makes sense.
disparity there. We do have a workforce that is significantly diverse. It's well over 70%. But I think, like we've talked about hiring halls, we're engaging with MWBE contractors. That's not specifically a hiring question, but sometimes workers that we're engaging with that work for MWBEs choose to may want to take a career in the city as they learn more about our city's work. So I think our diversity and inclusion efforts are still in the forefront and our forefront of our mind when we're thinking about bringing in all of the talent that the city has to offer, and that our government workforce is reflective of the city.
Anything you'd like to add?
No.
And you mentioned, Deputy Commissioner Porter, I believe, in our fall hearing that you anticipated the city workforce profile report, one of our favorite reports, for FY24 would be released in March. Are we still on time for that?
So we are a little behind schedule, but not too far.
Okay.
Our new deadline for release is the end of April. We are experiencing some challenges with the data, but we're hopeful to get it done by then.
Okay. The PMMR showed there was a 47% reduction in the number of city employees completing the mandatory equity and inclusion training. I understand this can be dependent on calendar year training cycles, but how many employees are we on track to train in total for FY25?
So we always want to reach 100%. So we're constantly engaging the agencies in completing the mandatory trainings. As you know, we recently launched our NY City Learn system, which,
Do you put agencies on blast? Like, do you share that information publicly of what agencies have, what percentage of employees at a given agency have completed necessary trainings?
I'm not sure if it's public information, but we do provide updates on a monthly basis.
Could you
to
share that
agency
with the
heads.
council?
Sure.
Okay, we'll follow up for that. That's helpful. And then relatedly, I'm just, given the high-profile documented sexual harassment incidents in this administration, has DCAS taken any steps to review sexual harassment training protocols?
So we're constantly reviewing our training to ensure that it, complies with, federal, state, city laws. I believe we are engaging a vendor to also take a look at that.
Okay. And there was also a 46% reduction in the number of trainings completed by city employees for professional development. I understand there was a pause in training as you shifted to the NY City Learn platform. I think you were just mentioning. Have trainings resumed?
Yes.
And, okay. And then I lastly just want to ask about DCAS headcount, which I don't think is your problem. But, so shifting back over here. DCAS currently has a headcount, according to our notes, of 2,043 out of a budgeted 2,417 positions, a vacancy rate of 15%. But when you factor in the additional 130 positions that Mayor Adams has cut from the DCAS headcount since taking office, it's actually more like 20%. The number of people employed at DCAS has increased by only 20 positions since we had our last budget hearings. What steps are you taking, Commissioner and team, to fill these vacant positions? And could you just advise what positions are currently subject to the 2-for-1 hiring restrictions at DCAS?
Yeah, so, one of our positions, our custodial positions, were subject to the 2-for-1. We're in communication with OMB now to do a 1-for-1 because we want to make sure that we stay on top of our buildings, cleanliness, conditions, and all of those things. So we're engaging with OMB now on those talks.
What positions are exempted? I mean, you mentioned that they are subject to the 2-for-1. Do you have any positions that are not subject to the 2-for-1?
We can follow up with you and get you a list of which ones.
It's not the entire agency?
Not the entire agency, no.
Okay.
In addition to that, our 50% vacancy rate has been steady. I mean, it was also that last fiscal year. I will say that the team overall that I inherited has been doing phenomenal work. So there wasn't need to bring a lot of change to the agency, and our core mission sort of stays on lockstep, and we haven't missed a beat. With that, we've been aggressive with engaging in a lot of areas, not only in competition with trade jobs, jobs in energy, where we're trying to recruit individuals to our agencies, and when we have somebody that we are especially selected on wanting to hire, we make sure we get that person through the process.
I will just say that DCAS is the back end of city government, and when you all don't have capacity, it undermines every city agency's ability to do their job effectively. And so when we're looking at 400 plus vacant positions, a 15% vacancy rate, it really does affect city services much more broadly. And so I wish that with OMB support, there was a plan to actually fill all of these vacant jobs. I'm happy to hear you're addressing cleanliness because the data from the PMMR was really troubling that we saw down only 59% of buildings, down from 72% in the prior year, were deemed clean based on the PMMR's status. So I'm hopeful that OMB...
I'll just, to that specific point, that jumped at me out as well when I first became commissioner. And again, we've addressed bringing on more custodians to do that work, doing better at pest management. I think it's important to point out our buildings are on average about 90 years old. So I think that also has an impact. And we have a new deputy commissioner that's overseeing facilities and construction and technical services. And we're doing better at engaging with our tenants, our agency tenants, to make sure that we're responding to whatever needs that they bring to our attention.
Okay. I have a few questions on city-managed buildings. I'll start with a topic that's a favorite for many in the council, which is scaffolding. Mayor Adams, has made it a whole big thing about how big a priority it is to get scaffolding down, declaring it bad public policy, bad for public safety, et cetera. Yet, of course, the city is responsible for many, many buildings that have had scaffolding up for many, many years on end. What is DCAS doing to get scaffolding down from city-owned buildings? How many city-owned buildings have had scaffolding up for more than 5 years? How many city-owned buildings have had scaffolding up for more than 10 years? Does DCAS have a plan to eliminate all, buildings that have had scaffolding up for over, 12 months?
So let me let me talk about the city buildings that DCAS manages. I'm happy to share that we have removed scaffolding from 8 sites.
Okay.
One of those 8 sites, we not only removed the scaffolding, but we put up netting because as 8811, that's Upton Boulevard, we did netting, and that was just better for the cosmetics of the neighborhood in Queens. We have 11 buildings up that still have scaffolding, and we are working, 4 of those 11, we're actively working on those sites with an effort to bring that scaffolding down. We can send you a list of those 11. If
So
you'd
there are
like.
only 11 city-managed buildings that have scaffolding up to
That
them?
are managed by DCAS that have scaffolding. So there may be other city buildings that are managed by other agencies directly and not DCAS that possibly could have scaffolding up.
Okay. I have, celebrated the fact that 360 Adams Courthouse and Kings County Courthouse is finally going to begin work later this summer, I believe, for scaffolding to begin to come down. There's been scaffolding up there for over 18 years. So there are kids graduating from high school this year that are younger than the scaffolding at this courthouse, which is in Columbus Park. Some people here today shop at the farmer's market there and are frustrated by the blight that we have on that courthouse. Can you commit that the timeline for when that work is going to begin and that DCAS is going to be removing the scaffolding in sections as the facade and roof work
I believe that
advances?
work is primarily done by DDC.
Yes.
It's done by DDC, so we'll confer with DDC to make sure they're on schedule.
Okay, great. And then just another parochial question. Any update on construction at the Brooklyn Municipal Building, current completion date, and if you can share if temporary HVAC systems will be used this summer, and is there an is the new boiler in place for next winter?
Yeah, so I'll have Joe Wagner come up. He's technically knows what's going on at that site.
Good to see you, Joe.
Yes, nice to see you again. At 210, we will be not using temporary, hopefully we're not using unless something happens, we're scheduled to be completed with the installation, so temporary boilers and chillers shouldn't be used.
So that we should not expect to see temporary
Chillers at all.
chillers or boilers.
Well, right now, the boilers are being used, but they'll be off for the season.
Yeah, but we're
It's
almost,
about done, we're just about done with them.
well, that will be very good news for the people who live nearby. And I will just say, while we've had some very, very angry neighbors, you and your team, Deputy Commissioner Ringelheim, Brandon, have been very responsive, and we've appreciated the communication and the coordination, even though it's been a painful process, that you all have tried to work with us and did eventually identify very good solutions. And the timeline for completion?
The end of December of 2026.
End of December 2026, and Housing Court will move in after that?
The courts will move in after that. We'll be done with construction, the courts will
I
need.
think the original plan was that Housing Court was supposed to move in 2020, but that's probably not your problem. But we're 2027, we're getting there. And this one might be for you also. The one critical component of the borough-based jail project is that the Brooklyn Criminal Court needs to be made ADA accessible so that the Sally Port so detainees have access from the courthouse to the jail. My understanding is that there's $384,000 allocated for FY29. Is that right? And is that accurate? Or is that?
No, that's not I don't know, that number is just probably a holding. That number, DDC is doing that project. It's not a DCAS project.
So so my anxiety here is that the jail is supposed to be completed in FY29, 2 years after the law requires, but still, it's slated to be completed in 29. But if the project is only, the capital work is only going to begin for ADA accessibility in FY29, we're not going to have that done in time for the jail to open. Is there anything we can do to work together to try to speed up that timeline?
What I can do is we can engage with DDC because they're the lead on that project and just kind of see where they are in their planning.
Okay.
Yeah, follow up with you.
Oh, and we have a group of kiddos with us up in the balcony. The Lower Manhattan Community Middle School from Councilmember Marte's district are here, and we just want to thank you so much for being with us today for our preliminary budget hearing with DCAS. We hope you enjoy your time at the City Council. And I failed to acknowledge Councilmember Schulman. Thank you for being here, Lynn. Now I am going to shift to the world of Deputy Commissioner Kerman and the fleet. Thank you very much, Assistant Commissioner Wagner. The PMMR showed that the city was up to 5,349 electric vehicles in the city fleet, an increase of 161 vehicles over the first 4 months of the previous fiscal year. Just about half as many new electric vehicles as were added in the first 4 months of '24, if I have that right. When can we expect to meet the revised goal of 6,000 electric vehicles?
Hi, council member.
Nice
It's
to
great
see
to
you.
be here again with you. So we are going to be at 6,000 by the end of the year.
Okay.
So we have a lot of purchases that are actually coming in the fiscal year 25 expense budget that are getting delivered now.
Great.
We've also moved some of our purchases, including some of the pickups and vans, are now capitally eligible. So that will take some relief off the expense budget, which we
Good.
know is always stressed. And we'll expect to see those mid-year. So we're going to hit 6,000 by the end of the year, and a little
The end of the calendar year? Or
By the end of the calendar year.
Okay.
And for a little historical memory, when we started in 2015, when we announced the NYC Green Fleet Plan, we expected to be at 2,000 by the end of 2025 calendar year. So we have moved this, much more than we ever thought we could.
And just walk me through, the goal is to have a fully electric fleet by 2038.
That is correct.
How many new electric vehicles will we need to get there?
Well, basic math, so you have about 25,000 on-road vehicles, right? So you would have to be doing about 2,500 a year to meet that. A little less hard. The 2035 goal is for light and medium, and then there's a 2038 goal for heavy and specialized. So 25,000 on-road, divide by 13 years, you're probably about 2,000.
So 25,000, and we've done 6,000 already?
We've done 6,000.
So we have 19 to go.
Correct, although to be honest,
We'd like to shrink the fleet a little more?
well, we always look for fleet reduction. You also have some electric vehicles that have to be replaced, right? So
Sure.
you have electric vehicles that are 12, 13 years old.
But
Those are not
separate and
gonna-
apart from
20.
replacement, I just mean to say, we have a gap of 19,000 electric vehicles that we need roughly, and we've got 13 years to do it, so we've got to do
But
15.
within that math, it would be what, about 900 a year, if I'm thinking
No,
through the math?
19,000 vehicles, 13 years. That means we've got 1,500 or so to
Maybe-
do a
okay,
year.
better.
Right? Or give or
Trying-
take.
Sure. You have limitations in the marketplace. So, we need to see advances on electric vehicles, say, and plowing, right? We don't have plow vehicles now that are electric, so, that will be a limitation. We're going to need to see advances in firefighting equipment, real advances. So there also are issues in the marketplace. Not everything is ready to be electric yet.
Fair, but that being said, we'd still, how many, just to give us, to help keep it simple for everybody, last fiscal year, how many electric vehicles did we purchase?
About 400
Right.
electric vehicles.
So our very back of the envelope, we're just sitting at a hearing talking math. We've got to do about 1,500 a year. Last year we did 400, recognizing there's some gaps in the market that hopefully it's going to increase over time as electric vehicles become more widely adopted and utilized. We've got a ways to go. Last year there was a $15 million peg, if I recall correctly, to electric vehicle purchasing. Is that right?
That's correct.
How many additional electric vehicles would we have purchased if that $15 million peg had not taken effect?
Well, 25 million, simple math, $25 million bought you 600 electric vehicles on the expense budget. 10 million buys you about 250. So that's the gap. It's about 350 a year that you lose. We are trying to move, like I mentioned earlier, we're trying to move the pickups and vans,
Right.
which we've made a lot of progress on.
But before we get into
the
that,
capital side.
I do, and I want to get into that. I just, before we do, to keep it simple for me, and because, Councilman, I'm limited. We need to do about 1,500 a year. We did 400. We would have been able to do an extra 350, but OMB cut $15 million, which was 60% of your EV purchasing last year. So we would have been halfway to our goal, but now we're about a quarter of the way to our goal. And that means we're nowhere close to being on pace to achieving the 2038 mandate. We're way off, right? I mean, even if they hadn't cut the $15 million last year from your EV purchasing, we were halfway to our goal. Now, we're a quarter of the way to our goal. And you're doing the best you can, and I'm glad you're meeting 6,000 this year, but 6,000 out of a 25,000 goal, we're just way far off. So I continue to be just totally confused at why this cut took effect and how it aligns with our climate goals as a city and and for what we're looking to accomplish with the fleet, what we're legally mandated to accomplish with the fleet.
Well, let's go to the greenhouse gas emissions, because that's actually a really great story. We committed to 50 by 25 back in 2015, which goes beyond the legal mandate of 40 by 25. And we are achieving that. So how are we achieving that? You know, we all want more electric vehicles, but we do in fact operate the largest electric vehicle fleet in this state at 5,400 going to 6,000. We operate the largest electric charging network in the state at 2,200 ports going up to 2,500 and more we're installing every day. And as the commissioner testified, we've switched out the first major fleet in the East Coast of the United States. All our diesel fuel is now renewable, non-fossil diesel fuel. We basically have used cooking oil and waste animal fat powering the entire city fleet today, as well as the efficiencies, the fleet reduction, and other efficiencies that I know you've been involved with. So the good news on the broader climate agenda is we're meeting 50 by 25. Find me another fleet anywhere that can say that, and we've made enormous progress. On the electrification side, we are still making a lot of progress. We're moving vehicles onto the capital side. We announced a big truck purchase in December. We won a grant, and that is moving forward to get 55 electric trucks. We're going to be doing more electric trucks on the regular capital program. We're also, to really bridge the target, so I know your math, but I'll tell you, actually, really to bridge the target, we need to get law enforcement vehicles into electric models. That's actually what will bridge.
Let's shift gears
and we
to
are
that.
working to do that.
So my notes are that the average cost of an NYPD vehicle are $53,938. Is that consistent with your understanding?
I wasn't prepared to answer that question, but it sounds right.
Ballpark-ish.
You could certainly find that.
Would that include outfitting, or would that just be the vehicle itself?
That sounds like an outfitting cost. There's about $12,000 of outfitting that can go into an NYPD vehicle. You have your lights and sirens and the bulletproofing.
Why would, and those lights and sirens, the technology, all of that, totally essential to the vehicle, right? NYPD can't operate. You can't put an officer in that vehicle without it. You can help me here, right? I'm getting a none from the commissioner.
We also remember all those vehicles are being bulletproofed and set up with armor. Followed by.
None of us would ever send a police officer out in any other type of vehicle in good conscience. So we're north of the $50,000 number. Why, for gosh sake, is that not capitally eligible?
Well, as we've discussed before, we are working with OMB and the police department on that very proposal. And so we agree, and we appreciate your support, that police cars, not just for NYPD, but for other agencies, law enforcement vehicles are specialized equipment, just like fire engines, just like sanitation equipment, and should be capitally eligible. That would really help our cause. Plus, the electric upfit will also be $10,000 to $15,000. So
totally.
As you electrify those, we're working now with Ford and others on a plug-in hybrid and all-electric options so that we can get plugs on these cars. So we are absolutely supportive of that and appreciate your assistance.
Councilmember Arreola, myself, this is a priority for both of us. We've raised it with the Commissioner's Office and the Police Department. I know that they believe that this is a priority as well. I know this is a priority for DCAS, if I can say that. So, and I've spoken to the Controller and his team. There's a priority for them too. It seems like everybody agrees except for the Budget Office over on Greenwich Street. So if we could all try to work together to get them to see that this is so obviously in the benefit of us achieving our electrification goals and for us to be able to much more smartly manage the fleet, this feels like the most obvious thing in the world, and I would love for us to achieve it this fiscal year. Can we work together on that?
Absolutely.
Wonderful. Everyone around me is saying that I'm taking too much time, so I will try to go faster. Let's shift gears to real estate, even though I had a lot more questions for you, Deputy Commissioner Kerman. It's always good to see you. Can I just ask, I think I see every Deputy Commissioner here except for the Deputy Commissioner for Real Estate. Is Deputy Commissioner Hamilton not available today? Okay, hope he's okay. I'm sorry to hear that. So the MMR showed there was an increase in leases, 2.8 million square feet, up from 2.5 million in FY23. With the announcement of an extension of the DC-37 remote work pilot, and of course, as I've noted, the shrinkage in the city workforce, has the citywide space savings task force finalized its recommendations?
Yeah, so we're close to having a finalized draft that's being reviewed right now, and look forward to releasing that soon.
Okay. In October, you had mentioned that you had expected it by the end of the year, so we certainly look forward to reviewing it. My understanding is that the total number of leases and the total square footage leased by the city has increased in the Adams administration, despite the citywide remote worker pilot and despite the shrinkage in the city government workforce. Can you explain, or can somebody help explain for me, why we would be leasing more spaces and leasing more square footage when the workforce is shrinking and the workforce has shrunk dramatically and more people are working from home?
Yeah, so I think there's a couple of issues, and I'll turn it over to Executive Deputy Commissioner Overton. We had prior leases that were not reflected yet from the prior administration that were added to that. I believe during the asylum crisis that would have added square footage of space that might have been leased or licensed to the city to deal with that issue, where you see those increases. EDC Overton.
That's accurate.
That's it.
Okay. I have a few follow-up questions from our hearing in October. After that hearing, First Deputy Mayor Torres Springer noted that a city hall was conducting a review of policies and procedures across the administration as a whole. I don't think we ever got an outcome there, but it was slated to include DCAS real estate practices. Do you know if that review has concluded or what happened to it?
Well, we did have a review of one lease that we talked about in October, which was 14 Wall Street.
Great.
That review was done by Mayor's Office of Risk Management, and we are awaiting the deliberation of the decision of that review. But we were very cooperative in the process.
Okay. So no update now. I think that our good friend at DFTA testified that it's in the final stages at the aging budget hearing.
I think that's an accurate description of it'll be imminent.
Okay. Okay. A couple other questions here. So there's no broader review that is happening of DCAS leasing practices?
There is. So Executive Deputy Commissioner Overton and her leadership team is looking at asset and property management overall, which is real estate services, facilities management, and construction and technical services. We're in the middle of that process right now to understand best practices in other municipal jurisdictions.
But that's not a City Hall review. That's a DCAS internal review.
That's what we're doing internally, yes.
Do you know if the City Hall review continues or what happened to the review?
The largest City Hall review, I would refer you to them to find out about that.
Okay. And you currently now report to Deputy Mayor Varlock?
I do, the Deputy Mayor of Administration.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. And I wanted to ask about the tenant representation services contract. At our October hearing, you testified that DCAS was preparing a new RFP for tenant representation services and that we could expect it, quote, really soon, quote, by the end of the year. Yeah. What's the status of the new RFP?
Yeah, well, that was my hope. So one thing is, through our RFP process that we had with 14 Wall Street, I wanted to strengthen other aspects of the tenant RFP. So working with our DCAS Office of General Counsel, we've tightened that up in areas where I thought there might have been some vulnerabilities, and that's under legal review right now.
Is Diana Boutros still the lead representative on the Cushman-Wakefield contract?
She's on the Cushman-Wakefield team, yes.
And she's still the lead on that team?
She's on the team, yes.
Her position has not changed since the hearing?
It has not.
Have you conducted any review of her selection process as the point person at Cushman-Wakefield working for the city? Working with the city?
So we don't select, we select the vendor, but Cushman & Wakefield selects the team that's in place to manage that contract.
In light of the litigation that has noted the involvement of city officials in her selection as the Cushman-Wakefield representative, there's been no review of her role?
There has been no review by DCAS of her role in that.
Okay. And despite her glaring lack of qualifications, there's been no review, no conversations about whether we would be better served as a city with a more experienced representative in that position?
I've read her bio. I wouldn't be of the opinion that she lacks qualifications, but she's one member of a Cushman & Wakefield team that services the city's contract.
I mean, I'll just say for the record, she had only done retail leasing, never done commercial leasing, and was put in charge of one of the most important commercial leasing contracts in the city of New York, if not the most. And so I stand by my description, glaring lack of qualifications. At the hearing in October, you testified that you were not familiar with the fact that the Chief Diversity Officer for the city had met with JRT Realty and Deputy Commissioner Hamilton multiple times regarding the fact that Diana Boutros and Jesse Hamilton slashed the MWB goals in the contract. Have you spoken to the Chief Diversity Officer since then and worked to rectify that issue?
No, so the issue was that we wanted to make sure that there was equitable representation of diverse contractors or subcontractors in real estate. So the 30% goal was not reduced. What it was that it was a 10% goal for Black-owned businesses, 10% for Hispanic-owned businesses, and 10% for women-owned businesses.
Right.
To get to the 30.
But the existing contract, which has been delayed and delayed and delayed, let me restate that, has been extended and extended and extended and has continued to be extended under your leadership. The one sub that was an MWBE was JRT Realty. When Ms. Boutros became the point person for Cushman Wakefield, she slashed JRT Realty's role on the contract, slashing the MWBE goals on that contract. You're stating that your priority for the new contract is to expand MWBEs, but you said at the hearing a few months ago you were not familiar with the fact that Cushman had been brought into City Hall to meet with the Chief Diversity Officer to address the fact that the MWBE goals had been slashed on the current contract, which continues to be extended. Have you looked at that issue and tried to address it?
I was not at the meeting. What I can say is that I support diversity, and I think it's important that we look at the subsets of those diversities to make sure that Black-owned businesses, Hispanic-owned businesses, and women-owned businesses are well represented.
And to be clear, I agree with you.
Yeah.
I know you weren't at the meeting. It predated your role as commissioner, your time as commissioner, but you were unaware of it you testified to being unaware of it a few months ago. I was just wondering if anything had been done in the intervening time to look into this matter and try and rectify the existing contract where the MWBE had been cut out.
Yeah, so I was appraised on the clarity of that there was no reduction, and instead of a reduction, we were just making sure that we were having goals that were representative of all of the small businesses.
Okay. I think we might be talking past one another a little bit. I have a couple more topics, and then I will let you all enjoy the rest of your afternoon. But before I do, I just want to offer Councilmember Brewer the chance to ask a few more questions.
One in terms of scaffolding. I know 2720 Broadway is, I think it's Volunteers of America, but it's a city-owned building. So at some point, it would be helpful to know, you own the building, somebody else manages it, the scaffolding is up, and the complaints are endless. So that would be, maybe you could get us a list of the buildings that you own that also have scaffolding. You can obviously check that by looking at who owns it and then comparing that with the DOB website, I assume.
Thank you.
2720 is just nonstop complaint, FYI.
Thank you.
City-owned building. Number two, it says here, and maybe we covered this, I was listening earlier, I didn't hear, 1.1 million for city funds for lease costs on DCAS managed buildings have been reduced. It seems like it would be more because there are fewer city employees. So I want to know, how was that funding determined? What locations does it relate to? And I guess it's just for 1 year only. I mention that also because at a community board, borough board meeting yesterday, Community Board 1 in Manhattan is very upset about 100 Gold because they weren't involved at all in the way in which it's going to be used in the future. So, I mean, that would be an example. You have to move all those people out. I guess you're selling the building as opposed to affordable housing. So how are you deciding how much and what kind of leases a fewer number of city employees are using?
Yes, Councilmember, that 1 million adjustment you see was a technical adjustment done by OMB related to a couple of court sites, 141 Livingston and 151 West Broadway. It's not related to the broader space savings program.
Okay, but what is the number of fewer dollars for leased space because there are fewer employees?
I'm sorry, we'd have to.
The city of New York has fewer people working. You'd think that if you're standing out here, that we'd have fewer leased space, right? Just computing. So is there a reduction in the cost of leased space because there are fewer employees? And then what are we going to do with all those people at 100 Gold?
Yeah, so to your point, I think when we finalize our space saving report, we anticipate that we will see a reduction, not only because there are less employees, but also we have our work from home 2 days a week that's been extended.
Right.
And just the world of work is just changing.
Right.
To your question regarding 100 Gold Street, that is an Economic Development Corporation-led project. So they, I believe, have already released an RFP so that we can create, I believe the goal is like over 1,000 units of housing. A percentage of that obviously would be affordable. And we do have agencies at 100 Gold Street, and we will be working with the agencies to make sure that we relocate them either first in any city space that may be available for their use, so that that's more cost effective. And obviously, if we have to go to a lease space, then we would do that. But we will work with each agency to figure out what their needs are and what would be the best thing for the city. As far as engaging with the community that's affected by the 100 Gold Street project, I believe there has been community engagement, but again, that project is led by EDC.
The community board was quite upset, FYI. So what you're saying is you're doing the space report and you'll give us a number as to how much we're saving in next year?
We would forecast what we think that savings would be with sort of right-sizing the space that's needed or space that is just not utilized or underutilized at the different agencies, and working with the agencies to right-size their lease square
So
footage.
what's the timing of that?
The report is in the final stages of being done, so hopefully soon you'll have it to share.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair Brewer. I have one question on behalf of Councilmember Marte, my friend and colleague from Lower Manhattan, about the status of the 88 East Broadway Mall, if there's anything you can share there. It was supposed to be taken over by new owners 2 years ago, and updates have been requested and nothing's been received. My understanding is there were some legal problems with the new group, but trying to understand, the mall is just sitting there decaying after City Hall had rushed to give it to their allies, and now we want to understand what the path forward is.
I just want to be exact because this involves litigation as well. So the matter related specifically to East Broadway Mall is still pending resolution in bankruptcy court. The court has approved a bankruptcy plan for the city to issue a new lease to a new group called Broadway East Group. The city is currently performing its due diligence before executing a new lease, subject to, of course, the bankruptcy court's proceedings and the completion of the due diligence between DCAS anticipates executing the new lease in calendar year 2025.
Okay. So you expect to execute a new lease this year?
That's our
bottom
goal,
line?
yes.
Okay.
Presuming the bankruptcy court is in support.
And is there somebody that Councilmember Marte's office should be following up with if they're not getting information?
I mean, I know Councilman Marte well, so he can always reach out to me directly, and I can connect him with who he needs to speak with on our
We
side.
will, his staff just walked out of the room, but we will follow up with them to make sure that
But he has my cell number and everything. He can
we
call
appreciate
me.
that, Commissioner. Two more items from me, and my colleagues will kick me if they have anything they want to add before we let you go. Non-public school security guards. Local law, so we just passed a new law to expand eligibility for smaller schools to benefit from these non-public school security guards. I think this is really important, especially for considering the increase in hate crimes that we've been seeing across the city. Local Law 4 of 2025 sets the maximum reimbursement rate for the expanded program at $35 million, which has not yet been added to DCAS's budget. When will the full funding be added for next fiscal year? Do you expect it in exec?
We have requested it. We're in conversations with the OMB. They do typically add it before the new school year, so we're hopeful.
Okay, great. And have you done your own analysis? Do you expect the full $35 million to be needed, or is it too hard to predict how many of the smaller schools will take advantage of this?
I think it's a little too hard. Yeah, if we look at the original program, it sort of took a couple of years to ramp up, so.
And headcount has been added as a result of our legislation. Have you guys begun the hiring process there?
Yes, we're starting to recruit.
Great. And then the last topic, Commissioner Molina, I think you are uniquely positioned to lead us to a solution on, and that is renewable Rikers. From your past hat to your current hat, I think you are the person that can help us out of the morass that we find ourselves in. DOC has transferred 40 acres of vacant land and the JATC facility to DCAS control in 2021. Does DCAS have full control and utility of that land and site as of today?
My apologies. DCAS has over the 42.5 acres in that one building facility administrative control.
Okay.
We are not in a position to have day-to-day operational control of that site because the operation of the island, as you know, is managed by the Department of Corrections.
Does DOC still occupy 25% of the facility for storage? Is that right?
I don't know the answer to that, but I can
Or do you know
follow
if
up.
DOC is still using the space?
I don't know the answer if they're still using the space. I would refer you to DOC, but we could also follow up with you as well.
There was a DOI report that I imagine you remember well that showed the building had been used as a secret lounge after being condemned in 2015 by DOC, a secret lounge for DOC officers after the building had been condemned in 2015 and contained hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of unused equipment. Do you know if this lounge area has been cleared out?
Well, that predated me. I could tell you what
Predated you at DCAS or predated you?
at DOC.
At DOC.
Yeah, that lounge situation predated me. It was not used in that state when I was commissioner. I would imagine the current DOC commissioner is not allowing that either.
Good. Has DCAS conducted any assessment of the 40 acres of vacant land on Rikers that was transferred into your control, 4 years ago?
Yeah, so there have been a number of DEP, I think, has put in some research on what the possibilities are, could be the future of Rikers Island, as well as others. Sana, I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
The DEP
And the MOCEJ also has done some studies that they've shared with the commission as well.
And have you received any communication from DOC outlining a timeline for future transfers to DCAS?
I have not.
So, look,
I mean, it is DOC's, I mean, they own
I understand.
that decision.
Eventually, we're obviously way behind the timeline that is required in local law. I think DDC testified, it's been a long week, but DDC testified on Tuesday that they're looking at 2032 on current plans if things move as anticipated for completion of the borough-based jails. So, for our planning purposes, we are 7 years away from, if nothing changes, the closure of Rikers Island. And we have only the most preliminary of plans for how we can maximize the use of this area to achieve our renewable energy goals and get New York City on a path to sustainability. I am really struggling to understand why this administration is not taking that planning process more seriously. There's legislation in the council now to consider a master plan to force the agencies to do more. My recollection is that, there's a task force that just began meeting within the last year. There's little results to show. The report was frankly lacking in specificity. How do we get this to be a top priority of the administration over the course of the remainder of this year? I don't want to lose 9 more months of us sitting on our hands. We need a real master plan that can, do any variety of bold and ambitious things. We heard Commissioner Agarwal testify earlier this week to some of his priority ideas for what we can do on Rikers Island, but we need to start planning and start the environmental review and whatever ULURP changes will be needed and the above and get the resources. It takes 5 to 7 years to do all of those things. And if we just let the time go, we're going to miss an enormous opportunity. So talk to me. You know both of these agencies that are the key agencies involved as well as anyone in city government. How do we not lose the rest of 2025?
Well, I think, I look forward to working with the Rikers Island Commission to come up with their recommendations and any support that we can provide at DCAS and supporting their work in that effort, I think is important as thinking about what is the future of Rikers Island can be. I've been public about this issue, that I think Rikers Island needs to close. And I think we need to evolve other plans in order to get that done. So I'm in agreement with you in a lot of areas of how do we plan for the future, and DCAS will not stand in the way at all.
And who's pointed DCAS for this? Who's your point person on this issue?
Sana Barakat, because we think the biggest impact what renewable Rikers could be is really one of climate and sustainability for the city that could change things for a generation.
Do you think it would be helpful for the council to convene a meeting of some of the leading stakeholders in city government, led by Deputy Commissioner Barakat, to start to try and push for a more aggressive timeline to develop solutions here?
Well, I know that Sana chairs those for me as my designee on the commission. If the council felt they wanted a meeting, that would be up to you. Certainly, if we were invited, I'm sure we would attend.
I mean, the message I got from Commissioner Agarwal earlier this week was basically that nothing's happening. Those are not his words. That's my total interpretation of them. But I was chairing the environmental protection hearing, and it was disappointing. And I just feel like we're on a road to nowhere, and we're losing time, and we can't afford it. It's so important. I mean, this is just truly the hardest thing to find in New York City is space. We have an island where we can achieve some of our most ambitious climate goals, whether it be new wastewater treatment plants, new renewable energy hubs, and so much more. How do we, I really want to hear how we can make this a priority for the rest of 2025.
Sure. Okay. So if you want to do that work together, I'm happy to think through how we can be more action-oriented and heading in that direction.
I anticipate we'll have a hearing on this later this year to try to dig into it more in that way, but I'd love to do more work offline to actually move things forward.
Absolutely.
If I may add,
Please.
the RIA committee meets frequently, and we are in the process of developing recommendation for the renewable rikers.
Okay. If there is progress that is happening that we're just not aware of, it'd be great to be looped in more. I've heard from enough people in city government that they do not believe that progress is happening at the pace that it should, that I'm concerned. So I appreciate that you're working on it. I'd love for us to fast track it. With that, thank you very much, Commissioner,
Thank
Deputy
you, sir.
Commissioner, and team. Appreciate DCAS for your hard work,
Have a
and
good
hope you
rest of
guys
the
have a
day.
great rest of your day.
You too.
We will start with oath now. All right, we will encourage folks to take their seats and to quiet down and all those nice things so that we can get the next thing going. Okay, great. I would now like to welcome Asim Rehman, Commissioner and Chief Administrative Law Judge, to testify before the committee. Thank you for being here today. The Office of Administrative Trials and Hearings Fiscal 26 preliminary budget totals $77.2 million, including $60.5 million in personnel services funding to support 455 full-time positions and $16.7 million for other than personnel services expenses. Oath is the city's central independent administrative law court conducting hearings for city agencies, commissions, and boards. In the preliminary plan, Oath's fiscal 2026 preliminary budget is $3.8 million, greater than its fiscal 25 adopted budget. Today, we look forward to discussing Oath's operations and other adjustments included in the preliminary plan, staffing at the agency, the handling of summons for city agencies, and the status of special education hearings. I remain deeply concerned about the dramatic increase in summons being issued by city agencies and processed by Oath, which are on track to exceed 1 million summons this year. As the agency ultimately responsible for all hearings and decisions, as the clearinghouse of all of these summons, it's critical that Oath helps us better understand the dramatic impact of this increase on working-class New Yorkers. I continue to be concerned that this increase is disproportionately impacting low-income Black and brown New Yorkers who could be forced to make the choice between paying a summons and buying groceries, leading to increased financial strain for far too many families. I greatly appreciate the work of the Oath staff who process all these cases and work to advise New Yorkers on the process. I was particularly impressed by that the number of help sessions more than doubled in the first 4 months of this fiscal year, and I'd like to especially thank John Castelli and Rachel Lamar for their tireless work in conducting in-district Oath help events across the city, including just yesterday in Greenpoint. Thank you to Judge Raymond for joining us today. I know you're under the weather, so we'll try to be nice to you. Well, I can't speak for my colleagues. With that, I'd like to please ask the committee counsel to administer the oath and swear in the testifying representatives.
Good afternoon, officially. Would you please raise your right hands? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this committee and respond honestly to council member questions? Thank you. You can go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Asim Rahman, and I'm the Chief Administrative
Just
Law
before you begin, I'm sorry, Judge.
Of course, sir.
We're just on a long timeline for today. I just ask if you could highlight the key things and try and limit. There's 7 single-space pages. Will just be a little much. So if you could just streamline a little bit of your testimony today, we would appreciate it.
Yes, Council Member. I've prepared a shorter version than what's been submitted for the record.
Perfect. That's perfect. Thank you very much.
Again, my name is Asim Rahman. I'm the Chief Administrative Law Judge and Commissioner at Oath, the New York City Office of Administrative Trials and Hearings. I'd like to start today by thanking Chair Ressler and the members of the Committee on Governmental Operations, State and Federal Legislation for the opportunity to testify today. As I mentioned, in the interest of time, I'll submit my full testimony for the written record, but I'll present a shorter version of it right now for the purposes of today's hearing. As the Chair mentioned, Oath is the city's independent central administrative law tribunal. In the past calendar year, fiscal challenges have not deterred us from our mission to ensure due process, fair and impartial hearings, and timely decisions for everyone who comes before Oath. All of Oath's adjudicators approach this responsibility with the utmost seriousness, as do the Oath staff who help support our hearings. I can personally speak to this commitment. As the Chief Administrative Law Judge, I myself conduct trials and conferences where I meet with litigants and their representatives, listen to evidence, help parties find opportunities to settle, and issue decisions that are based on the law. Even when faced with challenges, Oath's been able to maintain our standards by adapting our practices so that we continue to seamlessly deliver our services to New Yorkers, city agencies, and all parties who appear before us. The proof is in the numbers. In the calendar year 2024 alone, we processed almost 660,000 summonses. We held close to 250,000 hearings. We issued over 2,500 appeals decisions, conducted over 670 trials, and closed over 17,000 special education cases. It's a notable increase from the volume of work we did in calendar year 2023. These tremendous figures are a testament to the amazing public servants who are part of the Oath team. In each of these thousands of cases, the tireless and committed staff at Oath take great care to ensure that every party who appears before us is treated impartially and is accorded due process. Oath has 3 main adjudicative divisions: the Trials Division, the Hearings Division, and the Special Education Hearings Division. Oath has a robust help center that provides non-legal support to unrepresented parties with cases at Oath. Oath is also home to the city's Center for Creative Conflict Resolution and to the Administrative Judicial Institute. Oath's work is also supported by a variety of internal teams, including our Administration Division, General Counsel team, IT Division, Legislative and Public Affairs teams, and more. A key and core ingredient to ensuring due process is keeping Oath impartial and independent. For Oath, impartiality and independence means that our administrative law judges and our hearing officers listen to all sides, review the evidence without favor, apply the law fairly, and do this without any external influence. We do not take direction from any city agencies on our cases. At Oath, we believe there's one standard of justice for all, The members of the public who have cases at Oath are treated no differently from the city agencies that appear before us. Independence and impartiality also means that Oath does not comment on enforcement policies, rules, or regulations, or on disciplinary practices of the agencies that file cases with us. Our role is to adjudicate cases, not to set policy. Consistent with this, when we regularly provide City Council with data reports concerning cases filed with Oath, you'll note that we do not analyze that data or make recommendations. Such analysis is not in our purview. As for our budget, Oath's fiscal year 2025 adopted budget was $73.4 million, and the fiscal year 2025 current modified budget was $74.6 million. Oath's total preliminary fiscal budget for fiscal year 2026 will be $77.2 million. Of that, $60.5 million is in personnel services and $16.7 million is in other than personnel services. Agency headcount will be 455 for fiscal year 2026 preliminary budget, and that doesn't include the 363 per session judicial hearing officers in the hearings division, all of whom work on a part-time schedule. Whatever challenges await the city, Oath's amazing staff have dedicated themselves to meeting the moment and making sure that New Yorkers receive impartial hearings and timely decisions. Oath's staff is very much New York's fairest. As noted, I'm going to submit a more detailed version of the testimony into the record, but for now, I look forward to our continued efforts with the City Council, and I welcome any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Brewer, if you would like to ask questions anytime, please just let us know. Let's start with the head count. Why is Oath's actual head count as of January 25 over the budgeted head count by, I believe, 16 positions?
So our head count with the, under the fiscal 2026 upcoming budget will about break even. Currently, we're just one over that amount. And the reason that we're over the amount is because our needs have grown. And when our needs have grown and when we've needed additional resources to adjudicate cases, we've gone to OMB, we presented them with the evidence, and they've approved our request to have additional staff. And they have allowed us to hire additional staff, but have not yet put those funds into the budget. They've said they will put those into future plans. So that's why we have more staff than are actually budgeted for.
So Oath's budget has increased 30% since the FY25 preliminary budget. Last year, Oath's budget increased 23%, $14 million from when we had our hearing to the adopted budget. So a 23% increase from prelim to adoption, $14 million. That's a big increase for a small agency, including $4.2 million in new baseline needs for 23 new positions. You had testified during our preliminary budget hearing that Oath has the resources it needs. So a little confused at how we got there, but that being said, are you intending to ask for additional needs again this year, and will you share with this committee what those intentions are?
Well, I can answer it in a word, and that word is cannabis.
Is what?
Is cannabis.
Cannabis.
A key change since when we last sat here, council member, was the legal change that allowed the sheriff of New York City to enforce the state cannabis law. And anyone who, of course, is subject to a fine or a penalty is entitled to due process, and those cases came before Oath. So we had a new form of case come to us in the last year, and not just a new form, but a case that was subject to expedited handling. So we needed additional resources. That included additional adjudicators, both part-time and full-time, and that included other administrative staff. So those are just some of the changes over the last year where we've gone to OMB and said, there's a new need, we need additional funding, and we received that additional funding. There was a second part to your question that I don't recall, council member.
Do you have new needs for this year?
We do, and we've submitted those to OMB, and we are in active discussions with them about those needs and the details behind them.
Anything you can share with us?
There are needs related across the department. They are both needs that concern what the public sees, the adjudicators, but there are also needs that concern our internal infrastructure.
So both staffing and OTPS?
Correct.
Okay. I'd like to shift to summons. The PMMR showed that summons were up another 35% in FY25 and on track to exceed 1 million summons issued for the year. This is more than double the number of summons issued when Mayor Adams took office in FY22. As I mentioned in my opening, I am deeply concerned about the impact these summons are having on New Yorkers and the lack of impact they're having to actually address and improve city conditions. Recent reporting showed that the Department of Health doubled the number of rodent summons, but 311 activity about rat complaints continues to increase. NYPD has just announced a new quality of life unit that will inevitably drive summons up even further, and my understanding is the NYPD is throwing the progress of the CJRA from the Mark Viverito de Blasio era out the window. I understand that Oath is not responsible for issuing these summons, just adjudicating. But you are the clearinghouse and the only agency that has insight into the cumulative impact that these million summons in FY25 have on New Yorkers. Have you done an analysis of the dramatic increase of the summons issued by the Adams administration and spoken to City Hall about it?
Yeah. I'm not sure I would characterize Oath as the place that would have insight into the impact of those increases. We do see the increases, and again, our job is to adjudicate the cases. So we are in a position to provide whoever wants to conduct that data analysis, be it City Council, be it City Hall, individuals who want to look at data to see what increases have gone up and what does that data tell us. We can provide that data. Oath sits on a tremendous amount of information regarding our summonses. And we issue many reports, including regular reports to council.
Have you flagged for your counterparts at City Hall the tremendous increase, a doubling since the time the mayor took office, so that they're thinking about the impacts of such a phenomenal increase in summons during this relatively short period?
It would be appropriate for Oath to flag for City Hall the impact it would have on Oath and our obligation to make sure we can provide timely hearings. It wouldn't be appropriate for the tribunal to flag for City Hall any larger societal impacts of those summonses.
But you do look at whether you think agencies are appropriately following their own rules and regulations and laws in the issuance of those summons.
In the issuance of those summonses. But if we were to see a trend that this particular agency sees this type of dismissals or whatnot, that would be for the agency to study to see, do they need to be doing anything differently? It wouldn't be appropriate for the court to say, hey, agency, we see XYZ thing happening, because then we lose our status as being an impartial party.
Certainly, I understand you're an impartial party, but flagging the trend lines, both for the impact for Oath, but also the impact on New York City, seems like a notable thing to do. It sounds like you have not had that conversation with counterparts at City Hall about 1 million summons that we're on track for 1 million. Do you know the average cost of a summons in New York City?
I don't, but
any of your colleagues?
It ranges. I can tell you that the lion's share, vast majority of summonses that we see are issued by the sanitation department. And the categories of summonses that we see most frequently are the types of summonses that have what we may consider to be lower level penalties. But I don't know how the numbers shake out if we were to do a pure across the board average. But again, council member, I think it's really important to point out that while you and others may think that there is great value in analyzing that increase, that is not an analysis that the tribunal should engage in.
I appreciate that sanitation is one agency that's seen a significant increase in summons, but when the last time I looked through all of this data, a broad range of agencies had shifted policies in this administration and were dramatically increasing the number of summons issued. Going from 500,000 to 1 million in 3 years, and that means that 1 out of 8 New Yorkers has an additional $75 that they owe to the city every single year, or whatever that average number is. That is a big financial impact on New Yorkers, and it's not clear to me that it's improving the quality of life in any way. And so I get that you're just here to you know, as Justice Roberts might say, judge the balls and the strikes, or call the balls and the strikes, but nobody is looking at the policy implications of encouraging every single agency to just issue as many summons as they possibly can and what that does to New York City. So I wish that this was a place where you would take the data that you're seeing and highlight for your counterparts at City Hall that we have a problem and that, you know, we can't just summons our way out of the issues that we're facing in New York City. Councilman Brewer, you want to jump in?
2 things. First of all, I'll say hello to your parents. That was great for me to meet them at that event. I want to talk about cannabis. I'm obviously interested in this topic. So 2 things. Are you getting payments from those that have been closed? Because I know that was a concern. And then also, I think there's ongoing litigation that includes questions about the unit's training and knowledge needed to preside over the cases. So I didn't know if you were doing anything different in order to deal with that issue. And number two is pedicabs. Why do some violations go to oath and others to the Midtown Court? I'm a big fan of Judge Wang at the Midtown Court, and he doesn't know why there's a difference also. And also, do you have any recommendations on how to deal with these pedicab issues?
Thank you, and thank you for the kind words, Councilmember Brewer, and we always appreciate your engagement with Oath and coming out to your district where we can work with your constituents on
We love
matters
John.
they may have. As to your questions regarding cannabis, Oath is the system of record with respect to payments made when a summons penalty is imposed. So if a hearing happens or there's a default and a penalty is imposed, we're the system of record that has the data both on what's been imposed, what's been paid, and what hasn't been paid. We are not in the business of going out and collecting on
Yeah,
those.
that's finance.
Right, and so we do have information and data on how much has been paid and how much hasn't been paid on that summons, on that those summons codes. As for training, if there's active litigation of which we know that there are some challenges regarding decisions that have come out of Oath, that's not something I can comment on, and that would be more appropriate for the law department. I'm not aware, and I'm happy to follow up, I'm not aware of particular real kind of substantive allegations that have been made regarding the training and competence of our hearing officers. But I can tell you anecdotally that I read the decisions that come out from our various hearing officers, and I've looked closely at the ones that are being issued regarding the cannabis cases. I don't overrule them. They are independent hearing officers, but I find the quality of them to be very good, thorough, engaging with the evidence, explaining the law. So I feel very confident in the capabilities of our hearing officers for these cases.
Okay.
On the question of pedicabs, I'm not sure. Can we get back to you on that? I don't know, sitting here today, what are the violations that are being issued against pedicab drivers and how that might differ from I'm sorry, it was which court?
Mayor's Midtown Court. It's
Midtown
on
Court.
54th Street, yep. Judge Wang.
All right, we will look into that and we'll see if we can get back to your office with some information about what is the difference between what type of violations come to Oath versus the Midtown Court. That's a new one for me. Thank you.
Okay. And then in terms of special education, that's something that I know you're dealing with more recently, and it's a big challenge in terms of the students and the families and so on. So on the Special Education Hearings Division, which now handles all due process cases for students with IEPs and individualized special education programs. How is this hearings division structured? I think the reason we're asking this question, and I think you know this, is the Carter cases are just blossoming, and costing. And so we're trying to figure out how they can be not adjudicated for the right position and student placement, but then there's a cost factor too. So I just want to know a little bit more about that division.
Sure. So the Special Education Hearings Division is one of our, as I mentioned, main three adjudicatory divisions, and it is led by a deputy commissioner. It started up right when I got here, so
Right.
It started in early 2022 by nature of the agreement between the city and the state in late 2021. And it started with just a handful of people, and it has grown significantly because of the need. We now have close to 100 independent hearing officers working full-time on staff. We have 4 special education attorneys who are not hearing officers, but they assist with legal casework. And we have about 19 to 20 administrative staff members. And these are the individuals who are the muscle behind the cases. They are the ones who line everything up and help with scheduling and support all of the independent hearing officers. So that's the structure of the unit, and the way that the process works is if a parent or family files a due process complaint with the DOE then has to assign that out. And before last January of 2024, DOE would assign out those cases, some to Oath and some to contracted IHOs not affiliated with Oath. Starting with January of last year, 2024, now all new cases come to Oath. So if DOE gets a due process complaint, whatever that volume is, they assign it to Oath.
Right.
So we are dealing with that volume on our end.
What's the timing between when the family files and there's adjudication and hopefully?
Yes, that's really the key question, and that timing question is what got Oath involved in the first place.
Right,
I'd like
I'm
to
aware. I
remind
know
you
Liz
that
Vladeck is the good person behind all that, yeah.
I understand. Before Oath got involved, average case length was over 250 days before Oath got involved. Now that we're involved, average case length is closer to 84 days, which is below the legal threshold of 105 days. The legal deadline time is 75 days. Usually there's a 30-day extension that people ask for. That's 105 days. So our average is below, but as noted in the PMMR, we still have work to do. About 80+% of our cases are closed within that legal deadline. A tremendous improvement from what the world was like before Oath took these cases. But of course, we want to get that number higher.
And are there new needs that are related to this division? Are there other fundings needed? Is there something, I know you say it would be good to get that, well, 20% or whatever it is, to be in the ballpark, or even less than 84 days. Are there new needs related to this division that you think should be evaluated?
These are things that we are regularly talking with OMB about. They just recently approved Oath posting and hiring 9 additional IHOs, which we quickly filled, and they are just completed training a week or two ago. So as we demonstrate with the numbers to OMB what the need is, OMB has been in active discussions with us, and as I mentioned recently, approving bringing on new people.
More on the policy level, and then I'll stop, which is obviously you're dealing with adjudication, that makes sense, but there may be policy implications. So do you also discuss that with the Board of Education? Because this Carter case is a big mess.
Yeah,
Not your mess, the population, our city, education. Is there like a policy implication that you would also discuss with the with the Department of Education?
We do not. While we do engage with the Department of Education on a number of fronts, mostly logistical and procedural, these broader issues about how to address services for students in New York who have special needs are policy decisions, and it is not the appropriate place for the tribunal to get involved in those discussions.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Council Member.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Brewer. I'd like to continue on the topic of special education hearings. So recognizing there's been some improvements relative to just the disaster of how this issue had been handled at the DOE, in the first 4 months of FY25, Oath closed only 85.6% of cases within the regulatory timeframe, which is down 10% from last year. And the average time to close cases increased 23% from 68 to 84 days. Could you speak to these declines and what measures Oath is taking to more efficiently resolve the cases?
Yeah, so I could say without scientific certainty, but I could say that our main understanding for that decrease in time was because of an increase in caseload.
Increase in time? But yeah.
Right. Meaning
yeah, no, I got you.
The drop in the compliance. I'm
Yes.
sorry. Was due to an increased caseload. In particular, last summer, because of some movements that were happening at the state level, there was a very sudden surge of a particular type of case that was filed by parents, and we've had to deal with that massive surge. And so the increased caseload has, of course, created new work. How are we dealing with it? Well, we have to very tightly manage internally how we do our case assignments, how we set up our processes, and then there comes the question of resources, which, as I mentioned, has had us go to OMB to say this is how our numbers have changed. This is what we think is the right ratio of cases per hearing officer. We think we need more resources, and we just got we got permission to hire a new IHO.
So the thing that I'm struggling with, and maybe I don't have a comprehensive enough understanding of the issue, but in last week's Education Committee's preliminary budget hearing, DOE spoke to a decrease in filings of due process claims by about 20% during the 24-25 school year, which I would have thought was reflected in these PMMR increases that are discordant with what you just testified to. Can Oath verify this decrease, and do you have any insight into why? And shouldn't that have worked in the opposite direction of what you just spoke to?
I can explain. I can't verify DOE's numbers, but if you were to tell me that DOE had an overall decrease in due process complaints, I can tell you why you don't see the commensurate decrease on the oath side. So here's the reason. It comes back to what I was explaining with Councilmember Brewer about us starting to take all new cases in January of 2024. So when you compare the two school years, before January 2024, even if DOE had this many cases, they were farming them out to both oath and the independently contracted IHOs. So we were not seeing that full volume. But come January 2024, we were now getting all the cases. So while the greater pool was shrinking, the gross number of cases going to oath was actually going up. Does that make sense? Or
I think so.
we were not seeing, if we were for the past several years seeing all of the cases and there were no contracted IHOs, then maybe there'd be more of a parallel trend line. But oath, looking at our gross numbers, we were not seeing all the cases. So we saw a gross increase from what was X before. I can tell you the fiscal year 2024 oath caseload total for the first 6 months of the fiscal year was just over 10,000, and fiscal year 25, it was just under 14,000, because we were getting more of these cases.
Okay.
It all goes to how DOE farms them out.
I wanted to follow up on the issue of this June 1st policy that
Yes.
DOE implemented for the first time this past year. My understanding is that for children attending non-public schools, let me restate that. DOE enforced the June 1st deadline for the first time for children that attend non-public schools regarding their applications for continued services. This resulted in thousands of children being left without vital services. Has OATH seen an increase in cases relating to this issue? How many? And is OATH taking into account the fact that the city never, ever previously enforced this deadline?
So this is a question that would come up in the course of a hearing. DOE, the June 1st deadline is in the law. It's up to DOE to raise that in a hearing or not as a legal defense or as a legal claim that this particular due process complaint or this assertion should not move forward because they missed the deadline. It is a legal...
Are they consistently raising it in hearings?
So it is, I'll come to that in a second. When it's raised, it then has to be adjudicated by the hearing officer. The hearing officer is going to look at that claim, they're going to look at the facts of that case, they're going to look at the law, they're going to reach a determination.
Do you give guidance to hearing officers on how to handle this?
Once they are trained, they are independent, they reach the determinations based on the fact and the law in front of them. So as an agency head, I do not give them guidance, not my place to. Our deputy commissioner does not direct them on how to rule in these. We trust them to reach the result that they believe is right under the law and the facts. So what it might mean is it could mean...
So that may mean that it's inconsistently applied depending on the hearing officer, if we don't have a consistent approach.
Well, I'll say this. We don't keep data on the details of individual dispositions. We may know the number of cases, but this is a legal ruling within a case. It's not something that we track. I can tell you anecdotally that since this issue emerged, anecdotally we've seen DOE raise it more as a claim in a case than we did before this past summer. So are we seeing it being raised as a claim by one party? Yes, we are. Do I have data on the frequency? I do not.
It's troubling because we've never seen the law implemented before. So for many people who have been navigating the very painful bureaucracy of our special education system for years, they didn't know this was a meaningful deadline, and then all of a sudden it was having outsized impact on their lives. And it sounds to me like we think DOE is raising this a bunch of the time, but we don't know exactly how much, and we don't know how different hearing officers are approaching it individually based on the facts of the case, even though it seems like we should be allowing for greater latitude or flexibility since there was no warning provided by the DOE that they were finally taking this deadline seriously. I just think we're putting families in a horrible position and dramatically impacting their access to the special education services that they need. Is there anything more that you can do in the leadership role of the agency in trying to help rectify this to ensure that families get the services and support that they deserve?
If it's a legal argument that a party is entitled to raise in a hearing, they can raise that, and the other party is in a position to explain why the hearing officer should or should not follow that argument.
Are these families primarily arguing cases without an attorney?
I don't have, one moment. I may have, 1 second, let me check something. As noted in our PMMR, we do have data on special education cases where parents are represented by counsel or other representative. It was, the 4-month actual for fiscal year 2024 was 94.36%. It went down, meaning there's more unrepresented individuals and parties to 72.28%.
72% unrepresented? Or 72% represented?
Represented, meaning it used to be 94.
So a quarter of families do not have representation.
Right. And that's in all cases, not in particular.
Not special education in particular?
No, I'm sorry, those are in all cases.
Special education.
Special education hearing
Right.
commission, yes.
And so quarter of cases don't have representation. Is Oath providing support and assistance for families that are navigating this process?
Yes. Our hearing officers, not only are they trained on this, they have an ethical duty to ensure that individuals in all of our divisions, not just Special Education Hearings Division, are given a fair opportunity to present their case.
Do you track
whether pro se.
outcomes compared to whether there's representation or not for the family?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Could you track that?
That's what I don't know. I don't know if we have cross data which would allow us to see outcomes versus representation or non-representation. I don't know that sitting here today.
We will follow up. If you do have that data, we would very much like to understand it. You all have a hard, let me do one more on this and then I'll give my spiel. The MMR showed there were about 3,500 more cases sent to Oath than closed in FY24, and about 6,000 more cases sent to Oath than closed in the first 4 months of 25. I know that when DOE started transitioning cases to Oath, there was a backlog of like 16,000 cases, so I think it's relative. I mean, as I mentioned, I think this is one of the worst corners of bureaucracy in all of city government, most dysfunctional. Could you speak to what the current backlog is? How many cases are still open for over 6 months, over a year? How are you tracking that from a kind of global view?
Yeah, so I'm not sure if we're using the same terminology. When we at Oath think of backlog, we are specifically talking about unassigned cases. So case filed with DOE that just hasn't even been given to a hearing officer, that hasn't been, as it's called, assigned.
Okay.
So there was a backlog before Oath got involved. Now there is zero backlog. A case gets to DOE within, I think, a day or two, and I could be wrong, it might be within the same day, it gets assigned out, and then we assign it to a hearing officer. So that means that if the backlog is zero, every case is with a hearing officer. It is just going to take time for those hearing officers to resolve those cases, and that gets us to the question of how we're doing with completing cases within the legal time frame.
Right. So, but we're seeing significantly more cases sent to Oath than closed. So 3,500 in FY24, 6,000 in the first 4 months of FY25. Those are significant discrepancies. How are we understanding that cases, that you all have the capacity to close these cases in a reasonable time frame at scale?
I understand. That is part of the strategies we have internally to look at the volume of cases we have, look at our hearing officer and staff capacity, determine how to proceed and assign those cases. So there's an internal management component of it, but then there's a resource component of it. And that involves the discussions we have with OMB when we show that the numbers have gone up, our staffing numbers have not changed much, there's only so many hours in the day. Can we hire more hearing officers? And then, as I mentioned, we recently got approval to bring on additional hearing officers. And if the numbers demand additional resources, we're going to continue to have those discussions with OMB.
Okay. I mean, look, we're seeing the average time to close cases has increased 23%. we realize that it's faster than it was in the old system, but still too slow. So I think we want to work together to understand what those needs are, and certainly with Chair Joseph, try to help advocate to make sure that families are getting the special education support that they deserve. I'll do two more quick questions and then encourage you to enjoy the rest of your Friday afternoon. Thank you for laughing, Gail. I appreciate you always. Mediations and consultations. The MMR showed that oath mediations for city employees increased 62% last year, and mediations for members of the public are up this year, although still only, I think, at 7. Is oath tracking the results of mediations? How can we scale up these programs more effectively?
So, one second, I do want to look at some data real quick. Yeah, the mediations for the members of the public, as you pointed out, are in single digits, so it's hard to kind of really say that the percentage increase. And the mediations for city employees.
No, that was the percentage increase I showed mentioned was for city employees.
Yes. Yeah. And so for city employees, we're happy to provide the services out of the Center for Creative Conflict Resolution. It's a great team of individuals that provides mediations, management training, restorative justice work for all of city government. And at every city agency, they have an ADR coordinator that helps connect with the center to do this type of work. And we are happy, I'm happy as an agency head, that every time they go and do a training, even with staff, central staff at City Council, that they get called to do more. So to your question about how are we tracking it, with our mediations and with our trainings, we issue a post-event survey, a post-mediation survey, a post-training survey. And the survey asks questions to help us improve our services. You know, what went well? Would you recommend this to someone else? Was your problem resolved? So we do have these kind of qualitative surveys that allow us to improve our services. And the overall takeaway from those surveys has been the work is effective and people like it and they want more of it. Which gets us to your question about have we thought about scaling it up? It's a small team of 9 professionals who, of course, leverage the help of the ADR coordinators at every agency, but 9 people, when you compare it to the city's workforce, is not a lot of folks. And there's a tremendous amount of good work to be done out there. And if we can avoid conflicts before they grow by using these alternative services, well, that helps everyone. So I have had some internal conversations about what would it look like for this team to be larger. But those are really all in their infancy stage, and that would be a much larger discussion that would involve City Hall, OMB, City Council maybe even, to see what would the next version of the Center for Creative Conflict Resolution look like.
Well, I think that this council has been supportive of increased efforts to mediate resolutions, and you know, I think if you can share data with us on how you've been successful with city government employees, we should be thinking about how to expand the model and support more people. So, you know, want to just continue that conversation and explore scaling that up together. And then lastly for me is around judicial hearing officers. So judicial hearing officers play a vital role in ensuring oath cases are handled efficiently. Since the pandemic, my understanding is that these officers have been working entirely remotely and are required to provide their own equipment, their own supplies. I know that there are ongoing collective bargaining negotiations on this, so we'll see what you're able to comment. But does Oath provide any supplies or support to Oath hearing officers who are operating remotely?
You're right. There are aspects of this that are governed by collective bargaining. The judicial hearing officers who are a vital part of Oath, they are the ones who are helping us get through those more than 220,000 hearings a day. Today, this Friday, we will likely clear more than 600, maybe more than 700 hearings today because of the work of our judicial hearing officers. So they are an essential team for what we do. Their work conditions are governed by their collective bargaining contract, and that includes whether or not Oath will cover expenses, including covering expenses for training. We will cover the expense for mandatory training. They are paid for that. They are not paid for the equipment that they use. That is their own expense. That's all subject to collective bargaining. We do provide support. Our IT team is available. Our help desk staff will assist them if they are having issues with their software or connecting to a hearing. So, of course, we want to make sure that they are in the best position possible to adjudicate their cases. So we do provide that type of support.
Just from a basic logic, it doesn't make sense to me that we have a full-time remote employee and we don't provide them with the basic equipment that they need to do their job. I understand that some of this has to be resolved through the collective bargaining process, but just wondering, have you conducted any cost assessment for the relevant supplies that a judicial hearing officer needs to do their job?
So there's a few elements to this. First is the judicial hearing officers, while they are fully remote, they are not full-time. They have an hourly cap of 1,000 hours per year. Many of them, they do different things. Some of them may have their own practice. Some of them may adjudicate in other forums. Some of them may decide that this is all they want to do, but it's only 1,000 hours a year. So we have to take into consideration that as well with respect to how resources are allocated. I recently held a town hall with our hearing officers. Like I said, they are a vital part of the Oath family. So in January, we invited all of them to come to a virtual town hall. Everyone was allowed to submit questions. We received over 24 questions. Some of them covered this issue. Some of them covered the topic of breaks. Some of them covered the topic of, what's the future of the hearings division at Oath. We had about 50 hearing officers attend. I was really happy with the participation. And the feedback I got afterwards was that the town hall was helpful. So we take many steps to engage with our hearing officer family members, but again, there are certain things that are going to be subject to their contracts, just as there are with all of our other employees who are represented by unions.
I'm just not familiar with any other employee in city government that has a full-time, that has a required remote component, and I don't see how it's not the city's obligation to provide the supplies or resources for them to be able to do their job. It just doesn't make sense to me. And so my understanding is this issue has been going on for years. We still don't have a resolution. We've heard from many angry judicial hearing officers. I appreciate you are engaging with them as their manager and giving them a chance to ask questions and engage constructively. It's the role of every commissioner across the city to do that on a consistent basis. But I hope in your capacity as the leader of the agency, you can encourage OLR to be reasonable that these judicial hearing officers deserve some basic support for the supplies they're required to do to provide an essential job in city government. So hopefully we will see this resolved and resolved soon. My basic understanding is that they get lost in a world that there's a million teachers. And so when things get bargained, there are much bigger fish, the biggest fish in the city, right? Sorry, not a million teachers, 100,000 teachers. I expanded our workforce slightly. But we've got 100,000 teachers. It's a lot of people. And how many judicial hearing officers are there?
There's a roster of about 390.
Okay, so we got 100,000 teachers and 300 and something thousand of these guys. They get lost in the sauce. But it's important, and they deserve it. And I hope that you can encourage OLR to do the right thing by this important component of your workforce.
Thank you.
With that, thank you very much for joining us today. It was a thoughtful conversation. We appreciate your hard work and the hard work of everybody at Oath.
Thank you to the council for your support and engagement. We appreciate it. Have a good afternoon.
Have a great day. And now we'll hear from the Law Department. Let me just apologize, Madam Corporation Counsel, for keeping you waiting. And we knew DCAS was going to go long. There's just too much there. But we tried to keep both short so that we could get to the law department. So we appreciate you and your team being with us today. I'd like to welcome our Corp Counsel, Muriel Good-Trufant, and the head of the Law Department to testify before our committee. The Law Department's fiscal year 2026 preliminary budget totals $259 million, including $180.8 million in personnel services funding to support 1,510 full-time positions and $78.2 million for other than personnel services expenses. The Law Department serves as legal counsel for the city, the mayor, various elected officials, and numerous city agencies. In the preliminary plan, the Law Department's fiscal year 2026 preliminary budget is $4.4 million greater than its fiscal year 25 adopted budget. The preliminary plan included additional baseline funding for 25 new positions to litigate and provide legal support related to the new cannabis laws, to address a gap in personnel services funding for existing agency headcount, and for outreach and public events related to the 2024 and 2025 Charter of Vision Commissions appointed by the mayor. Today, we look forward to discussing the Law Department's operations, their new needs, and other adjustments in the preliminary plan, staffing at the department, and the metrics reported in the FY25 PMMR. The Corp Counsel serves as the lawyer not for the mayor, but for the entire city. For decades, that was true more on paper than in reality. But since the Corporation Counsel has become subject to advice and consent, we've seen a meaningful shift. Under your leadership and the leadership of your predecessors, Georgia Pestana and Judge Hines Radix, the Law Department has treated the City Council as a partner in city government and has worked diligently to provide us with confidential guidance and support. This orientation allows us to do our jobs more effectively to the benefit of all New Yorkers, and for that, I truly am grateful. The Law Department continues to operate with 400 fewer personnel than prior to the pandemic, and Mayor Adams has cut 341 positions from the budgeted headcount. I remain concerned about the impact that this reduction in capacity has on Law Department operations. As we face growing legal threats from the federal government, it is critical that we fully staff the Law Department to ensure we are prepared to defend our city. I have a great deal of admiration for the many impressive lawyers I've had the privilege to work with and learn from at the Law Department, including Cheryl, Eric, and others. It is a beautiful thing to see one of the most impressive attorneys at the Law Department work their way up over a 30-year career to become Corporation Counsel. The City Council was proud to enthusiastically confirm your nomination last year. The Law Department has a vast portfolio, and I enjoyed reading the breadth of your work in the 2024 annual report. I also had a new understanding of the divisions after reading that report that I had never really had before, so I appreciated it. I'm grateful to all of the hardworking employees at the Law Department and have particularly appreciated the advice and support from the Law Department on critical projects in District 33, especially of late from Tasha McKnight and Chris Rio. Corporation Counsel, thank you for being with us today. We look forward to your testimony. And with that, I'd like to ask Committee Counsel to administer the oath and swear in the testifying representatives.
Good afternoon. Would you please raise your right hands? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this committee and respond honestly to council member questions?
I do.
Thank you. You can begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Ressler, Councilmember Brewer, and distinguished members of the Government Operations Committee. It is a pleasure to come before you to discuss the Law Department's fiscal year 2026 preliminary budget. I'm joined by First Assistant Corporation Counsel Cheryl Neufeld, Managing Attorney Eric Eichenholz, and Chief of Administration Jenny Nagel-Indigoen. The Law Department represents the city, the mayor, the City Council, other elected officials, and the city's agencies in all affirmative and defensive civil litigation. As a prosecuting agency, the department brings proceedings in family court alleging violations of criminal laws and represents the people of the state of New York in proceedings filed in criminal court to enforce the city's administrative code. Law Department attorneys draft and review local and state legislation, real estate leases, procurement contracts, and financial instruments for the sale of municipal bonds. The Law Department also provides legal counsel to city officials on a wide range of issues, such as civil rights, education, intellectual property, land use, and environmental policy. The department's work embraces all city entities and operations. Our impact is tremendous. The department currently has approximately 770 assistant corporation counsels, 685 legal support professionals. We are proud to be a leader in the legal profession, with approximately 29% of our lawyers being ethnically diverse and 57% women. The Law Department plays an important role in enhancing the city's fiscal strength, providing internal support to agencies and elected officials to ensure legal and ethical compliance in advocating for the public good. This fiscal year, our Municipal Finance Division has closed nearly $18 billion in bond deals, bringing needed financial resources to the city. Through the work of our Affirmative Litigation Division, in the first half of this fiscal year, we recovered over $30 million for the city and city entities. This includes monetary recoveries for property damage, breach of contract, anti-youth vaping, and opioid settlement payments, among other things. In addition, collection law firms supervised by the Law Department recovered another $12.8 million. We also anticipate saving the city over $100 million this fiscal year in payouts from the Judgment and Claims Fund through our continuing activity to compel insurance companies to defend and indemnify the city. In these cases, we are enforcing coverage for lawsuits arising out of the work performed by private contractors and permittees. Every case that an insurance company steps up to defend is a case that does not have to be defended by city lawyers, thus saving enormous legal resources. Settlements and judgments paid out by insurers in cases falling within the policy coverage also save the city substantial sums. As of January 2025, the Affirmative Litigation Division has saved more than $3 billion since the start of this program in the late 1990s. A further example is our Commercial and Real Estate Litigation Division, which defends the city in a wide range of contractual disputes. In FY24, the division saved the city $60 million by resolving $90 million worth of claims for $28 million. Similarly, our Tax and Bankruptcy Division's defense of real property tax assessments protected $76 million in property tax receipts in FY24 and almost $51 million during the first half of FY25. A large focus of our work this fiscal year has been addressing ongoing challenges in our city, as well as advising on asylum seekers, including the evolving landscape of federal policy and enforcement, and potential challenges to grant funding the city receives. Led by our executive team, a multidisciplinary group of attorneys from across several Law Department divisions continue to provide critical and timely legal advice to the mayor, city agencies, and independently elected officials. For example, the Law Department recently brought a lawsuit seeking to recover $80 million in grant funds that were improperly clawed back by the federal government. These efforts by the Law Department support the city as it faces existing and new challenges while ensuring compliance with federal, state, and local laws and rules. As you are aware, our office works side by side with council staff on crafting legislation. We also represent the council when local laws are challenged. We were pleased to represent the City Council's interest in the non-citizen voting law case including before this state's highest court. The law department represents the city and its employees in litigation in more than 70,000 cases annually. We have experienced an increase in pending cases, particularly in our largest division, tort, where there are now more than 31,000 pending cases, including a large number of Adult Survivor Act and Child Victims Act cases. The tort caseload remains steady this year due to our ongoing efforts to efficiently address case backlog. For example, the Universal Legal Search Tool discussed last year continues to help significantly reduce the backlog of discovery motions, including motions to strike the city's answer in cases in which the city otherwise has a meritorious defense. Additionally, within this fiscal year, we have made advances in rebuilding following the unprecedented level of attrition we have talked about in past years. Nonetheless, growth of new and challenging cases remain a concern as our mitigation efforts continue. Notably, we continue to address the influx of hundreds of cases brought against the city pursuant to the Child Victims Act, the Adult Survivors Act, and the Gender Motivated Violence Act. Look-back periods reviving time-barred claims for these three acts have resulted in claims with an estimated value of more than $1 billion. The Family Court Division is the second largest division in the law department, with our largest prosecutorial practice. Its mission is twofold: through juvenile justice and interstate child support. We are the presentment agency for all juvenile justice, adolescent offender, and interstate child support cases referred to the New York City Family Courts. Under the rehabilitative mandate of the Family Court Act, the Family Court Division must work to achieve outcomes that serve the needs of each individual youth brought before the court, while at the same time protecting the interest of crime victims and ensuring the safety of the community at large. Our family court attorneys work in approximately 30 locations, 365 days and nights a year, including nights, weekends, and holiday operations. The number of serious matters handled by the Family Court Division continues to rise. In 2024, juvenile justice cases referred increased by 20%. 70% of the referrals represent felony charges. This is in addition to the 52% in case referrals in 2023. New York City continues to experience a high volume of cases surrounding violence and the possession of firearms. In 2024, there were 411 firearm cases referred to the division. Mirroring a national trend, child support case referrals, after a recent increase, decreased this year by approximately 8%. My testimony today provides a limited survey of the very broad and varied legal work performed by the law department. By keeping the interest of all New Yorkers at the center of our work, we can do what is right and reinforce the trust in government, and that is our core commitment. I thank you for your support of the law department and look forward to our continued collaborations. I and my colleagues would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. If I do court counsel, is that a good way to?
That is fine.
Great.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you for that thoughtful testimony and that thorough testimony. I'd like to just start with staffing. The preliminary plan included 1,454 full-time positions budgeted for FY25 and 1,510 for FY26. As of January, the law department's actual headcount was 1,373. which leaves 81 vacant positions for the current fiscal year, a 5% vacancy rate. But if we factor in the 341 positions that Mayor Adams cut from the Law Department's budgeted headcount, the real vacancy rate is more like 24%. Prior to the pandemic, the Law Department had 1,774 staff members on board. You're now operating with 400 fewer people, nearly a quarter of the agency. Could you provide an update on how many attorneys and support professionals you currently have on staff?
We have approximately 770 attorneys on staff and 685 legal support professionals.
So we saw a 1% increase in the number of attorneys since a year ago, and a 2% increase in the number of 3% maybe increase in the legal support professionals. Considering how far down we are from the pre-pandemic peak, I continue to be very concerned. Which units have been most impacted by the decrease in staffing over this 5-year period?
In particular, our tort division has been most impacted.
Could you share with us, not today obviously, but in writing, a list of the number of assistant court counsels per unit and how that compares, I think, to the pre-pandemic peak, if you have that?
Yes, we can get that for you.
Thanks, and just don't forget to turn the mic on when you can. Is the Law Department currently subject to the 2-for-1 hiring policy?
For certain positions, yes.
Could you give me a sense of scale? Like for most positions?
For most positions, yes.
For all but a small, is the department overwhelmingly subject to a 2-for-1 policy?
I will refer that question to my colleague, Jen Nagel Endigoen.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
In general, we are subject to the 2-for-1. The exceptions would be new needs we were recently given, so for example, cannabis.
Got it. So with the exception of cannabis, the agency is subject to 2-for-1?
And Child Victims Act, because we have...
And Child Victims Act. So with those two exceptions, which are a very small portion of the total agency's work, overwhelmingly the agency is subject to a 2-for-1.
Everything else is 2-for-1, yes.
It's just, 400 fewer staff, right, from just 5 years ago. The reason I get so upset about this is because when you all are not properly staffed, it slows down the functioning of everything else in city government. I mean, when I worked on the other side of City Hall, I was always kind of shocked by how much had to go through Cheryl's desk or Eric's desk or Amrita's desk. And when you don't have the staff there, it just means that the buildup of things that you have to process is going to take longer and longer and longer. And so every other agency can't do their basic jobs. They can't enforce effectively without guidance on how to do it, or they can't address labor policies without with the guidance on how to do it. I realize your portfolios are bigger now. I just, as previously. Are you in conversations with ONB about lifting the 2-for-1 restriction?
We are always in conversation with OMB on a number of topics.
That was artfully said. Okay. Have you just conducted any sort of analysis on how the decrease in headcount has impacted the law department's ability to operate efficiently? Is there anything that you've looked at that you can share with us or that you've shared with OMB to help make the case for why 2-for-1 should be lifted and why we need significantly new headcount?
Our discussions have not squarely been around 2-for-1 per se, but about where increased resources are needed to meet the needs of the agency. So, for example, if you look at cannabis, for which we have new heads, there was a review done as to what work would be needed and what types of staff were needed to do that work. And so those are the types of conversations we have with OMB. They are around the work.
Right. Okay. I mean, I think that we just have to, I understand that it's easy to make an argument to the public and to the budget director when we don't have enough staff to process food stamps applications or public assistance applications, and that it's slowing up people accessing critical benefits. And you can make that direct correlation a lot more easily. But when we don't have people in the environmental division reviewing things, it gums up the works of city government in all kinds of critical ways that can be a little bit harder to neatly synthesize. And I just wonder what kind of analysis you've done of how the staffing impacts over a period of time where the agency has shrunk so much, how we can better make that argument together to the budget office that we need, for the resources we need.
We continue to speak with OMB about all of our staffing needs.
Fair. If we can help, please let us know. I think it's important, and we want to be good partners to the law department so that you have the support that you need. I'd just like to ask about the new staffing needs. So the preliminary plan included $5.5 million in city funding for FY25 and baseline that funding of 4.5 of that funding starting in FY26 for staffing costs. No additional headcount was included with this adjustment. Does it relate to new or existing headcount? And if existing, how many positions does it relate to?
Our Chief of Administration will take that question.
Hello again. So as we move through the year, OMB recognized that some attrition assumptions, I think, that had been baked into their analysis just were not coming true. Our attrition rates are way down, which is great.
That is great. That had been an issue earlier in this administration, right? And Judge Hines Radix, I believe, had made that a big priority, and we've seen improvement there.
Right.
Great. Why?
Well, I think that's enough. You can.
So,
sorry, I didn't give you a chance to answer the question before you piqued my interest.
I think when we were here with Judge Hines Radix, she actually laid it out. We did a review and enhancements to the attorney's salary structure. I think we've seen flexible work obviously be something that both of which have really benefited our agency. And when those two things were implemented sort of in rapid fire, one right after the other at the law department, I think you saw a lot more people choosing to stay. I think it also coincided, somewhat coincidentally, with the managerial retroactive pay increases, right? So all of those things happened in very short order, and the result of that was that our attrition dropped dramatically, which of course thrilled us.
Great. And was there more that you were going to add on?
Slightly. So when OMB recognized that, they basically moved to fill the gap.
Okay. I know I'll shift to Councilmember Brewer after this topic. I just want to, we are facing, I think, totally unprecedented threats from the Trump administration. Budgetary impacts, undermining our policies that are undermining our local laws, our ability to protect the most vulnerable New Yorkers, our water, our air, everything we stand for feels like it's at risk. The law department, of course, is our critical backstop in fighting back against federal overreach and conflict and policies that are in conflict with our values. So has the law department taken any proactive steps to review potential legal threats that the city is facing from the Trump administration? Are you expanding staff capacity to litigate and protect New Yorkers against the kind of chaos coming out of Washington?
We most definitely have taken proactive steps. As I mentioned in my testimony, we have a multi-divisional team that looks at various questions. That's in addition to items that are examined within our particular divisions, such as, but not limited to, our affirmative litigation and environmental law divisions. We have a number of partners throughout the country with whom we share information and strategy and
At states, municipalities, both?
both.
Okay.
And other entities. And so we are closely reading, we're closely monitoring. There are places where we are participating as a party, places where we are an amicus, instances where we might be part of a common interest agreement with partners in order to watch a topic, and when the time is ripe, to take the next step.
Do you need sign-off from the mayor to engage with partners in pushing back on issues, do you need sign-off from the mayor or from City Hall when exploring ways to push back against federal overreach or to work with partners on this type of litigation?
Not necessarily. There are certain questions that I do discuss with the mayor, because if there's something that's going to be in the paper the next day, he should hear from me first.
Totally.
And so
Bare minimum.
So there are some things that are discussed, but we have 70,000 matters overall, and so every thing that we do can't possibly be discussed.
Is he conflicted out from dealing with any issues relating to the federal government, the Justice Department, as a result of his situation?
I would like to not answer any questions about his personal situation, because we represent only the city, and we make certain that we keep that line very bright.
Totally understood. And I'm not asking about his case. I'm asking if the existence of the case poses a conflict of interest that limits his ability to provide guidance or policy direction on matters that affect the city's dealings with the federal government.
We are very mindful of our ethical obligations, and the law department makes sure that we follow our ethical obligations.
Good. Thank you for that answer. I was relieved that the city decided to file a lawsuit regarding the $80 million in migrant funds that was stolen from the city's bank accounts. Could you provide an update on the status of that lawsuit? Do you have sufficient resources to fight that out?
It is still in the very early stages. We sought emergency relief, which was not granted. And part of the reason it was not granted is that we were seeking money, and typically money is not given on an emergency basis in any type of court proceeding.
Fair.
And so we will continue to vigorously fight the matter, though, and recover our funds.
Great. Do you anticipate any new needs in this budget process to ensure that you have adequate staff for the looming range of federal challenges that we're facing? If they decide to rescind more funds, they seek to tie funding to values that are anathema to the people of New York City, sanctuary city status, et cetera, efforts to undermine the LGBTQ communities in New York. Do you have the staffing resources you need to fight back?
We have been in conversation frequently with OMB on our needs, particularly with respect to the changing landscape. If more is needed, we will definitely request more.
And I found the Trump administration's attacks on private law firms to be chilling, and I was really saddened by how Paul Weiss folded this week, and I think agreed to $40 million worth of pro bono services at the Trump administration's behest. We rely a lot on pro bono partners in New York City. Do you believe that will be able to access support from pro bono attorneys and the law firms of New York on federal cases, or is that landscape now muddled?
It depends on the particular partners. I have, for matters that I can't discuss here, but I have talked to people who are at mid-size or smaller firms who are glad to be of assistance.
Great. That's good to hear. We should recognize folks who are willing to step up. I will pause here if Councilmember Brewer would like to jump in.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for all your response to our many letters. You are prompt, and I appreciate it very much. I write a lot of letters, and I appreciate the response. A couple of things. You mentioned, I think, when you were speaking, that you hire firms to do collections, and you collected quite a bit. So why wouldn't you expand that unit because there are so many unpaid fines and fees? The reason I'm interested in this, I'm always contacting IBO to get the list of unpaid fines and fees, and it's always pretty high. Much of it, of course, is finance, but you do your own. So I just was wondering why you wouldn't hire more to do more collection.
There are 3 or 4 firms, and they basically get paid based on how productive they are. And the work comes out of Department of Finance and other agencies for whom we collect unpaid debt. If we get to the point that bringing on another firm would be of a financial benefit.
A cost benefit.
Yeah, to a firm, we certainly will do that.
Okay, because it does seem to me that last time I checked, it was about 2-3 years ago, and it was like $2.1 billion total. It's a lot of money. Second, cannabis, my favorite topic. So I think the plan says that you spent 1.4 in fiscal 25 and 2.8 baseline in 26 for 25 cannabis enforcement positions. So I just want to know what the role of the law department is as it relates to the laws and enforcement. It's a fluid situation, I think, because you have, I take a lot of responsibility and glee from closing with the sheriff a lot of the illegals, and I'm pleased that there are some new legals, but there's a lot in there. Not just sort of break down the new positions, some of the funding issues, and what you think will be the future. How is the anticipated revenue compared to our expenditures? Like, how much are we spending, and is it, worth it?
I will introduce our response and then yield to my very learned colleagues for follow-up. And so
the cannabis experts.
Yes, the cannabis experts. The need for staffing is in multiple divisions because there are a variety of ways that we assist in the work. There's work from our legal counsel division that provides a lot of counseling on detailed policy matters as to how things are rolled out. Our administrative law and regulatory litigation division assist with practical implementation of those laws, and as well as the various Article 78s and other proceedings that are brought as a result of closures. We anticipate there will be false arrest claims brought in state and federal court, and so there are lines there for tort and special federal litigation. There's also a line for appeals because we anticipate a number of appeals to escalate to that point of litigation. And I will now have Cheryl Neufeld, who is an expert in cannabis, to share more.
Well, thank you, Corporation Counsel. All right, thank you, Corporation Counsel. I do believe you covered most of it. I can say the work that I have been involved with, sort of at the executive level, is coordinating, as Corporation Counsel said, on the various regulatory policies. We implemented a number of rules. The Administrative Law Division has somewhere between 70 and 100 Article 78s that they've done so far. A number of them have been orders to show cause with very quick return dates and applications for temporary restraining orders. They have not been successful on all, but have been successful on a majority, as well as our colleagues in the Appeals Division, who has had to go in on very quick appeals on cases where judges might not have agreed with the city's position. So,
Wow, that's a lot.
it has been a busy time.
Do you have some sense of what the revenue will be as going forward? And then how much are you just spending on enforcement so far, just generally? In other words,
Those are questions better answered by our colleagues at our partner agencies, the Sheriff's Office, the Police Department. We aren't involved in the issuance of the summonses or the collection efforts there too, but I am confident they have that information.
okay. Next question is just charter revision. There are two charters, as you know, competing or complementary. It's not clear. And so I go testifying in all of them, having no idea what will end up on the ballot. But I think there is money associated with your agency and their existence. So I just want to know how the funding amounts were determined. Are you working on both or just the mayor's charter? And what's your role in charter revision commissions? It's a little strange at this moment.
I will start, and then I will yield to our Chief of Administration for more information. Historically, money has been put in the Law Department's budget for charter revision commissions, I think mostly because it's a convenient place to put it. And so a charter revision commission may decide that they need to hire a firm to do an information campaign for the electorate. That firm would be paid by the Law Department, even though the Law Department would not have any actual connection to retaining that firm, but we are holding the money. And so that is why you see funds in our budget for charter revision. Separate from that, our legal counsel division provides a wealth of counseling to charter revision commissions on how mechanically to carry out their task. And I will ask Jen if I have missed any detail.
The only detail I think that I could provide additionally is the way the amounts are determined for the 2024 Charter Commission funding, Charter Revision Commission funding. That was just the amount that was still owed. I think that was primarily for the advertising campaign surrounding the election in November, and that was a current fiscal year cost, so they didn't fund that before. As far as the other one, that is the 2025 Charter Revision Commission amounts, that was just the estimate, is subject to revision later.
Okay. So you don't have anything to say about which ballot proposals end up on the ballots, which is what's going to be the real issue?
No, we do not.
Okay, all right, thank you.
But you'll consult on the language of the ballot
Only if
question.
someone asks us a question. We are support.
Right. When I was on the other side, we went back and forth with Spencer and others on the wording of every sentence very, very carefully. But one more just cannabis follow-up to Councilmember Brewer. Ms. Neufeld, are there any, I realize it's the agencies that are doing the enforcement day to day, but are there any limitations that you've seen in state law or areas where there's a need for greater flexibility or things that you would highlight for us to ensure that we can consistently shut down illegal cannabis operators? Are there any roadblocks that we're encountering on a consistent or, a recurring basis?
I will say what I can say publicly, which is there is a current decision which you might be aware of regarding enforcement of places that sell hemp and how the city can or can't enforce in those locations. That's a public decision. There are further legal avenues that we're going to be exploring with the courts on that, but that is a current subject that we're thinking about.
Okay. And in addition to hemp, there isn't any, you feel like we have been empowered appropriately as a city to enforce against illegal cannabis shops?
So some of those touch on areas that are covered by privilege discussions, but it's always something that we're thinking about to make sure we're using the law the best way that we can and advising the agencies in that way.
Okay. If there are changes that you think we should be pursuing, I think it's primarily state law, that we should be advocating for. I know this is a great, that Councilmember Brewer is a great passionate advocate on this issue, but I think many members of the council would similarly want to help push. And so if you have any advice or counsel you'd like to share with us on ways in which we can be helpful in helping to amend decisions that have been made in Albany, please let us know.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to shift to Rikers. So the mayor rather oddly stated on television over a month ago that there would be an executive order to allow ICE back onto Rikers. Has the law department been involved to date in the drafting of this executive order?
To the extent that we provided any advice on such a subject, I cannot share.
So when we asked, so you're the third person I've asked about this through the preliminary budget process so far, so I'll share with you what others have said, see if that can help us get to any more clarity. The Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs and the Asylum Seeking Office, I don't know what Molly's office is officially called, said they had not been consulted whatsoever and had no information or insight or information at all about this executive order. When we asked the Department of Corrections, they said that they had been involved in the drafting of the executive order, but they had only been consulted by the counsel to the mayor, and they were not aware that the law department had been involved to date. That was a week ago today. Are you able to offer, I presume that any final executive order would require the review of the law department. Is that right? Maybe require is the wrong word. It would typically receive the review and input from the law department.
It may.
And today you're not in a position to speak to whether your team has provided input on the drafting of that executive order?
That's correct.
Okay. I don't know another way to ask the question. If I did, I would try a third way. So we all have jobs to play. So shifting to ICE in New York City. It was reported in January that Mayor Adams advised city agencies, including schools, shelters, et cetera, that they could let ICE agents in if they could allow ICE agents looking for immigrants onto city property without warrants if city personnel, quote, felt reasonably threatened by their presence. Did the law department advise the mayor's office on this guidance?
We have partnered with the mayor's office as well as Moya on guidance, and we participated in a clarifying guidance to all city agencies at the beginning of February that made clear that any non-local law enforcement officer who comes to a city facility looking for an individual must comply with the Fourth Amendment, and that is have a judicial warrant.
Good. So that was the cleanup, essentially, to what had been confusing guidance around feeling reasonably threatened and in those circumstances allowing ICE agents onto city property.
I think that there was always a requirement of Fourth Amendment compliance. When people began to ask follow-up questions, what if this happens? What if that happens? For some, the message got muddled, and in order to unmuddle it, we did a very clean, I think, flow chart. If A, then B.
Right.
Period.
Okay. And has your team been proactively working with agencies to ensure that all city employees or that key city employees understand the city's sanctuary city laws and the criticality of compliance with the Fourth Amendment?
Yes, but I'll note that our work is primarily with the general counsels of each agency. We are not tasked with actually
Sure. That's fair.
doing the training.
And has the mayor's office sought to interfere in any way with the law department's guidance to city agencies about the Fourth Amendment and the requirement of a judicial warrant to enter city property in search of individuals?
No.
Good. I think that my colleague has sufficiently covered cannabis. So I'd like to shift to representation decisions, particularly some of the representation decisions that your predecessor had been tasked with making. I've been concerned about some of law department's representation decisions for city employees and both the resources and the cost impact that this has on the already strained law department. Can you explain for us the process by which the law department determines whether or not to represent an employee accused of sexual harassment?
Yes. I'm going to start, and then I'm going to toss it to Eric Eichenholz. The start is that we follow the general municipal law, 50K, and it requires that if an employee is acting in the scope of their employment and is not in violation of an agency rule or regulation, that they are entitled to representation. And so now I pass it to Eric.
I think that covers the basics.
Yeah,
If you have
agree.
any specific questions.
Well, I guess I'm interested. No, I agree. I think that covers the basics well. After you became corp counsel, did you do a review of the existing employees represented by the law department and a review to ensure that those cases met that standard?
We have 70,000 cases. And so what happens in our matters, and let me hasten to add before I finish the sentence that the 70,000 is not the number of defendants that we are representing. There are cases where we represent multiple defendants in each case. So we may represent, more than 1 million people in various iterations throughout the various cases. As a case progresses, there are always opportunities to review whether the representation protocols have still been met. The easiest example of such a review is if we are representing someone who, after the case started, was charged by their agency with misconduct in connection with the case, and that matter was adjudicated at an agency level, and now there is indeed a finding of a violation of agency rules and regulations. We would move to withdraw from representation of that individual.
That's all very helpful. I guess to be direct, there have been a number of very high-profile senior officials in the Adams administration who, apparently have been in violation of rules and regulations of their agency, and yet have received public representation, either by the law department or an outside attorney. And it was reported widely in the press, that this was one of the major sources of conflict that led to Judge Heinz Radix's decision to part ways with the administration. And so I just wondered if any of those senior officials that were directly reporting to the mayor that have, I think, largely now been separated from the administration, Has there been any notable updates on any of those cases? I'm particularly concerned about the Tim Pearson case, which just appeared particularly egregious to me as an observer.
Are you speaking about sexual harassment case?
Well, there are a number of different allegations against Mr. Pearson, so I could pick I guess I have a series of choices, but in totality, I am concerned about the decision to represent him and the ways in which he has been, in many respects over a period of time during his tenure in the administration, flouting the rules and regulations of Mayor's Office, EDC, the Police Department, and just wondered if there has been any decision to revisit the provision of free counsel on his behalf.
Eric Eichenholz is going to speak further on this matter.
Okay. So I think we've spoken previously about
in this room,
in this very room,
similar seats.
Mr. Pearson, yes. This is, as it was then, it is now challenging for me to sort of, I think at a high level, when we take out privilege, work product, etc., from the discussion, there hasn't really been a change. We are still representing him in a series of cases in which we are providing representation. And I believe there is one case unrelated to those series of sexual harassment cases where he has not been served, and therefore he has not requested, nor have we provided him representation. We have, obviously, as I said then, and I'll say it again now, we continue to review everything we learn about Mr. Pearson as information comes to us through discovering those cases through other sources. And we continue to discuss internally whether it's representation, whether it's the city's posture in a case, how that might affect the case. But obviously those discussions are internal, they're work product at this point. And so I think, while, I will say on the surface level, nothing has changed. Obviously, we continue to discuss internally the best ways to proceed moving forward. And if there are developments, obviously, we will, it'll be noticeable in the litigation, but, they will occur. But
I appreciate, look, these are difficult questions for you all to answer, and I appreciate you trying to answer them in good faith within the restrictions that you have to abide by. So I appreciate that. I guess it's no surprise. I just think it's really problematic that with all of the many allegations of sexual harassment against him across many members of his team, across the nickname crumbs, across the different ethical and across the different ethical violations that he is allegedly responsible for, it's just really hard for me to understand why it would be in our interest as a city to represent him. But at the end of the day, you all have to do that due diligence. You know facts that I do not have, but appreciate your ongoing analysis and assessment of the case. I'm going to try and not keep you here all day, so let me do three more topics. Juvenile justice, which I appreciate you referencing, Madam Court Counsel, in your testimony. I'm very concerned about the reality that we've seen the number of youth in detention, number of kids in jail increase from 119 to 270 since FY21. And it just keeps going up and up and up under the Adams administration. Kids are sleeping in classrooms which is just wrong. And, and we've seen the Department of Probation in particular slash the diversion programs, evidence-based diversion programs that could have provided better opportunities for those young people. I know the law department has a limited role here, but you do have a role, and I'm hopeful the law department can help us do more to keep kids out of jail. So the law department serves as the prosecutor in these cases, in many of these cases that potentially lead to kids getting placed in jail. I'd like to focus on the prosecutorial discretion and what is a result of the deliberate policy choices by the Adams administration. So the PMMR showed that the youth arrests for major felonies increased another 16% during the first 4 months of this year. It's on track to be more than double the number of arrests since FY21. Meanwhile, the percent of youth successfully referred to diversion programs dropped again this year, down to 77%. It used to be close to 90% pre-pandemic. A lot of data there, but the percent of cases referred to the law department that were prosecuted increased to 38%, up from 24% in the PMMR last year. What drove that increase? And does the lack of available diversion programs have an impact in your ability to have judges, place people in specific credible alternative approaches, in specific credible alternative programs?
There are a number of things that are driving referrals. We unfortunately don't get to pick or direct what comes to us. We did speak briefly about the increase, unfortunately, of violence, and for a few years there have been more crimes occurring with firearms, and so those are definitely impacting the work that is flowing to the law department. I also like to also just note very quickly, since you spoke about placements and the 270-some youth that have been placed, less than 10, or approximately 10, are those whose cases came through the law department. So most of the youth who are placed are not the work of the law department.
Okay, that's helpful to hear. I've never heard that statistic before. I will note, because there's been a lot of attention around the gun cases. Last year, the law department shared data with our office that there was only an 8% increase in firearm cases from 384 to 415, but a 52% increase in juvenile case referrals. So we're interested in understanding the analysis of the 6,000 plus cases to see where the increases were, and that aren't just firearms, because the firearm is such a small percentage. And I take that, we all take gun cases very seriously. We know there needs to be accountability, and we need to get guns off of our streets, but it seems like there's a lot more that's driving the data. So, I am happy to hear that only 10 of the 270 kids who are currently in jail tonight are a result of law department action. But I'm just wondering, is your team participating in any interagency work groups with the other relevant agencies, ACS, DOP, et cetera, to try and help reduce the population of youth in detention?
Absolutely. We participate in a number of partnerships across the various agencies and with the courts, and we are also proactively in the community trying to direct youth on better paths so that they don't encounter us in a courtroom, they encounter us in a classroom.
Yeah. No, it's one of the things that has, we've seen substantial cuts from the Department of Correction and the Department of Probation budget focused on reentry programming and diversion programming and ATIs and ATDs, all investments that keep our young people and keep people as a whole out of incarceration and that are evidence-based and work. And so, the particular cuts at the Department of Probation that serve young adults, the ARCHES program, the Next Steps program, these are highly effective programs with great providers, and Commissioner Holmes has insisted on just cutting them. And I ask her at every hearing, and I still don't have a clue why. So I hope that we can all work together to find ways to push to make sure that those options are available to our young people, because they are much better solutions than jail. Increases in judgments and claims, which I'm sure you are ready for today, because the numbers are quite notable. According to the PMMR, payouts made for judgments and claims against the city in state and federal court increased by 4% during the first 4 months of fiscal year 25 when compared to the same period last year. In fiscal year 24, payments had hit a recent high of $1.52 billion, up from $1.21 billion in FY23 and up from just $794 million in FY22. So we're looking at double since FY22. What drove this increase in payouts since FY20? What's driven this increase in payouts? Is it primarily the Child Victims Act?
Those particular increases are the result of two categories. One, large class action settlements, and second, reverse conviction settlements.
Okay.
And so within those categories, for example, in the previous fiscal year, FY24, there was a very large class action entitled Lynch that resolved, that was approximately $170 million, and that is a significant component of the judgment of claims. There were also a number of reverse conviction cases where payouts to individuals were more than $10 million each. So if you have 5 such payouts in a large class action, you can see quite readily how you can have a spike in a particular year.
Fair. It's just that we've seen a steady increase over a number of years, and to go from 700 plus million to 1.5 is, those are big swings. And I get that a few key cases can have an outsized impact, but is the law department taking steps to reduce the judgment and claims expenditures? Is there anything that you all can do to try and rein in this expense?
There are a number of things that we do. We have a risk management division that works both in the department and with agencies at risk mitigation efforts, and particular look at matters that have caused the city to be liable on a class basis for particular activities, and get agencies to change behavior such that so those things don't happen again.
I wanted to ask about PD payouts in particular. An analysis by Legal Aid found that the city paid $205 million in police misconduct lawsuits in 2024. It's almost double the $114 million we paid in 2023. And since 2018, these lawsuits have cost the city $750 million. I will tell you, I think the most shocking testimony I've received in the last 2 weeks of budget hearings was from the CCRB. The CCRB has a 62% increase in police misconduct complaints over the last 2 years, largely driven by excessive force complaints by the NYPD. They have seen such a dramatic reduction in their staffing that for 23.5% of cases, they don't investigate at all. They just close them out automatically if search issues, illegal seizure of properties, discourtesy, et cetera. So we're seeing this major increase in PD payouts, and we're seeing a major increase in complaints against the CCRB, complaints to the CCRB for police misconduct. I recognize you don't control the police department, but what can we do to stem the increase in these cases? Are you flagging these issues for Commissioner Tisch, for City Hall, to note that we've clearly got a trend that's moving in the wrong direction?
We meet regularly with the police department. They're one of our clients, and we discuss both trends as well as particular cases.
Do you think that there are any strategies being developed to reduce these payouts?
Well, I would say that there certainly is training that is occurring throughout the police department in order to make certain that activity is compliant with applicable law.
Okay. I mean, I'm very pleased about Commissioner Tisch's appointment. I think that we're seeing a degree of accountability and integrity and competence return to the leadership in 1PP that had been lacking. That being said, I'm I'm just very concerned about the long-term impacts this has on police-community relations when we're seeing such a large spike in complaints against police officers for excessive force, and it's manifesting itself in terms of increased payouts that we're having to fork over every year, and people deserve them. I'm not even angry at it. But they shouldn't be happening in the first place. And so I appreciate that it's on your radar, that you're having these conversations. I hope that with her new leadership, that she really makes an effort to rein this in and we start to see things move in a different direction. I'm going to do one more topic that is just something that I've been very interested in. My Chief of Staff, Molly, and I often talk about the increase in emergency executive orders under this administration. As you know, state law gives the mayor the power to issue emergency executive orders to, quote, protect life and property or to bring an emergency situation under control. Mayor Adams has issued an emergency executive order every 5 days for the past 895 days on the asylum seeker crisis. And the entire time the mayor has been in office, he has issued continued emergency executive orders relating to the Nunez consent decree on Rikers. Do you think this use of executive orders is consistent with what you've experienced from previous administrations? And is this use of executive orders for years on end an end around of our city laws that we should be concerned about?
First, with respect to the asylum seeker crisis, we were forced to absorb hundreds of thousands of people without the opportunity to properly prepare for them in advance. And while many people have moved on to their next destination, we are still grappling with caring for people who find themselves to be residents of New York City. And so there still is an emergency that was not of our making. And so it is appropriate to continue to re-sign that order every 5 days. With respect to Rikers, I am going to turn to my colleague, Cheryl Neufeld.
So with respect to Rikers, we have to look at it all in the context of the ongoing Nunez case, in which there is a consent judgment pending before Judge Swain in the Southern District that has requirements that the monitor appointed by the court and who reports to the court has to review many areas of the Department of Corrections practice, some of which are, or most of which are actually also covered by local laws and rules. And so in situations where they can't be harmonized, we're in a position where it is appropriate to take action to ensure that we're not in a situation of not complying with rules, while we are at the same time having the monitor undergo the analysis to figure out what can be done safely.
Do you all have a healthy wealth of experience at the law department? Do you think that the use of executive orders, emergency executive orders in this administration has been consistent with previous administrations?
I don't know, and it may be because I was in a different role during other.
It's a somewhat impossible question to answer. So my impression is that it is different, and I'm concerned about it. I recognize every situation is different, and that I can't argue that the incredible challenges that we faced in welcoming hundreds of thousands of migrants into New York City and providing resources and care and housing for them was a major strain on city resources, and to do so we had to utilize emergency powers to be able to make that work. But when we're using emergency executive orders for years on end, there's a question of, do we need to have a conversation between the mayor and the council to adjust our laws to reconsider certain policies? And I'm not aware of any of those conversations taking place, and so I just wish that we could, recognize, we could work collaboratively rather to make adjustments where they're needed, rather than just use emergency executive orders to work around local laws. But I know that I asked some tough questions and questions that, but I am grateful for your forthright answers and far more grateful for your thoughtful leadership of the Law Department and representing the best interests of New Yorkers day in and day out. So thank you each for your service, and thank you to everyone at the Law Department for their hard work.
Thank you.
Hope you all have a wonderful afternoon.
You too.
It's 1:54. Let's start at 2 o'clock with BOE, just so people can go to the bathroom. All right, let's get this show on the road. Fourth on the list today, but certainly not least, is the Board of Elections. I'd like to welcome Executive Director of the BOE, Mike Ryan, Deputy Executive Director Vinny Ignizio, and thank them for their testimony today at our preliminary budget hearing. The BOE's fiscal year 2026 preliminary budget totals $146.7 million, including $69.9 million in personnel services funding to support 712 actual full-time positions and $76.9 million in other than personnel services expenses. The BOE is responsible for conducting all federal, state, and local elections in the City of New York. In the preliminary plan, BOE's fiscal year 2026 preliminary budget is just $1.1 million greater than its fiscal year 2025 adopted budget, with no net changes to funding included in the prelim plan. Today, we look forward to discussing BOE's operations, budgeting practices, staffing, and the metrics reported in the fiscal 2025 preliminary mayor's management report. Ensuring the integrity of our local elections are critical for upholding our democracy. We hope to learn more about the BOE's preparedness for the June 2025 primaries to ensure that every eligible New Yorker is able to make their voice heard at the ballot box. We will also dedicate time at this hearing to the recent DOI report about the Board of Elections to ensure the right policies and procedures and necessary resources are in place to protect the well-being of all BOE employees. I'd like to thank Mr. Ryan and Mr. Ignizio for joining us today. Now I'd like to ask the committee counsel to administer the oath and swear in the testifying representatives.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Can you please raise your right hands? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before the committee and respond honestly to council member questions?
Yes.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Yes, Chair Ressler and the members of the Committee on Governmental Operations and State and Federal Legislation, we are happy to be here today to offer testimony for the preliminary budget, and we certainly would be prepared to waive the reading of our formal testimony as submitted and proceed to the question and answer period if that's acceptable to the committee.
I'd suggest just doing the very top line highlights if you don't mind.
So top line highlights are that we are expecting to conduct 2 elections next year. Whether that remains what it is, we never can tell with the special elections. We are in an active election presently for the 44th Council District in Brooklyn, and we expect to do at least one more special election before June, and perhaps a third depending on the outcome of the election that we're presently in. So we are always hit with surprises. We work very closely with the administration to deal with those since we couldn't possibly plan for them in advance. There's always a difference between the board's projection of funds. We're projecting that we'll need approximately $260 million for the next fiscal year, but we work closely with the administration to put a benchmark in at the early part of the fiscal year, since our agency essentially runs, seasonally split between 2 major elections, one in the fall and the other one at the end of June. So while there may appear to be a wide gap between what we project and what the mayor's office is projecting in the executive, that has not been a problem, I would say, in the last 10 years. This is the way that we've been dealing with it, and it's worked well, and we try to ensure that we deal with city funding in as fiscally a prudent manner as we can.
So just to that, the preliminary plan lists 517 full-time positions budgeted for FY25 and 26, but the actual head count as of January was 712. Our information is based on data the council receives from ONB regarding full-time staff only. Is 712 the current head count? Do you have additional part-time staff? But more importantly, why not adjust the budgeted head count with OMB to more closely align with your needs?
So the short answer to that question is I don't know. I have been the executive director for almost 12 years, and the head count between the budgeted head count and our actual head count has never matched. That's the best answer I could possibly give.
Why not just tell OMB what it should be and what your actual headcount is, and they'll reflect it in the budget documents?
Well, we worked closely with them to adjust the number of temporary employees that we have, or employees in temporary titles, downward, which we did. We still have over 200 employees in temporary titles. And our actual headcount as of today, which is always a fluid number, is 931.
That includes full and part-time?
Well, we don't have any part-time employees, so we have all full-time employees, but some of the employees are in temporary titles. It used to be about 50-50. If you remember back to when we had September primaries, we worked a little bit differently then. We would bring in temporary employees over the summer, and they would essentially work from, say, July-ish to, after the certification of the election in November. That has not been the case for quite a number of years now, with the number of special elections that we have to conduct every year, plus a change in the way business is done, having the primary election be in June and the general election in November. So we're happy to work with with OMB to adjust that number. It has never been adjusted. Our numbers are always available through OPA, FISA. They've been pretty steady in the 920s to 930s, for the last number of years. I don't know why that hasn't been adjusted, but we're certainly happy to assist.
Mr. Chairman, one thing we should probably do is post-budget, sit down with OMB and try to rectify the number. I think some of it could be due to, as you are aware, in the city agency mode, the OMB approves each increase of headcount or FTEs. We don't have that same system because of being a non-city agency, so potentially that's where the divergent
Totally. It's just been this way for a decade plus.
Yeah, I think we
doesn't make
need
any
to
sense.
I think it's a post-budget conversation.
It's just dumb, but we should fix it, and appreciate your willingness to sit down with OMB and rectify it. If we can be of assistance, please let us know.
Thank you.
Early voting. We had a really successful early voting period this past November. I was impressed by the operations across the city. I believe over 1 million New Yorkers voted early. And I hope we continue to see that same level of enthusiastic early voting turnout in June. You shared with us that you had 155 early voting sites in November. How many early voting sites do you plan to have for June?
If we have primaries in all of the locations, we will have 155 sites again. So
if you don't have a council primary, but there's a mayoral primary, you wouldn't...
Oh, yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. I apologize. We have 3 citywide elected officials. So, yes, we'll have the 155.
Great.
For that. And that will be the standard number moving forward. I don't anticipate it getting less than that. It would only grow from here.
Great. I'm a strong proponent, and I believe my colleague is as well, of cultural institutions, libraries, colleges, government buildings as great locations for early voting. I'm concerned about the use of secondary schools because when we're in a cafeteria or other key space in the building, we're displacing kids for a week at a time. And if you have 3 elections in a year, it's a real negative impact on the school. So how many of the 155 early voting sites are within elementary, middle, or high schools?
There's very few in elementary schools. Most of them are in high schools. We can get you the exact numbers, but we do have a few where we are forced by what I'll call a desert of no other available locations, suitable locations to use some schools that we would otherwise not want to use.
I think it's about a third, but we'll come
A
back.
third of the early voting sites are schools.
Yeah, I believe so, or somewhere in that neighborhood. Please don't hold me to that number. But we have always said, and we speak to Gail often, I'm sorry, Councilmember Brewer often, or...
I like Gail.
And I just want to be clear, everybody speaks to Councilmember Brewer often.
Yes. But we are absolutely open to speaking to council members who know their districts best to say, can you look at this site? Can you look at alternatives? And we always will, and we always have.
I know that you're always responsive, but I think that for this issue, we actually need you to be proactive. And I think that if we're talking about 50-odd sites across the city where we're in schools, it's worth flagging for every council member the schools in their district to see if they can identify alternatives that could work. You know, I mean, we've had, not for early voting, but, you know, I can remember, like, private businesses that are ADA accessible, that have worked as polling sites, and so we can help identify quirky spots that it's impossible. I mean, you guys know Staten Island, but it's impossible for you to know every corner of the city with that same level of expertise. And so, but we do, right? Because it's our community. So I would just strongly encourage, and we'd be happy to help on this, if you could draft a memo for us that breaks down the 50-odd sites by council district. We can follow up with each member and make sure that they're looking hard.
Yeah, and it'd be very helpful to have the council members' input in what he or she seeks for their district as well.
If you could give me a breakdown of the sites by district, I'd follow up with each member myself.
Great.
Staffing and recruitment. So there was a disturbing article in the Times today. I know the BOE has done, I think, an impressive job of increasing recruitment of poll workers, and you've taken on more and more of the responsibility away from the political parties, which I have complimented you on at multiple hearings in a row, and I will compliment you on today. My recollection is that you testified that in the presidential, that 37 of the 46,000 poll workers were recruited by the BOE. Do I have that number right?
Yeah, I mean, it's an average of, well, I'm sorry, if I testified to that number, it's the right number. Where I'm confusing myself is I pulled the numbers today from the entire pool of poll workers that we have, which is right now about 85,000. So of the 85,000, guess the number that's fresh in my head, 35% of the 85,000 are non-party, are party. 65% are non-party.
Right. But if the numbers you testified to are accurate from the general,
right,
you did 80%.
Yes.
Not 65.
Well, that'll fluctuate, right? Because we're only using 37 to 40,000 poll workers for an election, and we have a pool of available poll workers of 85,000. So depending on an election event, it may be a little bit higher or a little bit lower. Depends on who's going to work.
We had an enormous recruitment drive, though, we did publicly last year, where we got tons of people from across the city who said, yes, I'd like to be a poll worker, and plugged them in accordingly. So people do want to serve, and people are serving in record numbers who are affiliated or unaffiliated.
And it's kind of strange because we have kind of two categories of poll workers, more or less. One is the longtime poll workers that love doing it, that wouldn't miss an election and get really upset when they have to miss an election. And then the others are the first-timers. The retention of first-timers is always a challenge. I think the increase in pay has helped with that. There's some conversation in Albany about increasing pay further and mandating that in the state statute. I don't know I know there's a bill proposed. I don't know what legs it has or whether there's a same as or not, but they're talking about another $100 increase for poll workers. So that would be
look, I welcome increased compensation for poll workers. If Albany's going to act, they need to take the political parties out of the process.
Right.
That's where the problem is. I mean, that's a big part of the problem. I was deeply troubled by the the article I read in the Times this morning reporting that poll workers were pressured by the Bronx Republican Party to donate to the party in exchange for poll worker jobs, right? You give them $150 and you get a $1,500 pay for a week of work, 9 days of work. I understand that the BOE was contacted by investigators over the summer about one employee in particular, I think it was Nicole Torres. Did the BOE conduct a larger review of poll worker practices and party and alleged party corruption to determine the extent of this issue?
So we have an ongoing review of all of our internal practices. What we were waiting for with respect to the one particular borough was a conclusion of the investigation and the processes to see, where this was ultimately going to land. So we have our eye on it. We understand that particular matter may be coming to a conclusion. When it comes to a conclusion, we hope to see where the dust settles and, specifically if there's anyone else that's involved. We hope not. But it also was an issue that came to our attention last June and was first reported in August of last year when her indictment was first filed. So what we have here now is like the tail end story that the matter seems to be coming to a conclusion.
I guess, look, I understand investigations have to run their course, but I don't understand why you would need to wait to make sure that we don't have a broader corruption issue with the workers that are getting these jobs. You have made clear in your previous testimony before our committee that there is state statute that requires you to take referrals from the parties.
Yes.
And I think you've made an effort to increase outreach over the last 5 to 7 years so that we are less dependent on those parties. Has an external party done a review of these hiring practices by particularly the Bronx Republican Organization or any other, or the county parties as a whole, so that we can have confidence that people aren't having to pay a bribe to get a poll worker job?
So the short answer to that question is no. However, that wasn't without thought. We knew that there was an ongoing investigation. If we were confident that the investigation was terminated with the identification of this one individual, we would have taken more proactive steps. And now that this is coming to an end, that is exactly what we will do.
And who's been leading this investigation?
Well, the only investigating entity that we were aware of, we were contacted, I believe my memory serves me that it was last June, by the Department of Investigation, but this is a federal indictment. And so, by the way, when I contacted the federal prosecutors in the Southern District about this, when it first came to light, I got a call back later that day and said that they could offer me no more information with respect to that matter, and that was back last August. So we thought that the best thing to do in the moment was take a little bit of a hands-off approach so that we were not interfering with a law enforcement investigation.
Well, but when was the indictment filed?
August.
August. So I just mean to say we are 7 months later, and you haven't looked into whether this is a broader issue that we need to worry about, because you're, I guess, waiting for this to more fully run its course. I just don't understand that decision.
So I would say this. If the individual employee was someone that I would consider to be the top of a food chain, I might not have been as reticent to dive in. But she was definitely a low-level employee as far as we're concerned, and my prior experience in my law enforcement background tells me that if an investigation is starting and the public commentary is with respect to somebody at a lower level, that there might be somebody higher up the food chain involved. And so...
Yeah, I understand. I hear you on all of that. I guess what I worry about is the here and now of poll workers operating in elections and having to pay bribes to get those jobs, and that happening in real time, and us waiting for years before we do anything.
Well, under those circumstances, we felt it was best to rely on those individuals that get paid to do those investigations. The Department of Investigation and the Federal Prosecutor's Office, and I suppose...
I
the
hear you're
FBI.
not going to do an investigation yourself to that scale, but there's no change in internal policy or practice or procedure to try and ensure the integrity of the operation. It just feels like we're sitting on our hands.
To be
And-
clear, we have our chiefs and deputies aware of any type of situation that occurred. They were made aware of such. Obviously, it was reported in the press.
But it sounds like no change in policy.
To stay on it, we are privileged to have as many people who want to serve, and 99% of them are doing a great job. For those that go the wrong way, like in any agency in the city of New York, they are referred by us sometimes to DOI. They are receive calls to DOI and the feds about improper behavior. So much like every other agency, when we hear of things that are going wrong, we will refer that out to our law enforcement partners to conduct investigations and take corrective measures, similarly to all other city agencies. So we were made aware of this. The question on scale is one that we frankly do not see.
Okay. I'm going to shift gears to the DOI report, and Councilmember Brewer, please let us know if you'd like to jump in at all. Oh, she does. Do you want to go first? Sure.
On voting machines, I know this is an ongoing topic going back again many years, but I understand that they're coming to their natural end, particularly with those who have disabilities. So I just wanted to know what's the next step. I obviously know the ballot marking devices. What's the plan for replacing the scanners? Are there certified machines that would be appropriate, et cetera? And what's the cost of all that?
So it's a little bit of a misnomer to say that the voting machines are coming to the end of their useful life. We received assurances from the vendor that as long as we're using the DS200s, that being the scanner machines, that they will continue to service them and to continue to have them operational. While on the voting machines themselves, there have been some new machines that are out there in the marketplace, shall we say, and certified by the State Board of Elections. We have had internal conversations, and the challenge for us always is the schedule. And given the size of the city of New York, it is not recommended to introduce a new voting system, certainly not during the presidential election year. And then we follow that right up with the mayoral election, and then right after that with the governor's race after that. So the target for that conversation would be to do some form of public demonstration and have a target of 2027 if machines were going to be replaced, acknowledging that that will be a large expense if we were going to replace the entire fleet. The ballot marking devices is a separate matter. They are still serving us, but they are past the end of life, especially if there's any changes to language requirements. So there is no other certified device that we can replace these devices with. So we're stuck on those for the time being. We understand that there are presentations being readied to submit to the State Board of Elections, but nothing, as far as I understand, and Vincent, you can correct me if I'm wrong, there's nothing before the State Board of Elections for consideration presently.
Okay. All right. I mean, that's,
Without which, we're dead in the water. We just simply are not legally
yeah, I mean, do you have
allowed.
to keep replacing parts and so on? Or the,
Yes,
no
our vendors have said that they will continue to
Yes.
keep us in operational form for the foreseeable future.
And the main problem with the current machines, other than the fact that they're old technology for the accessibility community, which is probably first and foremost, but the technical problem is there is no way to expand the memory of the current machines. And that's the problem. So they can accept what they can accept, and there's no way to do it. We talked with the vendor about, can we add like an external memory to it? They said, no, it's a hardwired motherboard on old technology, and it's kind of where it is.
And if I can, for the committee's edification, it's 34 schools out of 155 early voting sites. Just wanted to FYI for the record.
Okay. We can both work on that if that's okay with the chair, because we were successful on the Upper West Side, so I appreciate that in terms of going to a cultural institution. Rikers Island, I have written about this to you, and you have responded. I guess I'm still focused on it, because I think, I don't know, last time there were, I think 400-something that Legal Aid and others were able to get to vote, but it's hard because you have to go person by person by person. And then, as you know, it's a process with paper. So I guess my question is, there is some notion that what you do with the nursing homes could be something that you do at Rikers. I want to know if there has been any other thought about what we can do to improve the rate to which absentee ballots are cast, because it's a very slow process, as you know.
So with respect to the notion that we could replicate the nursing home process in a jail facility, those two things just don't marry up.
All right, okay.
But that having been said, our operations manager, Georgia Consomanis, has really taken the bull by the horns. In the past, we understood that it was the corrections department's city charter responsibility to conduct this process. And we were kind of along for the ride. We are much more steeped in this process now than we had been in the past. And we're getting praise from the Legal Aid Society for our efforts. And so we no longer rely on the statistical data provided by the Department of Corrections as, you know, the measure of success or failure.
We've been an active participant in their monthly meetings as well, and so
Great.
it's been a much better relationship thanks to our ops team who's done a great job. And Mike, I don't know if you want to read off the.
Sure, and when we were discussing this earlier amongst ourselves, we're going to give you numbers that there's no basis for comparison for, because we didn't participate in keeping statistics like this in the past. So if this establishes a baseline, then that'll be something that we can discuss again in the future. But we had 1,080 applications received. And of those applications received, we issued...
This is for November or last?
Yeah, for last
November
November general election. I apologize. And we can send this to you, you know, in writing as well. But we had 1,080 received. 103 were rejected as Code 4. That would mean that they had addresses outside of the city or state, and or were not registered at all, which happens from time to time. We issued 977 ballots. 546 were received and counted. Of the ones that were not received and counted, 375 were never received back by us, by the board. And then the rest of it is all double-digit numbers. 12 were returned by the post office. 33, an additional 33 were not counted Code 4. 8 were not counted with due to no matching signature. 2 had no signed envelope, and 1 had no ballot in the envelope.
And to be clear, Code 4 is felony conviction, so ineligible at the time of.
Right, because that will happen too from time to time. Somebody will be in Rikers Island, their case will conclude,
Right.
And then they become ineligible by virtue of a subsequent conviction.
Okay. So I'm still going back to how can we have on-site voting at Rikers?
So we have conferred with the State Board of Elections. It was our initial opinion, and we conferred with the State Board of Elections on numerous occasions regarding this matter. We do not believe it's legal under the present law to do an on-site voting process, and that the manner in which someone should vote is by absentee ballot.
Okay, so
And that's steeped in New York State statute, and we ran that by the State Board of Elections, and they agreed and said that that's the correct interpretation of the law. And it's been our long-term interpretation, and it was also, I think, laid out in the letter that I provided to you.
Yes.
As a positive note, we were getting letters basically every year from the Legal Aid Society for several years in a row, and we haven't received another such letter since last February. So I take that as a sign of progress. Sometimes if the complaining stops,
I hear you. Don't.
Means that there's
but
maybe
they're-
some success.
I think they're calling me to call you. Okay, so we have to continue that conversation, because it used to be there were 3,500 at Rikers. Now it's over 6,000. So there's a lot of voters there. So we continue the conversation. It's
Okay,
great to have
thank you.
1,000 people applying, but that's nothing close to, say, 5,000. Number two is just the motor voter law and new registration and so on. I didn't know, maybe because I don't know if people are interested in government or politics or voting or not. I have out on the street, they're just upset about everything. So my question is, how are you getting new registrants? Is it through the motor voter law? Are they coming in? Are there new numbers, et cetera? Just what's the number look like?
Well, we're very proud of our online voter portal, which is doing great, and we see many of the new registrants online these days. We obviously still have paper for those who seek that, because sometimes we get that request. But the online voter system, our own, is one that has been replicated throughout the state, and it works very well. It's very efficient. And now with the early mail ballot, we're getting a lot of people who seek to receive a mail ballot through our online portal system as well. So there is a lot of people. If I can go back to what you said about Rikers, I don't want to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. We are moving significantly in the right step over the last year and a half, working with our partners, both in government and from legal aid, and I think they would admit that such. So people put a lot of work in it, and I think it's only going to continue to get better. We want everybody who is eligible to vote to be able to vote in this state, and I'm going to always defend the agency and the hardworking people that do it every day. And when they make progress, I want to be able to tell you all there's been progress here, and we're proud of it.
So how many more people do you think are registered from versus last year? Do you have those numbers?
I probably do here, but we could get you that number, because it's a fluid process.
No, I understand that. People move, they blah, blah, blah.
And then what happens is we do our voter rolls cleanup at around this time of year, and then the number drops, and then it goes back up. So it fluctuates, but I will say this.
I think we're at 5.3 million active and inactives, but I can 100% ensure that number is.
Yeah, it was a little bit lower last week, but irrespective, one of the things that is much better than it had been in the past is the state a number of years ago signed a consent agreement with the Department of Justice, which has now stitched together, if you will, all of the counties in New York State. So we share information much better amongst the individual counties than we did in the past. So you're seeing a lot less instances of, John Doe being registered in New York City and also registered in Albany, or pick a jurisdiction, and we're communicating much more effectively in that regard, and we're eliminating duplicates.
Just when people die, how do you determine that and get them off the rolls? Because sometimes in New York City, there's nobody to tell you in terms of family.
The way the law works is the city Department of Health forwards the information to the State Department of Health. The State Department of Health forwards the information to the State Board of Elections, and then the State Board of Elections forwards the information to the jurisdictions that they think the voter comes from. And then we have to process those deaths off of the list that we receive from the State Board of Elections. Now, that having been said, I do my own little check on the system.
It doesn't always work. Yeah.
It doesn't always work. Somebody moves out of the state and they die elsewhere, we're always going to have a problem. But what I do my own check on the people that I know that happen to pass away in the jurisdiction, and after about a month or so, I check. I keep a note and I check, and it's the turnaround time for the people that die in New York City, that live in New York City, is about 3 weeks.
Okay.
From-
Take Dwayne Player off the list. He was one of my foster care kids.
Right.
I can't get him off. I've written you several letters, so he's dead. Dwayne Player, thank you.
All right, so
He's all right.
if we can get more, in situations like this, if I can get more specific
I will.
information,
I
we have
will.
the ability to directly request confirmation
Thank you.
from the Department of Health.
All right, thank you.
Just wanted to come back to the Rikers issues. You mentioned 977 ballots, I think 546 you said counted, but there had been 1,422 individuals detained on Rikers that had completed registration forms or absentee applications. So we're talking about a third of folks, basically, I don't know, 35, 37% of folks.
We have absentee applications received 1,080.
1,080, not 1,422?
Correct.
No, that might have been a combined number of the registrations plus the absentee applications. But
even still, absentee applications of 1,080 to 546 votes, that's a big discrepancy. Half the
Yes.
people are getting their votes counted.
But it is a big discrepancy for all absentee ballots. This is not individual to Rikers Island, so.
Well, respectfully, Mr. Chairman, if they don't 375 didn't send them back. So that's the lion's share of it, and 33 were ineligible to cast votes.
Right. I just think that we're talking about, Gail said the population 6,000, Councilmember Brewer mentioned the population 6,000, it's actually 7,000 now. We've seen a tremendous spike, 30% increase during Eric Adams' administration in the number of people who are incarcerated, and we're talking about 8% of that population is voting, right? 90+% of it is a pretrial population, but only 8% of the population on the island is voting.
And I'm embarrassed to say that roughly mirrors what the public is doing outside of the confines of Rikers Island.
But not in the November election for president.
I think it was.
We had.
We had some of the worst
about 3
turnout.
million. So yeah, over 60%.
3 million people voted. So, if you, depends what your denominator is.
2.9, that's what it.
But if you take out people under 18 out of your 8.5 million people, you're probably talking about half of a voting age population is voting. You're talking about 8% of a Rikers population voting. Those are radically different numbers. Just to be consistent.
What we're charged with is ensuring that anybody who is eligible to vote has the ability to vote. Whether they actually vote is.
I understand that. It's just we had a significant number of more people who completed registration forms or requested absentee ballots. The 1422 number I gave was a combination of the two, and a small subset of those people who expressed interest actually voted, I'm sure, because of the operational challenges. Look, Rikers is a total hellhole. They miss tens of thousands of healthcare appointments every year that people request and register. So it's hard to get anything accomplished there. I'm not saying that it's easy, but we have a lot more interest than is actually manifesting itself in votes. And we want to make sure that people have the opportunity to vote wherever they are, even if they're in jail.
Mr. Chairman, there's a lot more work to do, but we're proud of the progress we've made, and we're happy to work with you and this committee in ensuring that more people are eligible.
And just to put one last point on that, the differentiation between absentee ballots issued and absentee ballots returned between Rikers Island and the general public population is not that far different. Even during COVID, we had close to 800,000 absentee ballot packages sent out, and we got 455,000 or 465,000 returned. So we always see a drop-off. People request them, but they don't always return them.
I am disappointed by the analysis that we can't do a proper voting site replicating, as Councilmember Brewer noted, the successful model you all have in nursing homes. I do think that there are many ways that we could make voting more accessible to the people who are there, and we'd like to continue. We appreciate you've been engaging with Legal Aid and other advocates on this, but there's a lot more that we can do. So I want to just shift gears to this troubling DOI report from earlier this year. On January 8th, the Department of Investigation released a report on a months-long investigation into allegations of workplace harassment by Mr. Ryan. DOI's report concluded as follows, quote, Ryan's conduct constituted harassment and created a hostile work environment. DOI found the conduct to be so problematic that they took the unusual step of recommending to the board that termination or resignation in lieu of termination was warranted. DOI also found, quote, significant deficiencies in BOE's policies, procedures, and protocols for addressing complaints of harassment, sexual harassment, and hostile work environment, and other EEO issues, end quote. DOI made 6 recommendations regarding the BOE's policies and procedures. First, in light of DOI's conclusions on your conduct, Mr. Ryan, do you acknowledge that your conduct was highly inappropriate and may have caused lasting harm for BOE employees?
What I can say to you in that regard is that there is potential litigation involving one of the employees, and I can repeat what I have said publicly in this matter is that I accept the discipline that the commissioners handed down, and I'm in the process of, this is a little bit new, but I'm in the process of finishing all of the training that they have said to do, and I certainly would demand of myself that no such circumstances are replicated in the future.
I read the report, of course, as I'm sure my colleagues have as well, and it was a very troubling report, and it's critical that the people that are in the executive positions and the top management roles in these agents, in any agency, in any workplace, set a culture of respect that I think was lacking, and I was really troubled by the report. I'd like to shift to the recommendations that DOI made regarding BOE policies and practices. Has BOE implemented these policies yet? Is there a qualified EO officer in place, and who is that individual?
There is, and there always was, as sanctioned by the EEO mail group, if you will. I don't know if I'm saying the word right, but we have our director of personnel was then and is now the EEO officer. His name is it Frank Tosi? Mr.
Yeah.
Tosi, I believe his first name is.
We also have a new general counsel.
And do you agree with the recommendations that DOI made around improving and strengthening BOE's policies and practices?
With respect to the recommendations that they made for trainings, we do go through many.
Non-personnel related, I mean, I think that piece has been resolved. I just meant the policies and practices. Yes, sorry.
No, it's, I mean, our policies and procedures continue to be updated. They will continue to do so, but rest assured that the agency and its 931 employees are aware of the EEO policies, how to report. They go through training, we go through training, and our staff is well aware of the reporting requirements for any EEO issue or any issue for that matter. We need to send a very strong message to every one of our employees and anyone out there. If you come across any issue relating to that you believe should be filed with DOI, the COIB, and or kicked up the chain, that somebody will be listening, and we will absolutely ensure that those are followed up on from internally and externally the agency.
I appreciate you saying that. Can I, just to plainly ask, I think it's a yes or no question, has the Board of Elections implemented the non-personnel related recommendations that were in the report?
We either have had them in place already and or are putting them in. The 6 off the top of my head, I can't tell you what they are, but in terms of having an EEO officer, we have them. In terms of having policies and procedures that folks are made aware of, we do so. The fact that we have trainings you were speaking to that is ongoing and the same, consistent with what all city employees go through. So I'm very confident that we have made strides and continue to make strides to ensure the safety of all of our employees.
So, just, is there an independent EEO office that independently evaluates complaints and conducts investigations, or is it just the Director of Personnel? Because I don't think that it's I don't think it's a best practice to have your Director of Personnel serve as your EEO officer.
That's who is currently our EEO officer and has been for some time.
Well, the report went back and forth on that topic, but when the report indicated that when the BOE's Director of Personnel receives an EEO complaint, he refers the matter to executive management. Is that the practice? Is that practice still in effect? Is that?
To my understanding, that the EEO officer evaluates and makes recommendations to the, reports to executive management, and which ultimately reports to the Board of Commissioners.
Okay. I mean, I think it would be helpful, and we can go through this in greater detail. I'm not going to go through every recommendation in this moment, but I think it would be very helpful for us to get an understanding of progress on implementation of the recommendations that were made. It sounds like you're not disagreeing with the policy and practice recommendations that were included in the report. You think some of them were already implemented, but we would very much appreciate if we could get responses in writing to a status update on the implementation of each of the recommendations.
Sure.
Okay. Last question for me is on the general counsel position. I understand you got a funky hiring process at the BOE, but is there a job posting? Is there any kind of search? Or is there any update on the hiring for the role?
So yes, we March the 10th, Grace Pyun started as the general counsel.
Could you tell us about his or her background?
Her background, she's most recently in private practice, but before that, the majority of her resume was in Department of Justice positions. I don't have it memorized, but...
I also believe she was counsel to the Charter Revision Commission.
Yes. Also,
Which
I
one?
forgot that. One of the recent ones?
As Gail would say, there's the one, I believe 2 years ago.
Yeah, one of the recent ones.
Not this past, the one prior.
Not the fake one last year?
The good one that Gail and Tish did?
No, that wasn't 2 years ago.
I will find out which one it is. I didn't memorize.
We'll report back specifically, but yes, it was one of the more recent charter revision commissions, and she was working on that as well.
I think it was when Diane Savino was the.
That was the one I referred to as the fake one.
I'm not so sure, but
I don't mean to get you in trouble with your Staten Island counterpart. All right.
Diane's gonna.
I have more questions, but I think we've covered enough. So with that, gentlemen, I hope you have a good afternoon. We appreciate you coming in today and answering our questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We're going to shift to public testimony, so just give us a second to get organized, and then we'll call up the next panel.
Gail, thank you. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, be well.
Okay, we've got some friendly faces in person, some more online. Before we begin public testimony, I remind all members of the public that this is a formal government proceeding and that decorum shall be observed at all times. As such, members of the public shall remain silent at all times. The witness table is reserved for people who wish to testify. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Further, members of the public may not represent, audio or video recordings as testimony, but may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant of Arms for inclusion in the hearing record. If you wish to speak at today's hearing, please fill out an appearance card with the Sergeant of Arms and wait to be recognized. When recognized, you will have 3 minutes to speak on today's hearing topics. If you have a written statement or additional written testimony you wish to submit for the record, please provide a copy of that testimony to the Sergeant of Arms. You may also email written testimony to testimony@council.nymc.gov within 72 hours of this hearing. Audio and video recordings will not be accepted. I will now call up the first panel. With that, we'll start with some district managers, and then we'll do a hybrid panel. So Susan Stetzer from Manhattan CB3, Celeste Leon from Brooklyn CB4, Sean Campbell from Brooklyn CB14, and Jesus Perez from Manhattan CB6. No, I'm going to have the second panel with more district managers. Gail is insisting that we not allow for Mr. Diller to have to wait another moment. He's going to be added to the first panel at our beloved former borough president's request, Mark Diller from Community Board 2 in Manhattan. Oh, great. So then it's just these four. Okay, great. With that, you all go in whatever order you're so moved.
Thank you. I will begin. First of all, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Sean Campbell. I'm the district manager of Brooklyn Community Board 14, and I'm here to offer a historical context for the need for resources and support for community boards citywide. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today, despite the fact that we were not on the agenda. Thank you for this time. My colleagues will follow me with specific examples of the impacts that inadequate resources and support are having on our ability to meet our responsibilities. But know first that community boards are independent city agencies that have not had a significant budget increase in over 20 years. Annual budget changes have ranged from an increase of 5+% to decreases of 7.3%. And the average from 2002 to 2022 was 1.5% increase per year. Note at the same time, inflation was averaged to about 2.55%. We are not keeping up. Inarguably, we have far more to do than community boards did in 2002. Yet we have fewer staff with which to meet those responsibilities. In 2002, we had 159 full-time staff. We now have about 148. Compare that to another small city agency, the Department of Cultural Affairs, which went from 31 to 49 in that same period, or to an agency that supports us, OTI, that went from 285, a headcount of 285 in 2002, to a whopping 1,539, and yet still only one tech support staffer for all 59 community boards. Or look at the mayor's office, which went from 859 to 1,100 plus full-time staffers. So not only do we need this baseline budget increase and the adjustment to keep up with our growing populations, our growing responsibilities, and the economy itself, but it must be stabilized, tying it to either a funding formula or a parity with another service providing agency, or even a percentage of the full city budget. My colleagues will continue with specific examples of how serving our communities and meeting New York City charter mandates are challenged by the lack of support and baseline budget resources. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much, Sean.
Who should go next?
Hello, my name is Susan Stetzer, District Manager of Manhattan CB3, which covers Lower East Side and Chinatown. I'm here to testify on the need for increased baseline funding for community boards. This is particularly needed for staff to cover increased workload and new technology needs. Community boards are independent city agencies. We serve as a vehicle for communities to have input in decision-making and participation in planning for their communities. So many of you have served on community boards before pursuing elected offices. Yet our annual pleas for responsible increase to our baseline budget goes unheard. Policies are adopted that create unfunded mandates, but our budgets are not adjusted to reflect the new responsibilities. Because of the increase in work without the increase in funding for additional staff, we are faced with less time working with and serving particularly our most vulnerable communities. Because our costs have increased but our budget has not, our staffs remain stagnant because of our inability to reward merit or recruit new staff without adequate salaries. Some CBs, such as CB3, have seen our work increase dramatically. For instance, we formerly had 20 to 30 SLA applications per month. With outdoor dining, we are now processing over 70 applications per month for just one committee. This takes staff time away from responsibilities such as constituent services and outreach, necessitating hiring of part-time and freelance staff. When OCM application window opens again, we will have an additional burst of applications. We don't just process paperwork. There's a lot of education necessary to work with the applicants and the community. Since COVID, our technology needs and required expertise has increased. We contract to provide equipment and staff to create hybrid meetings. We have subscriptions for software. We hire a technician to set up and maintain Zoom equipment and create Zoom meetings. The need for more funding is clear and obvious, and right now we are working with organizations in the community to outreach for Know Your Right trainings, trainings for small businesses on how to protect their workers. This is no time to save money at the expense of community boards.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. My name is Jesus Perez, and I am the District Manager of Manhattan Community Board 6. Yes. You've heard from some of my colleagues, and you will hear from more, regarding the underinvestment in our city's 59 community boards. In the interest of time, I will not repeat their points, but I enthusiastically echo their testimonies. I'd like to address you today on an unexciting but important matter: the fact that community boards across the city are struggling with their office spaces and meeting venues. Some community boards report offices that are too small for their needs, in disrepair, or are not ADA compliant. Some community boards struggle to find suitable venues for their meetings. In many districts, venues that previously welcomed community boards before the pandemic have now closed their doors to them or have instituted significant fees for renting meeting space. Some boards rely on the generosity of one or two free meeting venues, but would be at a loss for where to go should that generosity come to an end. And while always appreciated, spaces we don't control often come with drawbacks, like unreliable AV equipment or Wi-Fi, which are essential for making community board meetings as transparent and accessible to the public as possible. For many boards, simply undertaking our most fundamental function, holding monthly public meetings, is an exercise in frustration and precarity. Manhattan Community Board 6's official position is that community boards, being city agencies which are charter mandated to hold monthly public meetings, must have adequate facilities that they control that would accommodate district office space, meeting space for committees, and larger spaces for full board meetings. We ask you to work with us to address this important and long neglected need and to bear it in mind in your budget deliberations. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Celestina Leong, and I'm the District Manager of Brooklyn Community Board 4, which serves Bushwick, as well as the facilitator of the Future of Community Boards Working Group, which includes district managers and assigned staff from all 5 boroughs. I join my colleagues to highlight the unique challenges we face as the smallest independent city agencies that have a volunteer-based leadership and the opportunities to further address them. While both board members and the district office have been tasked with additional responsibilities in the absence of consistent guidance and resources, my testimony will focus specifically on district office operations. For context, as you know, various mayoral agencies and offices are tasked with supporting community board operations, such as the Office of Technology and Innovation, Office of Management and Budget, and the Mayor's Community Affairs Unit. The borough presidents facilitate human resources administration. There is no overall centralization or standard oversight beyond this forum. And I will further elaborate on Office of Technology and Innovation challenges. One liaison for all 59 community boards, as was raised by a colleague. When they are out of the office, there isn't a designated point person to address issues. Board operations are potentially disrupted until that liaison returns. There's a lack of communication and clear staff structure. The agency has failed to provide notice to the boards in advance of implementing a transition of community board data to a different platform. If the liaison is not responsible for that notice, then OTI needs to identify the most appropriate staff. And a recent example of no notice provided when remote access portal is down and changes are made, all boards rely on that portal to access CityTime, FMS, and the Street Activity Permit Office. There's an opportunity here for OTI to build a more collaborative, informed relationship with the boards by providing advance notice for supporting changes. The Office of Management and Budget, a decrease in personnel, collaboration, and transparency with the boards has led to a variety of concerns, including access to reliable budget information. Various colleagues have situations that they may share in further detail. Historically, the OMB Community Board Budget Team has supported the boards in understanding the district office budget by providing easy-to-understand breakdowns, not a crystal report, and sought to resolve matters in a collaborative manner. And I will skip ahead to other opportunities for community board support. We know that there's legislative action and potential charter reform to increase our baseline funding. We hope that this includes planners for community boards, which is an unfulfilled need already in the charter. And we welcome the opportunity to testify as agencies in this forum. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to join my colleagues. My name is Mark Diller. I am the current District Manager of Community Board 2 in Manhattan, which serves Greenwich Village, Soho, NYU, Nolita, etc. I am also the former chair, four-term chair of Community Board 7 on the Upper West Side of Manhattan, in part thanks to Councilmember Brewer's appointment. And so I've seen this budget issue on both sides of the service that community boards render. And we've had to do more with less for 20 years or more. To amplify one of the aspects, outdoor dining, we receive about 20 to 25 applications every week, including Passover, Christmas, and New Year's. We struggle to keep up. Our committee meets 3 to 4 times a month. This is not, as my colleague mentioned, not just paperwork. We're making sure that applications are available online in redacted form in order to encourage community engagement on these issues. The part that I'd like to focus in on is the hybrid meeting portion of our responsibilities. Since COVID, the public expects to be able to come to our meetings from any location that they happen to find themselves, and as people committed to public engagement, we think this is a good thing. The issue, of course, is that there's a blessing and a curse that comes with Zoom. It's easy to hold a meeting in person. It's easy to hold a meeting on Zoom. We all learned that during COVID, but it still is a huge effort to do both at the same time and have everyone be able to hear each other. That is exacerbated by a confusing provision, Section 2800H of the City Charter and Code, that makes community boards responsible for making their meetings available for broadcast. Words that no one seems to know how to interpret, but that the Comptroller's Office faults us for not doing. There are, as noted, fewer venues that can accommodate us. I'll leave that to my colleague. And then just observe that I'm not a DJ, so we don't have the staff to hire professionals to produce a reliable meeting, hybrid meeting. I was lucky that I had a budget gap because of a shortfall in hiring, a budget gap that I used to buy a bunch of equipment that I now schlep all over the West Village in an attempt to have folks hear us both in the room and at home with mixed results. Ask any of your colleagues who've come to our meetings and they'll tell you that there are some frustrations involved, including one time in which an elected official was talking on Zoom and another was talking in the room at the same time and they didn't know it. That's not good public engagement. And the cost of doing this professionally is beyond the means of a community board. So if we're really serious about democracy, community boards are where it's at. We ask you to fund us accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. As district managers, how long have you each respectively served in these roles?
I've been district manager of Manhattan Community Board 6 since March 2016.
I'm 20 years, and I was on the board before that.
Since August of 2011.
8 years as of yesterday.
I'm the new guy, 2 years.
Well, just want to thank you each for your service and your advocacy, and I know that you all have been organizing together for some time to try to build awareness around both the lack of funding, but also, I think, some real outdated policies in our city charter that need to be revisited to ensure that community boards are resourced appropriately and properly supported to be able to do your jobs. It's very challenging to have a staff of 2 or 3 people and be responsible for half a dozen meetings or more every single month, 50 different community members, and get the word out to 150,000 people is a lot going on. And as you take on hybrid functions and there are additional responsibilities that we put at your doorstep, it's important that you're all properly supported. So it is on our agenda to have a proper hearing on community boards later this year. We're working on a legislative package, most closely with Borough President Reynoso, to have ready for the time of that hearing. We'll give you all as much notice as we can so that we can prepare accordingly, but we're committed to doing that this calendar year, while for at least some months longer I chair government ops. So
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for your service. That's the understatement. My question, though, is you got, in the past, some increase, I think, but was only very limited in what it could be used for. And so it's good to have a hearing in the future, but that doesn't help you with the budget. So my question would be just, are you talking about one more staff member? Just give me a sense of what it would look like. Again, people may have different needs, I understand that, but you do need to have a unified approach. I will certainly fight for you for more money from the budget, as I have in the past.
It's complicated. I think the baseline budget increase does address the fact that we have so many different types of needs, and it gives us the flexibility to fulfill that, because yes, we got the 42,000 in 2018, 2019, and that helped in those years, but we couldn't do any long-term planning or any PS adjustments. So we've done some calculations a few different ways. One was, what if we had a full complement of staff? We had a DM, ADM, community coordinator, et cetera. I think that sort of ratcheted up in the last fiscal year, added about 200,000 per. There was also an idea that we bandied about, but we don't have full, I don't want to sound like I'm a proponent for this, because we don't have a lot of it, we don't have full agreement from district managers, but we did play with numbers that brought community board budgets in parity with Borough Hall budgets. That curiously had about the same budget increase as this full complement of staff. And then when I looked at the percent, when I talked about a percentage of a percentage, that would have been, if we had gotten $200,000 each in addition to our baselines now, we would have had 0.06% of the citywide budget in the last fiscal year. But it's hard for us to even know what our baseline budgets are with our difficulties with OMB.
Okay, you're gonna have to come up with something, though, so we can advocate for it. I'm just saying.
It would be really helpful if OMB could give us broken down budgets as we used to get prior to 2019, but could no longer get. So we don't even know if we're getting the same amount as we used to.
If I could jump in on that as well, having a fixed number like 200,000 does make a world of sense, because there are different needs across different boards. One of the ways in which I think about this is compartmentalizing, in effect, what is spent inside our office, and that would be personnel as well as some equipment and some supplies and so forth, and then what is spent on consultants and so forth. But different boards may have different needs or different ways in which to allocate those needs. I, for example, would relish the opportunity to hire someone who knows what they're doing with audiovisual equipment, but that may not be everybody's need. So a collective amount that can be spent in a free-form way, so that we're not limited by the OMB make it up as you go limitations on how we can transfer money within our own budget. That would be enormously helpful, so that each board can decide for itself, in consultation with its leadership and with the community we serve, as to what is important for us. That would be, I think, a real way to advance this need. Thank
All
you.
right, so not encumbered by OTPS versus PS, et cetera.
Exactly right.
All right, let me see what we can do. I appreciate that. It's good to have a number. I'm going to go with the 200,000 and see what we can do. Thank you.
Some of it may need like policy adjustments, perhaps flexibility with OMB and with DCAS regarding community board office spaces and meeting spaces. I mean, you know, if there's a space that's not available, if there's equipment that people don't know how to use, because you know they have to lug it around everywhere, or every single venue is different, that is inefficient, and it leads to a suboptimal experience for the public, which is why the community boards are here. We're community boards. We're here for the community. And it's disrespectful to the community to have amateurish meetings when what they're coming to do is listen and hear and learn about the issues that are impacting their communities. So right now, we're often very limited by OMB and DCAS rules that limit community boards to very, very small spaces, oftentimes not in great places. We hear of community boards that are having struggles with their landlord to even fix basic leaks and things like that. I myself, our board had a horrible, horrible experience where we were evicted from our space and bounced around for about 3 years, had a space that was ADA non-compliant, and finally we were able to struggle and get a decent office space. But we should have spaces that we can have access to that can accommodate different size meetings, because that's what the public expect. They don't want to come to a meeting and see that the mics are not working, see that the Wi-Fi doesn't work, see that all of these things that the biggest city in the world, and one of the biggest city in the country, the biggest city in the world, in 2025 should not have to deal with anymore.
Yeah. No, look, we really appreciate your all's testimony today. We appreciate your hard work on behalf of our community boards. I'm a former community board member myself. You know, I think that there are a range of issues, that we have to address around technology, around space, around budget responsiveness and transparency, planning support, that all need to be considered. And I know you all have put a lot of thoughtful work into that. You know, look, I think that my colleague is right to encourage you to make crisp asks in a budget process. I will be somewhat sanguine in saying that Mayor Adams has not demonstrated a whole lot of interest in supporting just about anything budget related in 3+ years, but he's got one budget left. And I think that, we should look at, I think we have a more likely chance of winning on some substantive policy and legislative changes over the course of this year. So in a world of limited time and resources where you guys all have far too much on your plate, my personal recommendation to you would be to focus on what we can do legislatively this year, and hope that there'll be somebody more cooperative on the other side of City Hall in the future who will care about community boards. But that's just my advice for what it may be worth. With that, I'd like to thank this panel. We appreciate you all being with us today and hope you have a good weekend. And we will now shift to the final panel of the day. We're going to hear from 4 folks online and one person in person. Ms. Sharon Brown, thank you for being with us, as always. And online we have Tanisha Grant, Gary Giordano, Jeremy Laufer, and Melinda Perkins. We will begin with Ms. Brown in person, and then we will shift to the Zoom witnesses. So Ms. Brown, with that, good to see you, and thank you for being here.
Good to see you also. Before I begin, remember Israel, release the hostages, let Yahweh's people go, defend Israel. Okay, the community board, they should try to coordinate with churches and synagogues and see if they can find a way to get in there and do some kind of meetings there. It would be convenient. A lot of people meet there. They also have the sound system set up until they can get themselves their own space. And they can also try to see if they can do that anyway. Once they do get their own spaces, they can still coordinate with the church and synagogues to have meetings there every so often. That way they'll get a good crowd, and they can, in certain areas that they want people to come together. Okay, we need to hire veterans In a situation where there are a lot of technical things going on at the community board and just in general, the veterans are well versed in technology and so many things. The veterans are not treated according to what they've learned in the military. Many of them have a technological background. They can be hired, the homeless military, homeless vets. They are capable and able to get back into the workforce or ownership force. They can have their own companies or whatever and assist community boards and whoever needs it. We need to increase government staff, not decrease. They need to be funded. We need to have increase in the different departments. We need to have the law department constantly litigating on behalf of the needs of the city. They should have someone in every meeting looking to see what's going on in the different situations and what they need to file lawsuits about. I'm filing lawsuits about many different things that arise in the city and around the nation, and they should outpace me in the things that I'm doing. Rikers Island needs to be defunded. We have someone on the council whose brother is in Rikers Island and he was cut 2 times. This should not be. This should be closed now. We need to yank the funding. The city council needs to go up to Rikers, stand outside of Rikers, get up there and get that place closed. It shouldn't happen to anyone, but it definitely shouldn't happen to a city council member. And it's just showing you that it's so close to home. It's letting you know it is very much time for Rikers to close even before the 2027 deadline. There can be no more excuses why it can't close. The last report, they said it can't close in 2027 because they won't be ready to build the other jails. That excuse does not wash. We need it closed now. We have to do everything we can to close Rikers Island. Yank the funding. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that thoughtful testimony, Ms. Brown. We always appreciate having you here at GovOps and every other committee too. With that, we'll pass it over to Ms. Perkins online.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon and greetings, Chairperson Ressler, esteemed committee members, members of the council and city agency reps in attendance. My name is Melinda Perkins, and I'm honored to serve as the district manager for Brooklyn Community Board 5. And to your earlier question, I've been here for 8 years and a board member prior. Our board represents over 190,000 residents across the neighborhoods of East New York, New Lots, Spring Creek, Cypress Hills, City Line, and portions of Broadway Junction and Highland Park. I stand here today to testify in solidarity with community board district offices across the city to underscore 3 critical needs. 1, an increase in baseline budgets for New York City community boards for reasons that my colleagues condensed today successfully. The implementation of comprehensive training and education programs for onboarding new community board members, and consistency in how the Office of Management and Budget manages community board budgets. While all community boards operate with the same baseline budgets, excluding rent, we continue to observe discrepancies in budget management that remain unexplained by OMB. Operating budget funds have been transferred without prior knowledge or input from district offices. Merit-based salary increases are not reviewed or approved consistently, even when boards adhere to guidance provided by their bylaws. Fiscal mandates are implemented without adequate reasoning or legal explanation, and our district offices are tasked with managing increasingly complex responsibilities, often with minimal staff and constrained resources. So the emphasis is on OMB being much more transparent and inclusive of district managers to make sure that our budgets are operating properly. At a minimum, we request that greater transparency, uniformity, and support in how our budgets are handled and sustained. This appeal is not merely about financial allocation, it is about ensuring that community boards can effectively serve as the vital link between residents and city government. Empowering boards with the resources, training, and equitable budget oversight they need is an investment in the communities we represent. Thank you for your attention to this matter, and I urge the council to take these concerns into account and advocate for the changes needed to support community boards citywide.
Thank you, Ms. Perkins. Always good to have East New York at the GovOps Committee. Next up, we'll hear from Mr. Giordano.
Time starts now.
I think I unmuted properly. Can you hear me?
Yes, yeah, you're good.
All right, thank you. I'm Gary Giordano. That's the Italian way to say it, Giordano. I've been the district manager of Community Board 5 in Queens. It'll be 36 years in June or July, I'm not sure. Before that, I was a board member for more than 8 years. I chaired the Youth Committee and the Health Committee. I thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak to you today. And if I could start by being a little bit, having a little bit of levity or being a bit corny, I think it would be wonderful if a competent wrestler was a chairperson in charge of a federal agency like the Department of Education. I hope they don't dismantle it. Or how about Health and Human Services? So thank you for those of you who support the community boards. And I know Councilwoman Brewer for a long time has been a supporter of the community boards. And thank you for those of you who have been community board members before you got into your current position. So yes, we have been constrained for many years, maybe it is 20, where we haven't had a budget increase other than the managerial and the union increases for staff. And we're expected to broadcast our meetings. It is costing us about $4,000 a year to do that, or maybe a little bit less than that. We consistently need better technology as far as computers and printers go. A lot of the community boards, as they've told you, are inundated with liquor license applications and now cannabis applications and outdoor dining applications. So in many ways, it's getting tougher and tougher and tougher. And don't forget how many different city agencies that we have to advocate with, to work with, to lobby with, everywhere from, police, fire, sanitation, to parks, and almost any agency that you can think of. I know that our computers need to be replaced because they're going to be outdated and they're not going to meet the requirements that to hook up with Microsoft, for instance. And I thank all the district managers. A lot of them work a lot of overtime, just like a lot of council members do, a lot of unpaid overtime. And they're very, very dedicated individuals. And we even have staff members who put in extra time that they're not getting paid for. So if you could be supportive of community boards for budget increases on an ongoing basis, that would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Giordano. And I will now bring it back to Brooklyn for Mr. Lawford.
Time starts now.
Thank you and good afternoon. First, let me associate myself with every comment that my colleagues have made today. Mr. Giordano just proved to me I am not the longest serving district manager in the city. I wasn't sure of that, but I am currently the longest serving in Brooklyn. When I started, so I started in August of 2000, which, as you know, spans 2 millennia now. When I started, we had no computers in my office. We relied on a mimeograph machine. We relied on typewriters and pink forms and carbon copies and cassette recorders. We finally got rid of the cassette recorder in 2019. In that time, we have barely had any budget increases beyond cost of living adjustments, as has been mentioned, but we've had a variety of new responsibilities heaped upon us. I learned one day I'm now my agency's privacy officer with responsibilities to report several times a year on various aspects of how we share information, personal information, with city agencies and others. We've had additional responsibilities when it comes to spending our money, our budget at the FMS system. All my staff and I had to go through training to do things that the borough president's office used to do, but now me and my staff me, two other people, are now responsible for. Some of our boards only have 2 employees, but you need 3 people to sign off on your budget forms. So I don't know how they managed to do that, how they managed to spend money. Back in, I just also want to bring up, since that time, we've had to manage our own websites. Some of our colleagues have designed their own websites, paid for it out of their budgets. We've mentioned hybrid meetings, and we're paying now for communications platforms that we did not have 25 years ago. All of this we've had to self-fund out of a budget that doesn't increase. The council in 2019 was generous and gave community boards $43,000 as a one-shot for various needs. What my board did was we invested that in technology. We got monitors for our board office. We got a camera. We got additional and better lighting. We got a modern sound system. What that one-time budget allocation did not do is help us pay for repairs. So when my monitor went down, I had to wait a fiscal year in order to be able to repair that monitor because it had to come out of my budget, and I had not budgeted for it because my budget is not flexible.
Time expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
And last but not least, Mr. Christopher Leon Johnson.
Time starts now.
Hey, what's up? Hello, thank you, Chair Ressler. My name is Christopher Leon Johnson. Thank you for having us here. I got to get back to CSW. I'm currently covering a CSW event for my person I'm working with. I'm gonna get in trouble, but I'm for doing this. But might well say right now, got 2 minutes. All right, so let's talk about this right now. The DCAS cops need to start opening the bathroom, need to keep the bathroom open. Why they, Lincoln, I want to know why the DCAS cops always have to open the bathroom for us when we want to use the bathroom. And that's not right. That's wrong. I want to talk about this. I think that they need to put delivery stations, let deliveristas use the bathrooms inside all city-owned buildings. They need to let street vendors sell their stuff right outside city-owned buildings too. Why is it only allow they allow these rip-off phone companies, even like these so-called like fake free phone companies, sell outside HRA buildings, the Section 8 buildings, while a person that wants to sell mangoes can't? They always get harassed. The people that sell mangoes always get harassed. Why they can't sell things, but people that sell those scam phones and people selling scam stuff from the scam energy outside HRA and Section 8 officers can do it. That need to stop, Lincoln. And one more thing, like I said, delivery centers need to be able to use the bathrooms inside the DCAS buildings. Why? They can't use the bathrooms. It's ridiculous. A city-owned building, these delivery centers get funding from the city, like Los Angeles Workers' Project. They need to get funding. They need to be able to start using the bathrooms more. So like I said, we need preservative funding for Workers' Project and Street Vendor Project. Both of them need to make sure to get over $1 million in government funding. And at the same time, like I said, Lincoln, we need to start cracking down on why these DCAS cops won't allow use the bathroom without letting open the door for us. Why is that? We need to start cracking down on that, Mr. Ressler. And one more thing I said, protect our deliveristas, protect our street vendors. They should be able to sell stuff outside the buildings, the HRA buildings and government-owned buildings, instead of just why only they're going to sell stuff outside City Hall Park, but they can't sell outside my HRA building. They always get harassed. But they let the cell phone scammers do it. It's crazy. I don't know, but it's ridiculous. Like I said, Mr. Ressler, like I said, we need to stop this crap with the bathroom stuff with the DCAS officers. They only allow most of these bathrooms when they want us to use it. It's ridiculous. You gotta go, especially for women. Women matter. It's a big movement right now, and this should be a movement. It should be common sense where if you're a pregnant woman, you should be prioritized. You should be able to be escorted to use the bathroom when you're a pregnant woman inside DCAS buildings. Like that's on Court Street at 1 Century Street. So, Mr. Ressler, you need to start cracking down on that. You need to have a hearing and invite out the commissioner again, Mr. Louis Molina, and ask him like, why you have to be escorted to use the bathroom? And these buildings, it's ridiculous. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So
thank you very much for your testimony today, Mr. Leon Johnson, and I want you to be able to use the bathroom whenever you want to use the bathroom. With that, I want to just thank the staff again for their hard work and their patience. This 5.5-hour Gov Operations hearing is now concluded. Thank you. Thank
All
you.
right.
Hope you guys have a great weekend.
You too.